First mate report, sir! Bad, sir! We're hard aground!
That's like that, Captain Light!
Sir, we could lighten her up! Pull her off!
It's no use. The wind is out of the east. Up the canal is blowing diamond further onto the shore.
What shall we do, sir?
Tell the crew. Gather everyone aft. We'll load up to make way out the starboard side.
But, sir, in this surf, it'll be suicide!
It'll be suicide if we don't. We must get off. If we stay aboard, we'll perish for certain. Inform Mr. Sweeney we're abandoning ship. Tell him to collect his people and follow orders from the crew.
He won't like leaving his animals!
His animals be damned! It will be God's own miracle if we can save ourselves. Now go and make preparations. We must get out before she starts breaking up.
Aye, aye, sir!
Listen to that. The devil's own chorus calling us all straight to hell. Don't worry, Satan, we're coming. As sure as this night is long, we're coming. By morning, we'll be lucky if a single one of us is left alive. All on account of that light, that God-cursed light!
It's a foggy night on old Cape Cod. A perfect night for a mystery. Tonight, Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater presents a gothic tale of mystery and suspense in a story entitled The Curse of the Whale's Tooth. Tonight, we witness the fulfillment of an ancient family curse, a curse spun by greed and carried forward death by death, generation by generation, until it comes to reside most frighteningly in the present. A curse whose talisman is an unusual piece of scrimshaw, whose focus is a terrified young woman, and whose manifestation comes in the shape of a creature, part real and part ephemeral, whose prowling in the night foretells that the curse is no longer dormant. Another death is about to take place.
Astonishing. That's really the only way to describe it. A strange and interlocking chronology of events dating back to the whaling days of New Bedford. It continues as one of the most remarkable cases Captain Underhill has ever been associated with. I'm speaking, of course, of Captain Waverly Underhill, the ex-police captain, whose retirement did not signal an end to his career of solving crimes. Captain Underhill likes to represent himself as a basket case of old age and senility. A basket case, indeed. A basket full of brains is what he is. As for me, I'm Alexander Schofield, a not quite retired family physician. My own involvement in the case began on the day I decided to pay a visit, unannounced, on my friend at his home in Hyannisport. My own arrival was preceded by another unexpected visitor whose purpose in looking up Captain Underhill was more serious than my own.
Excuse me, I'm looking for Captain Waverly Underhill's house.
You've got the wrong one. This is number 18. You want number 16.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. These bungalows all look alike. I get confused myself sometimes. Are you looking for Underhill?
Yes, I am.
Who sent you?
Mrs. Theodora Langhorne. She recommended him very highly. Is he at home, do you know?
Right at the moment, he's not. What did you want to see him about?
Well, it's a professional matter.
Whose profession? Yours or his?
Well, his, actually.
Are you in some kind of trouble?
Well, that's something I would rather discuss with him.
Well, go ahead. I'm Underhill.
You are? But I thought you just said...
Don't worry. I may be senile, but I'm not that senile. My front porch just got painted. I'm using this one till it dries.
Where are the people who live here?
Dead. or on vacation. When you live in a retirement village, you can never be sure. Now, what did you want to see me about, Mr.
Penniman. Roger Penniman.
Oh, I see. That explains a lot. I'll tell you what, Professor Penniman. Suppose we adjourn to my house. I'll fix us both some iced tea, and you can tell me about it. If you want lemon or mint, I have both.
Oh, no, this is fine.
Oh, damnation!
Excuse me a moment. I think we have another visitor. Hello, Alex. Having trouble?
Waverly, I'm sorry. I didn't see the sign, and I didn't realize the porch was wet until it was too late.
That is quite the fancy footwork. Reminds me of an Arthur Murray dance chart. What were you doing, the rumba?
I'm sorry I made such a mess of it.
Oh, never mind that. Come on into the kitchen. We have a guest.
Oh, well, I don't mean to intrude.
You won't be. Professor Penniman, I'd like you to meet my friend and physician, Dr. Alexander Schofield.
How do you do?
Dr. Schofield is what is known as a reverse hypochondriac. He imagines that everyone else is sick.
Oh, Waverly, please. Professor Penniman, how do you do?
Have a seat, Alex. Professor Penniman was just about to tell me about the animal problem he's been having recently. Professor, I'll appreciate it if you will also take my friend into your confidence.
You seem to know quite a lot about it already.
Only what I've read in the newspaper, which likely has very little to do with what really happened. I'll be much more interested to hear your account, complete and from the beginning, please. That is, if you'd like me to help you.
To understand it all, you have to go back nearly 100 years to the city of New Bedford, to a man named Jacob Penniman, who was my great-grandfather. Jacob Penniman was captain and part owner of a whaling ship that hunted in the waters off Nova Scotia and Greenland. Profits from these commercial expeditions were always handsome, largely because of the methods employed by my great-grandfather to hunt the whales. Methods that ensured that the hold of the ship was never less than completely full each time it returned to harbor. And yet, they were methods that were considered cruel and ruthless, even in those times, even among the whalers themselves. One of his favorite techniques, whenever he happened upon a mother whale and calf, was to kill the calf first, and then leisurely slaughter the mother, knowing full well she would never abandon her young. In a sense, it was this sort of practice that was also the reason that a tooth from one of these slaughtered baby whales came to be transformed into a most unusual piece of scrimshaw. There will be much to say about this later, but for now I will simply describe it. A small, slightly curving piece of whalebone, perhaps half again as large as a rabbit's foot. The tooth was not adorned with the usual familiar scenes of a square rigger riding the waves or a harpoon boat pulled along on a Nantucket sleigh ride. Instead, there was a strange collaboration of astrological symbols. A crescent moon with a dark face barely visible, a kettle of stars with an unknown constellation hovering above, and a strange swirling spiral like the shape of a hurricane. Jacob Penniman acquired this unique piece of scrimshaw from a sailor who carved it on board ship during one of the voyages, and my great-grandfather took to carrying it with him always as a talisman of good fortune. And good fortune it seemed to bring, at least financially. Jacob Penniman might easily have been the role model for Melville's Captain Ahab, except there was no white whale he chased after. The only Leviathan Jacob Penniman pursued was the Leviathan of his own greed. Like many other whaling captains of his time, Jacob Penniman supplemented his income by engaging in smuggling. Little contraband on board ship helped ensure that the success or failure of each voyage was not solely dependent upon the profits from the whale oil. Gradually, as he became more prosperous, he took to the sea less often. He became more of a financier of whaling ventures. He also took for the first time a wife. Her name was Hester Penniman, and she was half her husband's age. Together, they managed to produce a son they called Nathan. Within a year, however, the marriage had dissolved into hatred. Unfortunately for Hester Penniman, The concept of mental cruelty was not so well established in those days. Unable to obtain a divorce and being unsuccessful at convincing the pillars of New Bedford society, who refused to believe that the respectable Jacob Penniman could possibly be guilty of mistreating his wife, Esther Penniman was finally left with no alternative but to take her baby and flee. Jacob Penniman, of course, did the only dignified thing. He publicly renounced his wife and proclaimed in so many words that he would no longer bestow the beneficence of his generosity upon so unworthy and ungrateful a woman. Soon afterwards, however, in the face of opposition from certain members of the clergy, who felt that perhaps it was he and not she who was in the wrong, Jacob Penniman scornfully removed himself and his money from New Bedford and relocated upon the outer reaches of Cape Cod. There, he built what remains today the most lavish and ornate example of a sea captain's house ever constructed along the eastern seaboard. Resplendent with columns and scrollwork and gables and dormers, the house Jacob Penniman built was located 100 yards inland, within sight and sound of the ocean, and looking eastward across a high escarpment of sandy cliffs. Set within 10,000 acres of privately owned land, the only way into the property was along a winding sand driveway that stretched for several miles before allowing a visitor his first glimpse of the solitary house, perched on his promontory, surrounded by a sea of seagrass, and made all the more mysterious by the twin jawbones of a sperm whale that framed a prayerful arch above the pathway that a buggy must pass under to reach the house. There, Jacob Penniman chose to live, alone, with little contact with the outside world, save for the goods he had delivered, and a cleaning woman named Esmelina Saffron, who came once a week. It is a testament to the depravity of his own soul that Jacob Penniman, out of boredom and evil-minded malice, could turn about and prey upon the same men whose livelihood he had once shared. During the height of the gale season, when deadly northeasters came sweeping in from across the Grand Banks, on moonless nights or on nights when the clouds were so thick they shut out every ray of moonlight, Jacob Penniman would venture out with a lantern and a pole. There, upon the cliff, he would set the lantern on the pole and point the pole into the air as a signal light, proclaiming to any passing ship a safe harbor for the night. Then, secure in the knowledge that he had done all that he could, he would return to his house and retire for the evening, allowing the elements and chance and his shining false beacon to conspire together to lure ships to their doom. Such was the fate of the cargo ship Lucinda, bound from Liverpool en route to New York, which saw the beacon that stormy night and, mistaking it for a refuge, steered directly onto the shoal. In the morning, when the storm had passed, and the only evidence of its ever having been was the pounding of the surf, Jacob Penniman awoke from an untroubled sleep, got dressed, and walked out to the cliffside to see what the storm had brought. His first sight was of the ship itself, 300 yards out, lying swamped and broken upon her side. Looking down, he saw the bodies of the men and women on the beach, some who had drowned, others who had died from the battering of the waves. His sharp eye was attracted to a large, unidentifiable shape rolling in the breakers. Puzzled, he moved over to the path that led down to the beach and followed it down until he was standing at the edge of the waves, still trying to make out what it was. It appeared to be the carcass of an animal. A whale, he thought. At least the color and thickness of the hide made it appear so. Here and there were places where chunks of flesh were torn away by the sharks that had already been to work. Finally, a larger wave came and rolled the animal over, and he saw for the first time what it was. An elephant. He stood there, trying to comprehend the impossibility of what he was seeing. until gradually it dawned on him what the ship had been carrying when she went aground. A circus. A European circus bound from England on its way to a tour of America. The thought struck him as funny. Indescribably funny. He began to laugh. And his laughter rose and blended with the raucous cries of the seagulls. His laughter continued to grow until it was joined by another sound. A low-throated growl that came from directly behind him. He turned to look, and his laughter was transformed into a scream that barely escaped his lips before the lion leapt forward and struck him down with a single swipe of its paw. No one could say that justice had not been served. Jacob Penniman's death came about as a direct result of his own wickedness. His corpse, when it was finally discovered in the underbrush where the lion had dragged it, was so badly mutilated it was beyond recognition. However, there was no doubting it was him. In the pocket of his torn trousers was found the object he had carried with him every day without fail, the whale's tooth pendant. This, of course, was the beginning of the curse. The whale's tooth pendant was handed down to Jacob Penniman's son, Nathan, who kept it until the age of 29, when he was crushed to death in a bizarre industrial accident. The family Nathan Penniman left behind included my father, Philip Penniman, who became the next owner of the heirloom.
Was your father aware of the risk involved in owning it?
No. In fact, up to then, no one had even considered the possibility of there being any sort of bad luck associated with it. The notion was first put forward by a magazine writer who, while doing a story on Scrimshaw, and after seeing the piece my father owned and listening to the story behind it, suggested, obviously as a way to make his article more interesting, that there might be a curse connected with it. 3 weeks after the article appeared, my father was transferred to Pearl Harbor, where he became one of the earliest American casualties of the Second World War. When his personal effects were sent home, it was discovered he had had the whale's tooth with him when he died. The same writer wrote another article, and it was from then on that the popular notion of a family curse took firm hold.
And now the Scrimshaw has passed to you?
Actually, no. Upon my father's death, the keepsake passed to my older brother, Remington Penniman.
And where is he?
He and his wife were both drowned 14 years ago when their car slid off an icy bridge into a river.
I see. Another example of the curse.
The heirloom now belongs to Nora Penniman, their only child. When my brother and his wife were killed, my wife and I took Nora and raised her as our own. As we've had no children of our own, Nora has always been very important to us. The Scrimshaw was kept for her in a safety deposit box until she reached the age of 18.
How old is she now?
At 19. She asked me for it. I felt I had no choice but to give it to her.
But you don't feel good about it?
Well, no, naturally. How can I? Especially in light of what you have recently read about in the newspaper.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with
That's all right, Alex. I'd like to hear Professor Penniman tell us his own account of what happened.
The first time was 5 nights ago. Nora was up in her room. Priscilla and I had just finished watching the 11 o'clock news, and we were getting ready to go to bed. We have an old dog, a mastiff named Gladiator. He was outside barking quite emphatically about something.
Roger, go and see what's bothering Gladiator.
It's nothing. Probably just the moon coming up over the ocean. He's done it before.
Well, whatever it is, I think you should go and see.
Oh, all right. Gladiator is not accustomed to barking at every little noise in the night. Naturally, I wanted to find out what it was that was disturbing him. I went out into the kitchen. I tried switching on the outside light, but I forgot the bulb needed replacing. I picked up the flashlight off the windowsill, and I went outside.
Gladiator? What's the matter, boy?
He was barking in the direction of the tool shed. His hackles were raised. Even as I spoke to him, his attention remained riveted on the shed.
What's the matter, boy? What is it?
I shone the light in the direction of the shed. There was nothing visible that appeared out of the ordinary. Then, as I moved the light a little more to the right, the beam of the flashlight penetrated through the hedgerow at the edge of the yard, and I caught the reflection of its eyes. It appeared to be a large feline animal, crouching down, poised as if to leap. Oh, my God! My God!
Roger? What is it?
Get inside! Hurry, quickly, get inside! I will admit I was a little startled when I saw the thing, and as I think anyone would be, I backed up quickly, which caused the thing, whatever it was, to suddenly move away. And so that was all the time I had to form any kind of opinion about what it was.
What opinion did you arrive at?
I don't know. I mean, how could I? I was baffled. I had never before seen or encountered anything like it.
And so what did you do?
Well, of course, we immediately closed and locked all of the windows and doors on the ground floor. I called the National Seashore people and finally got hold of one of their rangers, Mr. Wendell Johnson. Quite naturally, he was skeptical at first, but I finally persuaded him to come out. He arrived in half an hour, excited and no longer skeptical. He had seen the beast himself as he drove in. It had darted in front of his truck. He had had to swerve to avoid hitting it. Of course, there was nothing we could do about the problem right then. We discussed what we had both seen. We talked about what should be done. He promised to take the matter up with the proper state officials first thing in the morning, and so we left it at that. All this I'm sure you have read about in the newspaper. They were quite accurate in reporting what I had seen and what the park ranger had seen. What they did not report, and what I have not told anyone else up to now, is that I saw the creature a second time.
Oh? When was that?
Later that same night. After the park ranger left, Priscilla and I stayed up. Finally, she went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I was still agitated about what had happened. I put on my robe and I went on up to the roof. The sky was clear. Thin ice clouds were moving in from the west. There was a faint corona around the moon. I was standing at the railing, looking down at the path of moonlight that came across the water, when suddenly I saw it. Out in the dunes, a darker shape moving against the darkness. My eyes followed it as it raced up the incline of one of the dunes. As the creature crested the hill, I saw its silhouette for a moment in the moonlight across the water. It was definitely the shape of a male African lion. So I thought. Of course, there was no opportunity for a second look. Frankly, if you ask me now, I could not say with absolute conviction that I did see it. That I did not somehow imagine it, owing to lack of sleep and feeling overwrought. Which is why up to now I have chosen not to mention it to anyone. And yet, at the time, it seemed quite real, but also not there, if you know what I mean.
I know what he's saying, Waverly. It's quite true. Medically speaking, it is an easy thing for the mind to play tricks, especially late at night, especially when there had been a shock to the nervous system. Though I'm not suggesting that what Professor Penniman saw was in any way a delusion.
Yes, thank you, Alex. Tell me, Professor, were these sightings only that? Or was there more than the visual aspect involved?
You're referring to the strange animal cries reported in the paper. Yes, we have heard them continually, off and on since the first night. They always occur at night. It is a sound like you would expect a large cat to make, but there is an eeriness about it, an unearthly quality that I don't know how to characterize, except to say that it is quite chilling, and once you've heard it, you never quite forget it.
I see. Please go on.
Well, of course, I'm sure you read about the hunt that took place. It was covered in the media in some detail.
I would still like to hear your version.
Well, as you may know, our property is the largest private in-holding within the National Seashore. It was decided by park officials, with permission from state and federal authorities, that they would attempt to run the animal to bay using hounds. You see, they had come to the conclusion that the animal was possibly an eastern mountain lion. Of course, mountain lions were once native to this area, but that was many years ago. Even so, it was felt that there still existed enough habitat and food supply of deer and so forth to support a small population of this species. The hunt was planned for midnight of the second day. By now, news of what had happened had unavoidably spread to the public, so that when the van pulled up with the hounds, it was accompanied by several other cars full of reporters. The television crew had come to film the beginning of the hunt. I had mixed feelings about the publicity this would bring, but there did not seem to be anything I could do about it. The cat was already out of the bag, so to speak. The rear of the van was opened, and the dogs were let out. Approximately half a dozen hounds, each in a separate leash. The dogs were alert and excited. They seemed to know that some game was afoot, but just what particular game it was going to be, they had yet to be told. The reporters would have had us standing around forever. I was anxious to get started, and so were the others. The handler took the dogs one by one over to the spot where I was sure the beast had lain. After 24 hours, I assumed whatever scent still remained would be extremely faint, but not so faint that these amazing hounds were not able to pick it up. In a very short while, we were off. The group consisted of myself carrying a 12-gauge shotgun, Wendell Johnson armed with a service revolver, the handler carrying a pistol and holster, and the state biologist carrying a rifle equipped to fire tranquilizing darts. The conditions that night as we trudged along silently behind the rapidly working dogs were less than ideal. Not because of the moon, which was bright enough that it might have helped, nor the fact that there was no wind, which only would have disturbed the scent. The problem was the fog. A heavy fog had rolled in off the ocean and taken refuge behind every dune. It lay especially thick in all of the kettle-like depressions. The effect was quite unnerving. As the trail led upwards to the crest of a dune, we would emerge out of these mists into the clear, crisp night air. It was going back down that was the worst. It was like going underwater, descending into a suffocating, dense packet of water vapor, where the shapes of things could only be made out at close range, and where the beams of our flashlights were transformed into magical wands of light. The thought of actually cornering the beast under these conditions was terrifying. I thought several times of suggesting we call it off, but no one else seemed to be interested in doing anything of the kind, so I said nothing. We followed the trail for a good distance, the hounds keeping up a steady working pace. We emerged one last time into the night air, and then began another agonizing descent into the murky abstract, where the only recognizable feature in the ghostly landscape was the full moon hanging above us like an ineffectual light bulb. We were working our way down the backside of a dune when I noticed that the hound's barking had suddenly changed. It was now almost feverish with excitement. I assumed this meant we were closing the gap. There was no longer any need for silence. We moved ahead cautiously, talking back and forth, making sure at all times we knew exactly where the other person was. At the bottom of the basin, the trail led directly toward a dense thicket of alder bushes. The behavior of the hounds left no question that the animal was somewhere within. With all of us stationed at points all around the thicket, and with a biologist with a tranquilizing gun positioned in the most likely spot where the creature would emerge, the hounds were let loose from their restraints. They charged violently into the underbrush. At any moment, I expected a confrontation between the hounds and the creature, or the creature and one of us. But instead, after a few minutes, the hounds stopped barking. We were all of us amazed. There was no question in our minds that the hounds had followed the scent, that the scent had led us to this spot, and that the excited barking of the hounds indicated that the animal was very near. And yet there was nothing. The creature had disappeared, completely vanished, as if the earth had somehow opened up and swallowed it.
You searched the thicket?
We did, but there was nothing. No trace.
What about tracks?
Well, we looked for tracks, naturally. And we found some, but unfortunately none of them were very distinct. As you would expect, sandy soil is not the best terrain for preserving animal tracks.
I see. Is there any more information you have to tell us?
That pretty much sums up everything that has happened up to now.
Then let me see if I understand the implication. So far, in addition to hearing the animal at night, there have been 3 confirmed sightings, twice by you and once by the park ranger. There's also been an unsuccessful attempt to run the animal to bay with hounds, this by the Park Service, who believe the animal could be an eastern mountain lion. From what you've told us, I assume that among the many possibilities, there is one the media has not yet picked up on, a possibility connected to the Penniman curse, which suggests that the curse is no longer dormant, and that Nora's life may now be in jeopardy.
Well, I'm not saying that's true. That's not my contention.
The Penniman estate is still a private inholding inside the park?
Well, that's right.
What happens if you sell?
If we sell? Well, if we sell, it would then be included as part of the National Seashore. However, as long as it stays within the family, it can remain in private hands. If you are thinking the Park Service is trying to drive us out, force us to sell.
If you do sell the property, who benefits?
What do you mean?
Who gets the money?
Well, me, I suppose. Although a small share would pass to the niece of my sister-in-law who drowned in the car accident. Once again, if you're thinking this is some sort of attempt to frighten us off the land...
Do you live on the property year-round?
Oh, not year-round, no. Summers, of course. During the academic year, I stay in our apartment in Cambridge. Both Priscilla and Nora are down here much more often than I.
Do you have a groundskeeper?
We have a gardener.
Any other hired help?
No, my wife does all the house cleaning herself.
I see. Is there anyone else? Anyone who has unrestricted access to your property?
I don't think so. Of course, with 10,000 acres, almost anyone could hike in and would never be aware of it. Wait a minute. I just thought of someone. A former student of mine, an aspiring writer. He was looking for a remote place to spend the summer and do some writing. Several months ago, I gave him permission to use an old, abandoned hunting shack on our property. He may be there now. I hadn't even thought of him until you brought it up.
All right, Professor. All right. I'll look into this if you'd like.
Oh, excellent. I was hoping you would agree. Theodora Langhorne had high praise for your abilities and your discretion.
I promise to do what I can, and to do it quietly. In the meantime, I suggest you return the whale's tooth to the safety deposit box.
I'm afraid it's too late. I've already given it to her.
Is it too late?
Captain Underhill, I don't know if you have ever had to cope with raising a teenage daughter, but I can assure you Nora is quite typical. In other words, she listens continually to loud music, she is obsessive about her appearance, and she is very headstrong. Extremely headstrong.
Well, Waverly, this sounds like quite a remarkable case.
Yes, it does.
I take it you don't believe this business about a family curse.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Your questions seem to imply that you think someone is behind all this.
That's just my training. I can't help but look for ulterior human motives behind even the most supernatural of events.
Well, then, have you considered that Roger Penniman may be making this all up as a publicity stunt to draw attention to himself?
The park ranger didn't make it up. The hounds who followed the scent didn't make it up. No, I don't believe Roger Penniman is looking for attention. In fact, I'm quite sure that's something he wants to avoid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to me. There is something we should keep in mind about Professor Penniman. He teaches at a prestigious college. I suspect, considering his age, that he may be in line to become head of his department. Having to go on record as publicly stating you have seen a monster prowling around your property is not likely to improve his chances. In fact, it might be just enough to dissuade a conservative faculty committee from voting for him.
Well, then you think that...
I think his concern about his daughter is genuine. But I think he is also aware of his own desire to protect his reputation.
Waverly, you don't suppose this could be the reason?
Yes, I do. Which is why I think one of the first things we should do is go pay a visit on the young writer in the woods.
Before beginning side 2, please fast forward the tape.
And so began Captain Underhill's involvement in this strange case, a case that was to become even more strange and more threatening as time went on. Our first move was to drive down and check into a motel in Truro that was nearest to the Penniman property. At least one other guest was there for the same reason. We met him, a young man sent down by a Boston magazine to do a story. It was obvious when we talked that, like the others, he had not yet made the connection between the strange appearance of the creature and the curse of the whale's tooth, a connection that was bound to be made sooner or later. We drove out to visit the Penniman home and met Mrs. Penniman. Roger was not yet back, and Nora was up in her room. Priscilla Penniman greeted us. And so began Captain Underhill's involvement in this strange case, a case that was to become even more strange and more threatening as time went on. Our first move was to drive down and check into a motel in Truro that was nearest to the Penniman property. At least one other guest was there for the same reason. We met him, a young man sent down by a Boston magazine to do a story. It was obvious when we talked that, like the others, he had not yet made the connection between the strange appearance of the creature and the curse of the whale's tooth, a connection that was bound to be made sooner or later. We drove out to visit the Penniman home and met Mrs. Penniman. Roger was not yet back, and Nora was up in her room. Priscilla Penniman greeted us with an artificial show of politeness.
Oh, yes. Won't you come in?
She remarked how pleased she was that her husband had enlisted Captain Underhill's help.
How nice that you were able to find the time to help us.
The impression was that she felt exactly the opposite. Captain Underhill asked to meet Nora.
Why not come back later, when she's in a little better mood?
The implication here was that mother and daughter had just finished having a terrific fight, and Nora could not be relied upon to be civil to strangers. On our way out, we stopped and talked to the gardener, who was raking up grass clippings in the side yard. Not a very tolerant man, a Bible-thumping extremist, whose opinion of the Pennimans had categorized them as some sort of original sinners.
Do I believe it exists? It does if God wills it.
Have you seen any evidence of its being around?
Omens.
What sort of omens?
None that you would understand. The Lord hath dominion over all creatures. It exists as he wills it, and it will cease to exist when it has served his purpose.
That purpose being?
It is not for me to divine the ways of the Lord. I will say this. They have called this curse down upon themselves. The mother is a Jezebel. The daughter a wicked harlot, a temptress of the flesh.
Why work for them?
All my work is the Lord's work.
Have you heard about the family curse? Do you believe in it?
I believe in the wrath of God. And I say this, abide not with the sinners, else you yourself become tainted.
Following our conversation with the gardener, we drove off the property and south on the Mid-Cape to the National Seashore Headquarters. We found Wendell Johnson in his office. He mistook us for reporters until we set him straight. We finally managed to convince him to go over once more what had happened the night he saw the creature.
It was the damnedest thing.
He told of driving his panel truck in along the road that led into the property.
It was pretty dark to begin with. The trees along the drive had grown in close, so there wasn't much visibility on either side. The moon was only halfway up through the trees, so it wasn't doing much good. And the stand driveway was full of bumps, so the headlights, they were bouncing around a bit. When I first saw it, it was moving like a streak, right to left, directly in front of the truck. Holy jeez! I swerved when I thought I was going to hit it. As it was, I came close to clipping it with my left fender. Whatever it was moving fast, like something bigger than it was chasing behind.
When he finished describing what he had seen, Underhill began to ask questions. Wendell Johnson became instantly more defensive, as though recalling the dubious looks he had seen on the faces of the reporters.
This wasn't a bobcat. I spent 6 years studying wolves in the wilds in Minnesota. I've seen bobcats before. Whatever this was not a bobcat.
All right. What do you think it was?
Well, let me tell you. You know, people who have never been out to these dunes before usually picture them as big piles of drifting sand. These dunes don't drift at all, except right down at the beach. Inland, you've got plenty of vegetation. There's seagrass and heath, and just mile by square mile of alderbush and scrub oak that never grows higher than your waist. But it's just impossible to walk through. I know, I've tried. It's stiff. Half an hour of walking through that stuff, and it raises welts all over your legs. You can't duck under it. You can't walk through it. But it's just right for a big cat to move through it with no problem. So, you ask me, is it possible for a population of eastern mountain lion to live out here undetected? And I say yes, it's possible. As a species, they like to stay away from people. They don't go after garbage. And they're mostly nocturnal. But that doesn't mean that that's what I think is out there. More likely it's somebody's pet that was brought out here and let loose.
Roger Penniman mentioned another possibility.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it, and it would be nice to keep a thing like that out of the papers. There's been enough wild speculation going on around here as it is.
You don't put much stock in it?
All I know is I know the difference between an African lion and whatever this was. And I don't think it was an African lion.
But you're not sure?
I probably would have been if I had seen it longer. As I say, the headlights were bouncing around. And the animal, whatever it was moving like a shot. I mean, it was moving.
Who is it?
Miss Penniman, I'd like to speak with you.
Just a minute.
Miss Penniman, my name is Waverly Underhill.
I know. You're the guy Roger hired to take care of our pest problem.
May I come in?
I guess so. What did you want to see me about?
Well, for one thing, I was hoping you'd let me see the whale's tooth.
Sure, why not? Here, look at it all you want.
It's quite a remarkable piece.
I like it.
I take it, Nora, that you're not overly concerned about the so-called curse connected with this?
Really, Mr. Underhill, we're living in a nuclear age. Don't you think there are enough bad omens in the world already without our needing to invent more?
Even so, with a beast prowling around and you theoretically next in line, that ought to make you stop and think.
Sure, it makes me stop and think. Sometimes I think I'm the only one around here who stops and thinks. I mean, this is just so stupid. So, what if some of my relatives died strange deaths? They all died differently. There's no pattern to it.
What about the beast?
Which I've never seen, and the only time I've heard it is late at night, when I'm half asleep. Oh, it's obviously somebody's pet that was let go when it got to be too much to handle. People are all the time driving out here and ditching their dogs and cats. Why not other animals?
You know, I was talking to your mother downstairs. She tells me you've been having dreams about it.
I had a dream about it. Why shouldn't I? It's all anybody talks about around here.
Would you mind telling me about it?
It was just a dream, that's all it was.
I'd still like to hear, if it's not too personal.
Oh, well, it was a couple of nights ago. I was asleep and I started having this dream. Sort of a nightmare, really. I was in a large room, like the inside of a barn. It had thick wooden beams overhead and light that filtered in through cracks in the walls. All I can remember is that all of a sudden I had this feeling that there was something up in the rafters. I couldn't actually see it, but I could hear it pacing back and forth on the beam right above my head. I knew that all I had to do was look up, and I would see whatever it was, but I couldn't lift my eyes. You know those dreams. You're trying to look at something, but you can't. Who knows? Maybe I was afraid to. Anyway, after a while, the dream shifted, and it was like I was sleepwalking out in the dunes. I was walking along a path that was worn down through the vegetation. And up ahead, I saw what I thought was a black rock lying in the middle of the path. Then I looked again, and I realized it wasn't a rock at all. It was a black panther buried up to its neck in the sand. I just stood there petrified. And slowly, it turned its head to look at me. Then it opened its mouth like it was going to scream. And it was like in a cartoon, where all of a sudden the mouth got really huge, and I could see all the way to the back of its throat. It screamed, or I did. I don't know which, but I woke myself up. Afterwards, I lay there trying to decide if I had actually heard something, or was it all in my mind. Then I noticed one thing that must have been causing at least part of the dream.
Oh? What was that?
Roger. He was up on the roof, pacing in his pajamas. Obviously, it was his pacing that I was hearing in my sleep and turning into an animal. So, now are you going to analyze my dream for me?
I'm afraid I'm not much good at that. You know, Nora, your mother and father are both very concerned about your safety.
Oh, that's a laugh. The only thing my stepmother is concerned about is controlling other people's lives. As for Roger, he's much more worried about his reputation on campus. You know, that's the real reason he hired you to clear this up. He's afraid the faculty will laugh at him.
Still, your parents are worried. They're concerned you're not taking this seriously enough.
I really don't believe this. Why is it when I act like an adult, everybody expects me to act like a juvenile? I'm not a child, Mr. Underhill, and I refuse to believe in some fairy tale curse just because everybody else is getting hysterical over it.
It took us several false starts before we finally discovered the trail that led to the hunting shack where we hoped to find the young writer living alone in the woods. A high, thin fog that was slowly burning off made the woods seem darker and more dense as we passed through them. while each clearing that we came to was filled with a dazzling light as though sunlight was seeping in from every direction. We followed the path that was little more than a deer trail for several miles until we came upon one of these suffused openings, and there, suddenly, in the middle of the clearing, stood the hunting shack, staring back at us with its door widely ajar. Captain Underhill stopped us. We both stood listening for a moment.
Do you hear anything?
No, I don't. Should I?
I guess not. It's these damned ears of mine. At my age, I keep expecting them to go bad on me, but they never do.
Shouldn't we call out and let him know we're approaching?
No, I have the feeling he already knows. That is, if he's still around. It's possible he heard us coming and took off.
Why should he do that?
We'll find out. Let's go in.
I felt uncomfortable making such a secretive approach and entering the cabin without permission. Nevertheless, without saying anything, I followed behind and crossed the threshold right behind him. The fog was as thick inside the cabin as out. In one corner, I could make out a bunk with a sleeping bag unrolled on top of an old mattress. Lying under the bed was a knapsack and duffel bag. On a shelf above the window, I saw a row of books and a pair of binoculars. The other side of the room was the kitchen and dining area. An alcohol stove was set out on a fold-down bench. A solitary chair made of pieces of driftwood was drawn up to a wooden table. On the table was a hurricane lamp, the beginnings of a letter, with only a few sentences put down, and a half-finished cup of coffee. You were right, Waverly. He must have heard us coming and took off.
Oh, I don't think so, Alex. The coffee's cold, and there's a layer of pollen floating on top. Also, the kerosene lamp is burned dry, and the wick's charred. I'm afraid our inhabitant left some time ago. Obviously at night, or he wouldn't have had the lamp burning. And obviously he intended to come back. The question is, why didn't he? I think we'd better have a closer look around.
We left the cabin and began a search of the immediate area. In back was an old windmill, still standing but no longer working. The top was just barely visible through the drifting fog. The blades of the wind vane hung limp and broken like damaged feathers. A crow sat above, eyeing us with more than the usual circumspection. Waverly noticed it the same time I did. There was something about this crow. Either it was especially tame, or there was something down below it was jealously guarding.
Over here.
When we found him, he was lying partially concealed beneath a wild azalea bush, an expression of abject terror frozen upon his face, his mouth agape, his eyes rolled back. The wounds he had suffered began on either side of his face and continued downward in parallel lines that ended just below his diaphragm. The wounds were deep, and the flesh that had been flayed open was the prize the crow had been guarding so jealously. Despite all my years as a physician dealing with wounds of every kind, it still took me several minutes to gather my thoughts. Waverly, what are we going to do about this?
I'm afraid we have no choice. We'll have to report it to the police, though if I had my way, I'd prefer to keep quiet about it. You can imagine how it's going to compound the sensationalism already surrounding this case when news of this gets out. I must say this puts an entirely new complexion on things. It forces me to reevaluate my reasoning.
Captain Underhill's prediction about the publicity this would bring proved absolutely correct. Within a day after the discovery of the body was announced, the story made the evening news on all three networks. Reporters from every sector of the media converged on the area, filling every motel and hotel on the lower Cape. A certain degree of hysteria naturally followed, but mostly the locals seemed willing to take the few extra precautions and let it go at that. Eventually, the story about the family curse resurfaced, and the Penimans quickly became minor celebrities. They found themselves forced to hire a gatekeeper who was positioned day and night at the head of the drive to keep out the curious, who were apt to drive down hoping to catch a glimpse of the beast. Within a week, however, with no new developments and no new sightings to report, the story began to taper off. Another hunt with hounds was authorized and carried out with no results. The event went through the usual stages of practical jokers calling up to report fresh sightings, probably by local merchants who hoped the boom in business would continue forever. Of course, there were the inevitable T-shirts. The worst one showed a row of claw marks down the front. On the back it read, "I got clawed on Cape Cod." While the story was playing itself out, Captain Underhill seemed content to spend most of his time either reading in a motel room or going out taking walks. I returned to my practice with the promise that he would call me if anything happened. 8 days after we found the body, I received a message at my office from Captain Underhill instructing me to meet him at the motel and bring a sleeping bag. I arrived several hours after dark. We set off walking almost immediately. Leaving the lights of the motel behind and walking overland, we were soon enveloped by darkness. A wind that was beginning to stir was pulling sections of fog in off the ocean and sending them drifting through the pines like passing phantoms. Moving through the woods, you could feel them brush against your face, a ghostly touch, so palpable it provoked unwilling goosebumps all over my flesh. Except for the sea breeze that made the faint whistling through the pine branches, and of course the ever-present distant foghorn of Highland light, the night air seemed more quiet than it should have been. It was the quiet that got to me, magnifying my nerves and making it all the more difficult to follow behind Underhill, who had requested that I keep silent until we reached our destination. As he had neglected to mention where this was, and as we continued walking in what seemed a random direction, I began to think this destination might be some sort of mythical location. Whether we were lost or not, I made a mental note to myself never again to suggest that Underhill was in anything but perfect condition. Why are we stopping?
We're close enough.
To where?
To the house. Don't you see it? Over there. We don't want to get too close.
What are we going to do?
Wait. Wait and be patient. If we're lucky, we'll have a visitor.
You mean the creature?
There's a good chance. The Penimans have heard it now 2 nights in a row. Always very late. Between 2 and 4 in the morning. Nocturnal predatory animals tend to be predictable in their hunting patterns. They follow the same circuit, night after night.
What are you doing?
Getting into my sleeping bag. I suggest you do the same. We can expect a long wait, and we may as well be comfortable.
You're not zipping yourself in.
Why not?
What if it comes? How will you run? You'll be like one of those campers in Yellowstone who get trapped inside their sleeping bag and then mauled to death by the grizzlies.
And what chance do you think a man my age would have of outrunning it? If nothing more, this bag will provide some protection. If not from the beast, at least from the cold.
Well, I'm certainly not going to immobilize myself in some cocoon of a sleeping bag. I may lie down on it, but I'm not getting in.
All right. All right, suit yourself. But don't catch cold.
Waverly, you're not going to sleep.
Oh, why not? We're going to be up late. A small rest now might do us some good.
It seems you're taking this whole thing far too lightly. You didn't even bring a gun.
No, but I noticed you did.
Yes, and I intend to use it if I have to.
All right. But keep in mind, if it's an eastern mountain lion that's out there, it's an endangered species. Killing it will mean a $20,000 fine.
Well, I'd rather pay the fine than pay for either one of our funerals.
Good night, Doctor.
Are you awake?
Yes.
I've been thinking about the gardener. There's something strange about him, don't you think?
Oh, I'd say so, yes.
What did you make of it?
I think people like that are their own worst enemy. Self-appointed spokesmen for God, they always manage a backward interpretation of everything they read in the Bible. And the Lord said, "Go forth, be fruit, fly, and multiple."
Yes. Well, all right. Go back to sleep. I'll take the first watch.
Yes, I knew you would. Good night, Doctor.
I hope you have nightmares. I heard something. What was that? Waverly, wake up. I think it's here. Waverly! Waverly, where are you? Waverly! Waverly!
Shh, be quiet. You'll wake the whole neighborhood.
Did you hear it? I'm sure I heard something.
Yes, I heard it. It's gone now.
Where were you?
Sitting about 10 yards away. Your snoring was making it too difficult to listen.
But did you hear it?
Yes, quite clearly. We can go now. I don't think it's likely to return.
Why not?
Because I've discovered our creature and the Cheshire Cat have at least one thing in common. The ability to appear and disappear at will.
Where the hell have you been? I tried reaching you all night.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no, nothing's wrong. Except last night that thing tried to kill Nora.
Was she hurt?
I thought we were hiring you to protect her. I don't know why we're paying to put you up at a motel if you're not going to be available when something like
Where
this...
is she now?
Upstairs, resting in her room. She's frightened. She had a terrible scare, and she still hasn't recovered. She wasn't prepared for this. Not at all. Anyway, my wife and I are making arrangements to move her off the property.
Suppose you tell me what happened.
I see you brought your doctor friend with you. Well, come with me. I'll show you. It happened out here, in the garage. The garage door was closed, of course. Nora came out through the connecting door that leads to the kitchen. We'd had an argument. She'd wanted to go out to go visiting friends. Priscilla and I were against it, but she promised to use extra precaution, and she did. Our agreement was, if she was going out at all, she would keep the windows rolled up and the doors locked and not get out of the car no matter what until she was safely out on the road and well away from the property. That's exactly what she did. Or tried to do. She came out here and got behind the wheel of the car. She turned on the headlights. She checked the doors and windows before leaning across to the glove compartment for the remote control switch that opens the garage door. As the door went up, she started the engine. Then she reached up to adjust the rear view mirror. That's when she saw it. It was standing there, illuminated in the red glow of the brake lights, standing in the open about 10 yards behind the car. The animal did not move. Neither did Nora, who by now was completely frozen with fear. As she watched, the worst possible thing happened. It began to move. Not away as any other wild animal would have done, but straight toward her. Deliberately and purposefully, it was going straight for the car. Priscilla and I were inside the house, expecting to hear the car back up and drive away. Oh, my God!
Roger, it's Nora. Quickly, quickly!
I see. What time was this, approximately?
Around 8:30 or 9.
When you came out, did you or your wife see the animal?
No, of course not. The car horn frightened it off. What are you suggesting, that she made this up?
No.
Because if you are, you're completely wrong. I don't know what sort of opinion you have formed about my daughter, but I know she is not capable of putting on an act like this. Nora saw the thing. I've seen it twice. The park ranger saw it, and it has already killed a man. Are you suggesting all this is a figment of our imaginations?
Oh, calm down, Mr. Penniman. Tell me what you intend to do about it.
Well, the first thing we're going to do is to get Nora away from here as fast as we can.
I'd rather you didn't.
And for what reason?
I'm afraid if she disappears, so will the creature.
Now, what would you like us to do? Use her as bait? Try to lure the creature back? Why not simply stake her down out in the yard? Maybe that's what you'd like us to do.
Professor Penniman, please. Captain Underhill is only
You know
trying
the
to...
last thing she said to me? Last night before she finally went to sleep? She said she was giving it back. The whale's tooth. She doesn't want it anymore. She wants me to get rid of it.
Did you?
I will. I'm going to. This morning, as soon as she wakes up.
If you don't mind, Professor Penniman, when she does wake up, I'd like to go up and talk to her first.
I waited with Roger and Priscilla Penniman in their kitchen while Captain Underhill went up to talk to their daughter. I had seen enough of Captain Underhill's methods to know that he was working on a theory, and I sensed that he felt he was getting close to a solution. The interview did not last long, no more than 5 minutes. When he came back down, I could see that something had happened to change his mind. Underhill's explanation to the Pennimans was that he needed a little more time to work on the case, but that he was convinced the danger to Nora was past. He would not explain why, except that he recommended that Roger follow Nora's request and take back the whale's tooth. Later in the car, I asked him for more information about what occurred upstairs. He told me that Nora, in bed and obviously shaken, had given an account of the incident that matched what her father had said. He had asked to take another look at the whale's tooth. She let him go over and get it himself from her dresser drawer. The interview concluded by him telling her he thought she was making the right choice in giving it up. It wasn't worth the risk. She agreed, and that was the end of it. I hinted that I would like to know what theories he was working on. He told me he had one, but it had recently undergone a major reassessment. He refused to say more, except to tell me I might as well return to my practice. He would call me again when there were further developments. I heard nothing more from Underhill for more than a week. I kept an eye out for any new information that might appear in the paper, but the story had largely dropped out of sight. Magazines, of course, were still brimming with it, but only essentially rehashing what was already known. I read a blurb in the Cape Cod Times that a film company had concluded a financial agreement with the Pennimans to come and shoot footage and tape interviews for a television special.
All right. Mr. and Mrs. Penniman, if you'll both have a seat on the sofa, we'll take an exposure reading, and then we can begin the interview.
Do I look all right?
Yes, Mrs. Penniman, you look fine. Nora, I think if you don't mind, we'll have you sit this one out. We'll get to you a little later.
Fine by me.
Rick, control truck says they're picking up sound from the generator.
Are all the windows closed?
I could try closing the curtains if that would help.
That's a good idea. Why don't we do that?
What are they doing outside?
You've never seen a fog machine? I'm afraid that's the way we do it in the movies. While these interviews are going on, a second crew is going to be filming outside shots of the house.
It's ironic. We almost always have fog around here, and yet on the one night you could use it.
Actually, it's good we don't. We'll be using a helicopter a little later for air-to-ground shots with a searchlight. Obviously, we need clear skies for that.
Maybe you'll be lucky and actually film the creature from the air.
We hope so, but no one's counting on it.
Rick, control says they're ready. They have sound and picture.
Okay, then, we can get started. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Penniman, as I've already explained to you, all we want is for each of you to tell us in your own words about some of the strange things that have been happening here the past few weeks. I'll ask you not to interrupt each other. You can take as much time as you want. All right. Let's begin with you, Professor Penniman.
Wait a minute, Rick. Control says wait a minute.
What is it?
We got a problem. Something's gone wrong.
What's going on here? Who is this person? What's he doing here?
I heard you were shooting a film. Thought you might need a few extras. This is my friend, Dr. Schofield.
What the hell is this? Captain Underhill, this is not the time for you.
Out of here!
I brought some other volunteers, federal agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The Coast Guard, too, if you need them. They're down at the beach.
Get out of here. You're ruining everything.
My advice to you, Nora, since you're about to be taken into custody, is not to say anything until your parents can arrange a lawyer. If you film people would like to step outside and introduce yourselves, they're waiting for you.
My God, Underhill, what is this? Nora, what's he talking about?
Better let me explain. No point in Nora incriminating herself further.
You're saying Nora had something to do with this?
She had just about everything to do with it. Of course, she was not acting alone. My compliments, Nora, to whoever dreamed this up. An ingenious deception, elaborate, and almost flawlessly executed.
Go get stuffed.
Nora, shut up.
You're saying all of this was staged?
An illusion, Professor Penniman. Done for effect. Just as that fog machine outside creates the illusion of fog.
But why? For what purpose?
To carry out a large-scale drug smuggling operation. To bring drugs ashore. I'm afraid your daughter has at least that much in common with old Jacob Penniman. A propensity towards smuggling.
But I don't understand. How is it possible?
Well, shall we go back to the beginning? Not as far back as Jacob Penniman, but to the night you first saw the creature.
But I did see it. It couldn't have been an illusion.
It wasn't. What you saw was a fully grown eastern mountain lion fitted with an unusual collar. I had hoped to have it here this evening. At this moment, the police are conducting a search of Ranger Johnson's house, where I expect it will turn up.
He was in on this?
Oh, yes. Yes, he was essential. He provided the second eyewitness. 2 were necessary, you see, to make the media and the public sit up and take notice. Of course, a park ranger's eyewitness testimony in matters like this carries a lot of weight.
You said some sort of collar?
That's right. I haven't seen it yet myself, but I think I can describe it for you. First of all, it contained a miniature homing device that allowed them to keep track of where the animal was at all times. Such items are commonly used in large-game wildlife studies similar to those Ranger Johnson performed on wolves in Minnesota. The collar also contained an electronic instrument that allowed them to administer small electric shocks on either side of the neck. This was the steering mechanism. Crude, but it provided some degree of control over the movements of the animal. Last of all, but equally important, was a built-in tranquilizing dart that could be triggered by remote control to inject a drug directly into the vein of the neck. This, of course, gave them the ability to go and retrieve the animal anytime they wished. All of this electronic gadgetry was packaged inside a shaggy mane that transformed the animal's appearance into a facsimile of an African lion. That was what you saw crouching in the bushes that first night, and later running along the dunes in the moonlight. Wendell Johnson saw it, too, as he drove in. He could have made up a story. He was prepared to. But why bother when he could describe what he had seen and have it suit his purpose exactly? The fact that the animal was moving so fast when he saw it is attributable to the electric shocks that were tormenting the beast, driving it into a frenzy of panic as it desperately tried to escape from whatever was inflicting the pain. That is, until the next shock sent it off in a new direction. The shocks, of course, were also useful in eliciting the blood-curdling animal screams you heard that night.
But if the creature was real, as you say, then how could it suddenly vanish when the hounds had it cornered in the underbrush? I was there. How can you explain that?
Yes, it was a vanishing act, but one that had taken place hours before. The hounds followed the trail to the point where the tranquilizing dart had been injected. As the animal began to go down from the effects of the drug, its natural reaction was to make its way to cover. The last few yards it must have staggered and dragged itself along over the ground, thus laying down a stronger scent which the hounds interpreted as getting closer. Why did the beast vanish? It vanished because men had come hours earlier, hoisted the animal into a sling, and carried it away. From this point on, the legendary creature ceased to exist in the flesh, so to speak, and became purely a fabrication. But unfortunately, by then the accident had already taken place. You know the one I mean, don't you, Nora? The young, aspiring Thoreau living in his cabin in the woods, who heard a noise that first night and went out to investigate, only to be struck down by an animal driven half insane by electric shocks. That was an accident. No one but Roger Penniman knew the young man was staying out there, and so no one knew he'd been killed until Dr. Schofield and I found the body several days later. That scared you, didn't it, Nora? In fact, it almost made you call the whole thing off. That was why, for a week, nothing more was heard from the creature. Then, of course, you realized it was too late to pull out. What was done was done. Besides, the death of the writer in the woods fit in perfectly with what they were trying to accomplish.
Which was?
A media sensation. A publicity hype. They set about resurrecting an old myth about a family curse, brought in a poor mountain lion to play the part of the phantom beast, and then watched as the press picked up the ball and ran with it. The result was an almost perfect smokescreen that would have allowed them to smuggle ashore millions of dollars worth of drugs in a single night under the pretense that they were shooting a film.
That seems like a lot of effort to go
Not
to.
when you consider how much profit was at stake and the fact that this land is so ideally suited for the purpose. A private inn-holding inside a large public park with frontage on the ocean. The main difficulty was how to get all the trucks in and out without arousing suspicion.
When did you figure out all this?
I must say, for me, it's been a painfully slow process of realization. My mental faculties, like the rest of me, have gone considerably downhill in recent years.
Nonsense, Waverly.
Of course, from the beginning, I suspected that some calculating mind was behind this. It's not that I'm disposed to disbelieve stories about family curses, but I like to examine other possibilities first. I began with the strange appearance and disappearance of the beast. I decided to believe Professor Penniman's story that he had seen something in his backyard. And I was also inclined to believe the hounds, who do not usually lie about such things. If the beast had seemed to disappear when the hounds had it at bay, it seemed to me that there were only two ways this could have been accomplished. Either someone had dragged a scent like they do in fox hunts, or they had done the same thing with the animal itself. Because of the eyewitness accounts, I picked the second choice, which forced me to come up with a notion about the collar. I had concluded this much not long after my initial conversation with Roger Penniman, but I was still left with figuring out who was doing it and for what reason. At first, I suspected the writer in the woods, but that theory had to be discarded when we found his body. Then, of course, I turned my attention back to Nora, who I considered a likely candidate from the beginning. I suspected she was involved. Later, of course, I was certain of it when I heard the story about her close encounter with the creature while she was out sitting in the garage. By then I knew very well the animal had not been around since the first night.
But wait a minute, Waverly. We heard it the night you and I slept out.
A recording, Doctor. A speaker system carefully hidden in the hollow of a tree. I went back the next day and found the wires. I apologize for not telling you, but I knew something was brewing, and I didn't want to take a chance on anyone finding out. Anyway, I knew Nora was in on it, but I was having a devil of a time figuring out why. Her normal teenage rebelliousness and resentment toward her parents didn't justify her going to such lengths. Besides, there had to be others helping her, and the opportunity of embarrassing her father in front of the faculty did not seem sufficient to warrant all the effort. It is an example of how dim-witted I have become that it took until my second interview with Nora when I asked to see the scrimshaw once more, and she pointed to the drawer where she kept it. I opened the drawer to take it out, and it was then that I noticed several small marijuana seeds stuck in the corner. Nothing particularly unusual about that in this day and age, but seeing them made me suddenly realize the angle I'd been overlooking all along, and literally in an instant I knew exactly what they were doing it for. After that, there was nothing more to do but be patient and be ready when the time came. Aha, a helicopter. Could be theirs, but more likely it's the Coast Guard.
Captain Underhill, what's going to happen to Nora?
Smuggling is a serious crime, but it's also a crime that in this country we tend to treat somewhat lightly with respect to the punishments that are handed down. I suppose because in a peculiar way it represents an American ideal. Free enterprise in its most flagrant form. Unfortunately, there's also the murder to consider. Someone's going to have to answer for that.
Well, what do you mean? What murder?
The murder of the writer in the woods. Nora and her compatriots may try to claim involuntary manslaughter, but I think second-degree murder will be the one that sticks. Releasing a wild animal like that and then tormenting it with electric shocks is the sort of reckless behavior that no judge is going to overlook. Without the murder, I think the most she would have gotten is probation, considering her age and lack of criminal record. As it is, I think she may want to start looking into correspondence schools.
And so ended what has become Captain Waverly Underhill's most famous case. Famous because of notoriety, not because it was any more or less ingenious than the solutions he had provided in other criminal investigations. Rarely has there been a crime whose intentional purpose was to create as much publicity as possible. It may be said that it reveals something about our national media obsession with human interest stories, that so many news organizations were so easily drawn in by the lure of a family curse and a predatory beast prowling the Cape. And then, at the height of all the attention, to have Captain Underhill step forward and expose it as a plot to conceal a smuggling operation. Well, it was simply a master stroke of genius, and all from a man who claims his mind is going. There's one final addendum to this narrative. It comes from an article written by a reporter who writes for a New England magazine. He did some checking into the ancestry of the young writer in the woods who was mauled to death by the lion. It appears the writer was distantly related to a woman named Esmelina Saffron, the same Esmelina Saffron who worked as Jacob Penniman's cleaning woman and who, following her association with him, bore him an illegitimate heir. The reporter naturally pointed out what a freakish coincidence it was that a direct descendant of Jacob Penniman should have met an untimely death in almost the same location and by the same manner in which Jacob Penniman was killed. I leave it to you to pass judgment, since it appears that a family curse, unlike the rest of us, is something not so easily laid to rest.
You have been listening to Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater's presentation of The Curse of the Whale's Tooth. Tonight's program was produced, written, and directed by Steven Thomas Oney, co-produced by David Ellsworth, engineering by John Todd, sound effects by Scott Dickey, and with original music composed by Mark Birmingham. The actors in tonight's play: Judge McConville played Professor Roger Penniman. David Ellsworth was Captain Underhill. Wally O'Hara was Dr. Schofield. Lee Olive was Priscilla Penniman. Bob Gianferranti played the ship captain. Jeff Kamish was the first mate and the gardener. Neil McGarry was Wendell Johnson. Christy Weimar was Nora Penniman. Kevin Groppe, the director. And Scott Dickey played the assistant to the director. Tonight's program was recorded at HT Recording Studio and is copyrighted by Steven Thomas Oney for Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater. All rights, including rights for broadcast and reproduction, are reserved. This is Bob Nolan wishing you a pleasant evening and inviting you to tune in again when the fog rolls in on another chapter of Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater.
We're going to the parking lot while everyone else is at the game.
Guys, I really can't stand heights. So don't look down. Keep your eyes closed. We'll lead you. No thanks.
Fine. See you later. Let's go.
Guys!
Don't worry. He'll come.
Guys! Wait! I'm coming!
See? I told you.
Take a look at it.
Dad,
keep going.
Is that it?
That's it.
Cool, wicked awesome.
Very nice.
You like it?
Well, it's not a sailboat, but it's nice.
Come on. We're not living on the ocean anymore. Let's learn to enjoy motorboating.
It is very nice.
Hop in. Have a seat.
It's really nice upholstery. It looks like something the Great Gatsby would ride around in. Marvin?
Dad, can I steer?
No, you're in the back.
Honey, we're not going out.
Sure, why not?
Let's go.
Marvin!
Just for a short spin.
It's getting dark.
It's light enough. It'll just be very short. Nikki, you can cast us off.
But there are clouds. It could be raining soon.
We won't even leave the marina. You've got to see how this thing motors.
All right, just a short one. It's lovely mahogany.
I like the steering wheel.
Who's going to varnish it? Not me, I hope.
Huh. It was working fine this afternoon.
What's your hurry?
I want to get down off of here.
Hey, Letty, He wants to get off. Shall we show him a quick way?
Hey, no funny. That's not funny. Come on, you guys. No joking. Hey, look at that speedboat. He's passing that barge. He's moving. Come on, guys. Guys, let's go.
Shut up. I'll throw you over. I feel like throwing something anyway. Hey, I know.
That speedboat's in front of that barge. See, is that for us? No, that speedboat's up front. He let him have it. Polly, what have we got there? What is that? Oh, that's not dynamite.
No, stupid. It's a railroad flare.
Cool, where'd you get it?
Out of my old man's trunk. He won't miss it until he has a plan.
What are you gonna do?
Keep it down there.
Polly, you can't do that. That was for us. No, it wasn't. That speedboat, they almost got run down. Stupid. Polly, don't!
Why not?
'Cause it's stupid. Don't, Polly, put it out.
I can't put it out.
Put it out, Polly. Polly.
Too late. It's gone.
He's still there. Get down.
No, he's not. Look. He's yelling at those jerks that almost got ran over. He's yelling at them, see? Didn't even see us. Nobody saw him.
Where'd it land?
In front of that first barge.
Where?
You can't see. Behind that mound of coal. Up front.
Better get off the bridge now. Something's done. They could be calling the cops. Come on, you guys, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
It's still glowing.
So what? Come on, let's go.
What's the problem?
I don't know. It was working fine this afternoon.
Hooray!
There. Wait, Nikki, don't cast off.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't ready for you to. Oh, great. I gotta get this thing going.
We're floating out from the dock. What do you want me to do?
Nothing. Just hold the baby. I think I know what's causing it.
Dad, we're floating out, Dad.
We are, honey.
And let Nikki hold the baby. Here's a paddle. You can get us over to the dock. Maybe condensation in the line. Spark plugs are brand new.
I don't seem to be making any headway. Honey, we're just going in circles.
We're also floating out.
All right. Never mind that. And never mind this either. I'll use the spare outboard. Get us back over to the dock. Cindy, reach under the console where you're sitting, feel a lever, and switch it to the right.
To the right?
That's right. Okay. Great.
Daddy, we're still floating out.
I know we're floating out.
There's quite a current, Marvin. We're really drifting.
I'm going to try the engine again. Switch that lever back to the left. I don't get it. It was running perfectly this afternoon.
Honey?
Hey, Dad, we don't need the motor. We're moving fine without it.
Honey?
The little girl is right. Things are moving along quite rapidly. In fact, on this particular night, quite a number of events have been set in motion, each and every one of them crucial to what is about to happen, each and every one of them pointing toward a rendezvous with danger. Tonight, Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater moves inland to the Ohio River to present an original suspense thriller entitled Danger at 7 Mile Bend. Yes, there were many things conspiring that night, but there were 4 big ones you could point your finger at and say they definitely were the cause. The rain, the flare, the boat, and the barge. The rain first. The irony is not a single drop ever fell on Cincinnati. It all came out of a band of fast-moving thunderstorms sweeping across central Ohio, fast until it met up with another frontal system, and that made it stall. For hours it hovered and rained. Not just rained, poured. It was early June. After a wet spring, there had been almost 4 weeks of no rain. Crops were up, but not very tall. There was still plenty of topsoil in the fields and on the exposed hillsides where the new housing developments were going in. The soil had turned hard, so when raindrops fell, trillions of them, the tendency was to run off, not soak in. Within the first 30 minutes, half the droplets falling had found their way into rivulets, flowing, merging with larger streams, gathering speed, finally pouring like a frothy avalanche. The muddy water came down, carrying with it logs, silt, and uprooted trees. The deluge continued, pouring into feeder tributaries like 3 Mile Creek, 5 Mile Creek, and the Little Miami River. Logs and trees jammed up at the mouth until with an even greater onrush of water they broke loose and were swept out into the wide current of the Ohio. In the river, the logs looked like alligators at the surface. The uprooted trees with their tangled roots exposed were like the heads of Medusa. An amazing flood, yet more amazing because just south of it all, in Cincinnati, not one drop of water was falling. That was the role the rain played. But, as I say, it was only one factor in the numerous frightening things all occurring about the same time. But why let me tell it? Why not hear it from the horse's mouth, so to speak? After all, if you wanted to know what it feels like to ride over Niagara Falls in a barrel, much better to hear it from someone who did. Except in Jeb Hardy's case, what happened to him was not quite like riding over Niagara Falls in a barrel. It was more like having Niagara Falls ride over you.
I was lying there, fitfully dozing, when the nurse shook me on the wrist.
Mr. Hardy, are you awake?
I thought she was waking me up to give me another pain pill. They do that here. But it wasn't that. Not this time.
There's an attorney here to see you.
Who is it?
From your company. Shall I say you're not up to it?
No, I better. Sit me up, will you? How does this work?
I'll do it.
Mr. Hardy?
Excuse me, just a minute, please.
It's all right.
I only wanted to say it's so hard to
I'm up to it.
Are you sure?
Come in, have a seat.
All right now, not too long.
Thank you, nurse.
I'm Claire Knight.
Jeb Hardy.
I'm the company's legal representative. The company is anxious to take a statement from you. We don't want to rush you, though. We know you're recuperating.
Is all this going to mean my license?
That will be up to the Coast Guard.
You're trying to affix blame?
That will be up to an administrative law judge.
So what's this for, then?
The company wants to assess its liability. It's not just us, I'm afraid. The insurance company, the Coast Guard, the National Transportation Safety Board, they're all interested in this one.
And the company will use my statement to decide if they're going to hire me, fire me, or what? Sue me?
Would you like to have your own attorney present?
I guess not. Not unless he was there, too. I can explain what happened. But if I'm going to make a statement, I have one condition.
What?
I want it complete. I don't want to be taken out of context.
All right.
I've got to have a chance to tell the whole thing. If somebody's going to take away my license, I want them to know what it is they're taking away.
I understand.
Who else have you spoken to?
I spoke with Mr. Buell.
What does he say?
That you panicked, that you abandoned the wheelhouse, failure to take charge, failure to assess danger, failure to assume responsibility, not showing proper judgment, failure to take necessary precautions, turning over control of the wheelhouse to an unqualified person.
That's a joke.
Imperiling the safety of the public, risking environmental catastrophe. That's about it.
I might have expected him to say all that.
I also spoke with your nephew. He claims you didn't panic.
Yeah, well, I might have expected that, too. The kid idolizes me.
As a general rule, idols don't remain idols for long once they are seen to panic. You still seem to be firmly up on his pedestal. I brought a tape recorder. Is that all right?
I guess. Luke's only 9. Already he thinks he knows he wants to be a river pilot. I was slightly older when it happened to me. Maybe 10 or 11.
Tell me about it.
You really want me to go all the way back?
You said you didn't want to be taken out of context.
All right. I was born and grew up on the Ohio River. Gallia County, near Gallipolis. My parents weren't river people, though, far from it. My father's family came out of the hills, coal mining, moonshining. Then he took up horse breeding in an effort to improve his station in life. Bluegrass aiming at blue blood, I suppose. I was small for my age, and it was his dream that I'd become a jockey. That was a dream I grew out of, literally. After that came my mother's secret aspiration. She was sort of religiously bent. I should say her bent was religion. She was big in the Baptist church, and her dream for me was to become a minister. I've always been cursed with youthful looks bordering on angelic. It hasn't made piloting easier. And my mother thought these features would be perfect set off by a clerical collar. She also said I was much more philosophical-minded than other boys my age. She laid the groundwork for this coming true by arranging to have me baptized. The second time. I had had this done once before, apparently as an infant, but she decided it wouldn't hurt to do it again. It might take better this time. One Sunday, without forewarning, she woke me up before sunrise and laid out a brand new suit of clothes I was to put on. She was waiting for me in the car. She wouldn't tell me where we were going. She was definitely letting the drama build up. I was surprised when we drove past the church. Then we headed for the river. We drove down a long, straight road. I could see a patch of the river up ahead through the trees. I could see people from the church waiting there. I knew something momentous was about to take place, but I still had no idea I was the central figure. People were extra nice to me, though, fussing, patting me on the head. The minister was there, dressed in church robes, all clean and unspoiled. He called me to come by him. Then he took me by the hand and with a firm grip walked me straight out into the river. We waded out waist deep, his waist, which meant the water was up to my chest. At first, I held my arms up, but then figured why bother and let them drop. It wasn't cold. In fact, the water felt warmer than the air, but I was shaking like a leaf, scared, everything so bizarre. The minister was saying things, some sort of invocation that had a lot of seriousness to it, but it was all going right over my head. I was too shook up, too distracted. I looked back on shore. Everybody was smiling, everyone except my mother, who was crying and smiling. I have to admit, I felt a kind of stirring inside me, some sense of awe that might have been connected to the river itself. I looked out at the mist rising off the water, the sunlight touching the tops of the trees on the opposite bank. I listened to the birds waking up. The minister wound up what he was saying. With a Hosanna blessing from the congregation, he put his hand on top of my head and firmly pushed me under. He dunked me. They were all hoping I would come up a Christian. Instead, I popped up a riverman. It wasn't long before I had my first ride on a towboat. It wasn't long before I was wading in the river again. I was out walking late one night through a wooded stretch that ran along the shore. I came across one. It was almost like I had stumbled upon its lair. It was lying up against the bank in the shallows like a large fish. There was a dense fog. The captain had his searchlight switched on and aimed forward, a long, tapering cone of blue light that looked like smoke, an illusion created by the fog drifting through it. There was nobody visible on deck. Faintly, I could hear workers way up forward. Suddenly, while I was standing there, the searchlight swung and began traveling up the shoreline towards me. Was it heading for me, hunting me? I almost ran, but then it stopped, not 10 feet away, and fastened on a big sycamore. Then I realized he was using the tree as a benchmark, checking to see if he was drifting out or down with the current. They were waiting out the fog. We're waiting for something out there, possibly another tow, to pass by. I had a sudden, enormous urge to hop on. The towboat was only 12 feet off the bank. I wouldn't have to swim more than 2 strokes. I couldn't hop on the barges. He was pushing empties, and they were riding too high. But the bottom deck of the towboat, the work deck, was right at the waterline. No railing, only a chain to grab onto if you slipped. I could slide under that. I began taking off my clothes and rolling them in a ball. It was a dumb, stupid thing to do, and deadly foolish. Hopping a tow is like hopping a freight train. For a few moments there, I was just relying that the captain wasn't going to choose that particular time to start up again. If he did, I'd be sucked under, chopped up by the propellers. When he did, thank God I was already on. I managed to sneak my way forward all the way out to the lead barge. I found an out-of-the-way corner and rode the whole night. In the morning, I was discovered before I could disembark. They put me off at a lock, threatening the law, but they also gave me phone money. I was undaunted, though. I knew I'd find a way to get right back on. You take a certain kind of cat. It doesn't matter how many times you throw him off your lap, he's going to keep jumping right back up. By then, I knew what I was jumping for. I enrolled in the river school in Memphis, got my basic operator's license, began studying right away for my master's. It is said there is only one thing you need to know for a master's pilot license, and that's everything. I made it through, becoming one of the youngest pilots ever certified, certainly the youngest looking. Just having a master's license didn't guarantee me a job. There were no companies hiring, no berths available. My age was a factor, I think. I began working as a tripper, a hired gun, and I will say this, it gave me experience. Once I met an airline pilot who told me after every trip he took, he would stick pins in a globe and connect them by a strand of yarn. He had been so many places, his globe was beginning to look like a solid ball of yarn. My globe would look different. My globe would look like a big, bald thing wearing a wool necktie. Finally, about a month and a half ago, I got a break. Intercoastal Guardian, a transport outfit, said they would be willing to consider me for a pilot's post. It wasn't exactly a captain's berth, but it was a good step up. Conditional, though, 30 days. After that, if they liked me, if I liked them, we could make it permanent. Fine, I said. So I did my 30, then began 30 days off. I was waiting for a phone call or a letter. About a week went by. I began looking after my nephew Luke because my sister was in the hospital about to have her second when the phone call came. It wasn't what I was expecting. They wanted me to make one more run. Go to Kansas City on the Missouri River, pick up a load of western coal, deliver it down the Mississippi, and upstream on the Ohio to a power plant just above Cincinnati. I could have said no. I wasn't about to. The problem was Luke, who I still had to look after. The company thought about it, said, never mind, I could bring him along. I figured it meant they were swamped with too many orders and not enough pilots. I didn't realize it was something more ulterior. And nobody informed me anything about it until I got there. I was about to be subjected to the Silas Buell towboat driver's test. The Nancy M. was waiting for us at Kansas City Harbor. She was 175 feet. Mostly white, with blue trim and rows of yellow work lights strung party fashion along her lower decks. The bottom deck was flush to the waterline. each deck up, progressively smaller, until the pilot house was just a cube on top. I glanced up there and caught a glimpse of a bony white head in the window. My first view of Silas Buell. The first meeting came shortly thereafter.
This is Mr. Dick Swain. This is Mr. Mark Pullman.
Hi, nice to meet you. Jeb Hardy.
On this run, Mr. Hardy, you and I will take the forward watch. Mr. Swain and Mr. Pullman will handle the after watch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Captain.
No, don't call me Captain. Call him. This voyage, Mr. Hardy has that designation. Mr. Hardy is being evaluated for employment. I intend to see how he handles himself.
Neither Pullman nor Swain looked like they envied my sudden promotion. In fact, I'm sure they were both relieved to be working a shift separate from the old man. Silas Buell was gaunt, gray-faced and bony-knuckled. Age had made him stooped, shoulders pulled up, so to look straight ahead he had to lift his chin. Made him look like a vulture. In his case, entirely justified. His beady eyes were sunk back in his head, but only one of them was real. The other, glass. Impossible to tell which one. Certainly the amount of warmth and kindness emanating offered no clue. He had a false leg as well, from the knee down, lost in an accident during his days as a deckhand. Being retired now, he was no longer licensed to operate, but he still had plenty of clout. It was said nobody got hired to any position of authority without Silas Buell signing off on it. His name was legendary on the river, venerated by some, but that must have been by people who didn't know him personally.
Your test scores, Mr. Hardy, are impressive.
Thank you.
Many people are often clever at taking tests on paper. It doesn't mean much. Knowing the river is not the same as knowing what to do once you're on it. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
You ought to assume full responsibilities of captain on this trip. I want you to operate as if I'm not here. In your own fashion. Do as you would if you were the captain.
Yes, sir.
And not ask me questions, nor check with me about anything. Give your own orders. Make your own decisions. Live by them.
Yes, sir.
I understand your nephew is on board.
Yes, sir.
How old?
9, sir. He's well behaved.
See that he is. See that he keeps his life preserver on at all times.
I will.
Fine. Especially. I think you might consider giving the order to get us underway.
There. That's an example of how fouled up the whole chain of command was. On the one hand, he's telling me I'm the captain. On the other, he's giving me the order to give the order to get us underway. I should have said something right then and complained. Truth was, I was too intimidated. Eugene? Willie?
Yeah, Captain.
Let's cut her loose. We're moving out.
Right, Captain.
Uncle Jeb?
Come on in, Luke. Eugene, as soon as we're loose, take the broom, sweep some of that spilled coal off the gunnels. Willie, I want an inspection of the air tanks real soon, okay?
Will do, Captain. That's not bad.
The air tanks were a necessity. Our tow consisted of 15 barges, 5 rows deep, 3 abreast, each with over 1,000 ton of coal. The double hull air pocket around each barge provided the extra displacement, which was necessary to accomplish the minor miracle of taking something weighing approximately 40 million pounds and actually floating it upon the water. Seepage into a hull could affect floatability as well as steerability. I also ordered it because I thought it would show the kind of attention to detail I thought Silas Buell would be looking for. Luke, this is Mr. Buell. Say hello.
Hello.
You keep that life preserver on at all times, Sonny.
He's right, Luke, every moment. Unless you're in your room, up here, or in the galley.
I will, Uncle Jeb.
I'll go, Captain.
All right. I steered us out, blending our movement with the current, which was light. There were a few bridges to pass under. I made sure I did them correctly. Silas was silent. Luke was taking his cue from me, and I wasn't saying much. You might think 3 people hadn't been together before might have some occasion to pass conversation, but there wasn't any. Anybody who's ever taken a driver's test for a car license knows why. The examiner is not supposed to converse. And you're not supposed to talk to him. He's to observe. You're there to prove you know what you're doing. Say, Willie.
Right here, Captain.
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm new on this rig. I think I'm feeling some slackness out there. Maybe between 7 and 12. You want to check those wires?
All right, Captain. Never say maybe to a subordinate, and don't say you don't know. Besides, you told him wrong. It's between 12 and 13.
I felt like reminding him the deal was no advice. Say, Willie.
Right here, Captain.
When you're done there, check forward between 12 and 13, too, while you're at it.
Will do, Captain.
I kept my eye on the two far-away deckhands. One, which I judged to be Willie, broke off and made his way over between 7 and 12. The barges are numbered going out, like squares in hopscotch. When he was done there, he moved forward, between 12 and 13. Through binoculars, I saw him using a cheater bar to ratchet tight the wires. All right, so I'd misjudged. Old Silas was already writing something down in his notebook, which I guessed wasn't a compliment. At least I noticed the slack to begin with. I deserve partial credit for that. Rapidly, this was turning into more of an ordeal than a test. Old vulture eye hovering behind me, like in school when your instructor hovers over your shoulder while you're writing down your answers. You find yourself thinking about what he's thinking. The result is you come off a lot stiffer, a lot more awkward, less assured than if you were doing it under normal conditions. And this was going to go on for 5 days, possibly 6. Already I was feeling like the character in the Samuel Coleridge poem, except with the situations reversed. I was the poor albatross. He was the ancient mariner, hanging around my neck. Third day, the best one. We had covered half our miles with 500 more to go. We had left the Missouri behind us. We're halfway down the Mississippi within a few hours of turning up the Ohio. There was a beautiful sight before us. I prefer the forward watches when I'm piloting because you get to see both the sunrises and the sunsets. Right now, the sun was a golden orb shining down on top a thin layer of river fog. It was like looking down on clouds from an airplane. It was definitely going to be a good day. Almost certain because Silas Buell was out of the picture. Not feeling well was the report, so he hadn't shown up. Kind of beautiful, isn't it?
I can't wait to be up here when I get big.
Why? You're up here now, aren't you?
Yeah, but it's going to be better when I get bigger.
Tell you what, why don't you steer for a while?
What? Can I? Should I?
You don't need to worry about Mr. Buell. He's not feeling well. Go ahead. Just keep us on course.
What's wrong with him?
Stomach upset. He was complaining to Millie. Too much cayenne in the Cajun. Seemed okay to me.
He probably looked at himself in the mirror.
You think his acid personality gave him his sour stomach, huh?
It gave me one.
Well, maybe you're right. All right, you want to go a little more left. That's good. Nope, just wait. Don't overcorrect. It'll come around. Think of it like a needle on a compass. You have to give it time to pivot around its fulcrum. Be patient. Make your motion smooth. You're doing good already.
This is definitely what I want to be.
Yep. It's an ancient and honorable profession.
How old is it?
Oh, well, some people think it goes back about as far as the railroads, but it's much older than that. On this stretch of river right here, they used to tie together acres of rafts of lumber and float them down without any power at all. Just 4 long oars called sweeps, one on each corner to help steer around bends in the river.
So when did it start?
Well, now you're talking ancient times. You've heard of Cleopatra and her barge. You can even go back further. There was a big barge mentioned in the Bible, remember?
No.
Sure you do. They put 2 of every kind of animal in it.
You mean Noah's Ark, not Noah's barge, Uncle Jim.
Ark, barge, same thing. Go a little right now. Actually, if you're looking to discover the very first barge, you have to go all the way back to Adam and Eve. Adam was the one who invented the boat, you know.
He did?
That's good. Now, come back just a little bit. Hold it right there. Now you got it.
How did Adam invent the boat, Uncle Chip?
Oh. Well, It happened right after the notorious apple-eating goof-up. You remember that?
Yeah.
They'd just gotten kicked out of the Garden of Eden, and Adam didn't realize how much everything had changed. He was accustomed to all of the animals being docile and tame. So, when he went up to pet an adult Bengal tiger...
Uh-oh, Uncle Jeb, what do I do?
It's all right. You can move in a little more towards the near shore. He's going to stay over that way. That's the Mississippi Queen headed for St. Paul, I expect. We'll go by her in a minute. You'll have a good look.
Neat. What happened when he petted the tiger?
Now, the tiger petted him back, leaving a row of claw marks down his back deep enough to plant corn in. So what do you think Adam did?
I don't know.
Well, he took off running, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I guess.
Except he came to a river that was too wide. He didn't know how to swim, and it was right at this very moment that the entire history of the whole human race might never have been written if it hadn't happened that a herd of water buffalo was swimming the river just downstream. Adam didn't wait. He used their backs as stepping stones and hopped across to safety. Afterwards, he thought this was pretty nifty. If every time he was being chased by a wild something, he could run down to the river and hop on a thing to get away, and that's how the boat got invented.
And then what happened?
Well, of course he had the basic concept, but he still had to experiment with materials. So he tried water buffaloes again, lashing 25 or 30 together by their horns, but he discovered that that kind of raft had a tendency to stray off or drown. Next, he tried rocks, which were plentiful and wouldn't stray off or drown, but rocks were hard to lash together and good only for short distances in very shallow water. It was just like inventing the wheel. He had to experiment with everything. But sooner or later, he got around to trying wood, and the rest is history. From then on, the barging business really took off.
And then what?
Well, as I say, it took off. What then? Then the problem got to be too popular. In a couple of centuries, the Egyptians were cutting trees, thousands of them every year, out of the Great Sahara Forest to make barges for the Nile. You know what became of the Great Sahara Forest. The problem was they could only use a barge once. Once they floated it with their goods one time down the river, there was no way to get it back up again. Propulsion hadn't been invented.
What's propulsion?
Power. After a while, it was said there were so many abandoned barges floating about in the Mediterranean Sea, you could walk all the way from Egypt to Cyprus without getting your feet wet.
So then what?
Well, then eventually they had to come up with some means of propulsion, of course. There were a lot of experiments. There was one guy written about in the history books, Yamadi Fazuli, who almost came up with the idea of a sail barge. He studied the wind, you see, and he noticed that whenever there was wind, there were frequently clouds. And he figured clouds must attract the wind. So he had this idea. If he could make something that looked like a cloud and put it up, he could trick the wind into thinking it was a cloud, and the wind would blow around and blow his barge back up the river. He took a big piece of material, I think it was his tent, actually, and he sewed it on a framework and put the whole thing up in the air on a pole on his boat where the wind could see it. He waited for the wind, and sure enough, it came. But unfortunately, it worked too well because it blew his boat over and he drowned. So I guess that's an example of an idea ahead of its time. The Mississippi Queen, nice old piece of history, isn't it? So you can slide back over. Always try to go the straightest line. Aim for that green marker on the far shore.
So then what?
Luke, give me a break.
No, come on. I'm interested.
So, then, the Egyptians, who liked to use slaves to solve their problems, had the idea of using slaves for propulsion. The idea was they would round up 40 or 50, tie a rope around the neck of each one, and throw them all overboard with orders to swim ahead and pull the barge back upstream.
So then what?
Well, it worked. The only problem was they had to have soldiers stationed along the rails with long sticks to push the slaves back in every time there was some silly rumor about crocodiles.
Were there crocodiles?
Well, sure. Of course, when it wasn't a rumor, they would just haul in whichever rope was loose and bring up a new replacement.
Ew.
Well, eventually, somebody discovered that by swirling those sticks around in a certain way, it would actually make the barge go forward. So they invited the slaves back on board and gave them the sticks. That's how oars got invented. That's also how the inboard engine came to replace the outboard.
Uncle Jeb, is any of this true?
Of course it is. Those Egyptians were smart inventors. Of course, not always they were. Those great pyramids were supposed to be luxury ocean liners. They had the same problem with the rocks that Adam did.
Rocks do not float, Uncle Jeb.
Uh-huh. Is that right? What do you think we're pushing in front of us? We got as much weight as a respectable-sized pyramid. It's floating, isn't it? As I say, that was the best day. We passed through the big hairpin curves outside Cairo, Illinois, and then, rounding a final bend, came within sight of the confluence of the Ohio. I swung the helm hard over, and slowly our great length responded, coming around until our nose was pointing east-northeast, no longer south. For the first time on the trip, we were pushing upriver, not down, going against the current, not with it. The character of the river was changing, too. We were leaving behind the muddy Mississippi, encountering the greener waters of the Ohio, its color derived from the limestone and shale that the river flows over. If the Mississippi is an old man river, then the Ohio is a young greenhorn. Like any adolescent, its youthful exuberance had to be restrained a bit. In this case, behind a series of locks and dams that managed to control its excesses. Most of the time it did. From here to Pittsburgh, there were 20 locks and dams. Between us and our final destination above Cincinnati, there were 8. I was fairly certain to be piloting through at least 4. Something I was not looking forward to, since guiding a quarter-mile-long tow into a lock chamber is always tricky. The equivalent of parallel parking on a driver's test. I knew old Silas would be watching and grading every one. I was glad to get 2 under my belt that day without him being around. The 4th day was just as nice, weather-wise. Less so otherwise. There was an incident I should probably tell you about. The main drawback to that day compared to the day before was that Silas Buell had recovered. He had returned to the wheelhouse. No noticeable sweetening to his disposition. We were just passing Tell City, Indiana, coming up on the Cannelton Lock and Dam. I'd already steered us through 2 locks yesterday at Paducah, at Uniontown. At Paducah, I had scraped a little bit entering the lock chamber. Silas commented on my collision. He had noticed from his sick bed. He had noticed. Actually, it's pretty hard not to notice, since even the slightest touch sets off a chain reaction of shudders that travels the length of the tow. Same way a bump at the head of a freight train travels all the way to the caboose. It's oftentimes disconcerting to steer something this long from way at the back, but especially so when you're entering a lock. Imagine trying to park your car in the garage, and your front bumper is a quarter mile away. You can't see over the hood. You can't even see the end of the hood without binoculars. And it's a tight fit. 15 barges is the maximum you can lock through. 4 football fields. And definitely no room for the bleachers. Want to see what it's like? Try try sliding your hand inside a glove without touching the insides. I asked Buell how he thought I had handled Uniontown since I knew I had done that one flawlessly. He said he was sleeping. Probably killed a guy to ever say a complimentary word. I aimed a few more harmless remarks his way. He would shake his head or grunt or just walk out, reinforcing the notion I wasn't supposed to pay him any mind. Naturally, he could whenever he felt like it, but I couldn't. Truth was, I was getting fed up with his silly attitude. A more humorless man I never met. Never smiled. Probably couldn't. Probably if he did, his beak would fall off. Well, I decided if he was going to play his game on me, I'd play mine on him. I'd find some way to penetrate his hard shell and get down to the human being underneath. I awaited my opening. Candleton Lockmaster, this is the Nancy M.
Nancy M., this is Candleton. We'll be right with you, Captain. Hold for clearance.
Thank you, sir.
How long do we wait, Uncle Jeff?
Just until that tow coming out now gets past us. Then it'll be our turn to ride up. Willie, how we doing out there?
Right here, Captain. Standing by.
Uncle Jeff?
Yeah?
There's one thing I don't get.
What's that?
That towboat passing us is pushing coal going that way. And we're doing the same thing, pushing coal going this way.
It doesn't make sense, does it?
No, it doesn't.
That's because there are two kinds of coal. What we're pushing up is western coal, low salt. The stuff going down is high salt. They mix the two together, so it burns cleaner and we don't have to breathe dirty air.
Oh, okay.
Silas Buell suddenly broke in.
All right, boy, now you answer me this.
What?
How come you don't see loaded grain barges going upriver, too?
I don't know.
Well, think about it.
I don't know.
Give me a guess.
I don't know.
Not very intelligent. Children were more inquisitive when I was your age. This is the breadbasket of the world, sonny boy. Don't you know that?
No.
Well, it is. The grain comes from all these farms. Farms way back you can't even see. And it comes down to the river, and we transport it. It goes out and feeds the whole damn world. You ought to pay more attention to what they teach in school.
I saw my opening. That's right, Luke. Grain almost always goes downriver. Not that we towboaters care a lick one way or the other, but the American farmer sure does. Yep. That's what got me into so much trouble that time.
What happened?
I knew that would hook him. Kids always want to know about trouble.
Nancy M., we're ready for you now. Come ahead.
Candleton, thank you, sir.
What trouble was that, Uncle Jeff?
Well, here, Luke, why don't you handle the walkie-talkie? You relay my messages to Billy up front. Press here if you want to talk, otherwise keep your thumb on.
Okay. What trouble was that, Uncle Jeff?
Oh, geez, that was the time I almost wrecked the boat. Old Silas was listening now, too, I was sure of it.
200 feet, Captain.
Tell him thank you.
Thank you, Captain says.
Who's this?
This is Luke.
Oh, hi, Luke. 150 feet, Captain.
What trouble was that, Uncle Jeff?
Well, I was working for hire. Got hired to transport the first load of foreign wheat going upriver from New Orleans. I guess they hired me because they couldn't get anybody else to do it. The farmers up and down the river were hopping mad about it, talking threats. I didn't take them too seriously.
75 feet, Captain.
Yes, I should have.
Why? What happened?
3 feet off the guide wall, Captain.
Tell him.
Captain says, thank you.
Lukey, how you doing? You're doing real good up there, getting yourself some good practice. You're going to be a pilot like your uncle someday.
Should I?
Go ahead, you can answer.
Thanks. I hope so.
50 feet off, Captain. 2 feet off the guide wall. 30 feet off, Captain. 25 feet. 20 feet, 1 foot off the wall. 15. 10 feet. 5 and a foot off the door. You'll close the doors, Captain. Come ahead.
Well, like the camel's nose inside the tent, our nose was now slightly inside the lock chamber. Now for the rest of us to slide in. I hadn't bumped anything. The trickiest part over.
What happened in New Orleans?
Now, the farmers snuck on board night before we left. Pried off one of the hopper covers up front. Dumped in 100 sacks of sugar, 30 buckets of yeast. They pumped in Mississippi water from over the side.
What happened?
What happens when you add all that stuff to flour?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, it makes dough, don't it? The next day, traveling under a blazing sun that was really heating things up, the yeast began to ferment and incubate, hatch and multiply. The next thing I heard, this big pop forward. I saw a hatch cover go flying, and this dough started rising up, just like the blob.
I had to feed off the front wall, Captain.
So, thank you.
Captain says thank you. So, what happened?
Well, there wasn't much we could do to stop it. That hopper barge was nothing but a big bread tin. The sun was nothing but a brick oven.
250 feet off the front wall, Captain.
By noon, it had risen so much, I was having trouble seeing to steer. By noon 30, I was worried if we'd have enough clearance to make it under the bridges. The inside of the dough kept rising. The outside was baking into bread.
200 feet off the front wall.
Uncle Jeb, is any of this true?
Sure it is. I had to wake everybody up and put them all on double rations, but we couldn't keep up. I had to start throwing that bread overboard.
175 feet off the front wall, Captain.
That bread going over? Pretty soon, we had a flock of screaming seagulls behind us, like a swarm of locusts. The whole water off our wake was black with the backs of catfish sticking out.
100 feet, Captain.
They followed us all the way to St. Paul.
Come on, Uncle Jeb. None of this is true.
We were almost all the way in the lock chamber. Already the huge doors behind us were swinging closed.
50 feet, Captain.
Of course it's true. If it's not true, tell me, why are there Mississippi catfish in Minnesota? And how come you find seagulls in Iowa, where there's no sea around for 500 miles?
20 feet, Captain.
They've followed us up.
15. 10 feet, Captain. Kill it off.
I looked at Silas. I was looking to see if he noticed how expertly I guided us in. Also, to see if I had penetrated his hard shell. He wouldn't look at me. But there was a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, which I counted as a smile. So, I had won. I had cracked his mask. I hadn't gotten through to a human being, though. It was more like I unleashed a monster. I found out a humorless Silas Buell was 100 times better than one who thought he was being funny.
Sonny boy, go in.
Yes, sir?
Closer.
Yes, sir?
Kick me in the leg.
What?
Yeah, I heard me. Kick me in the leg.
How come?
I didn't say to ask questions. I said kick me. No, harder than that. Really do it.
I don't want to.
Boy, you do what I tell you.
Luke backed away, looking shocked. I'm not sure he got it was a plastic leg. The most horrible thing was Buell's appalling laugh. He watched for Luke to look his way again. When he did, he reached 4 fingers inside his mouth and pulled out his upper plate. Held it out. Luke's face couldn't hide his revulsion. This sent Buell into another gale of laughter at the boy's expense. Luke looked away. He didn't want to look again, but who could help it? When he did, old Silas was ready. Tipping his head back, he jammed his thumb up his eye socket, causing his glass eye to pop out so high he caught it with the same hand. Silas looked at the boy, and he roared. Luke's lower lip trembled, his eyes pooling tears. Luke, why don't you go down to the galley, see what Millie's making us for dinner?
Okay, Uncle Jeb.
You know, Mr. Buell, that kind of humor might be fine for a grown man, but for a young boy who's sensitive as he is, it's flat out cruel. I don't think that was very funny.
Is that right? Well, is that right?
Well, that really tore it. Probably stupid on my part to say something, but I didn't care. I felt better for it. Nightfall came on. The reflection of the water showing off the sky like the reflection off a chrome bumper. The dark hills growing darker. Shadows coming out from the riverbanks. Moving upriver is like pushing into the future. I looked ahead at the next few days, and all I thought I had to worry about were 1 or 2 more locks. If I had had any inkling of what really lay ahead, but thank God I didn't, I suppose. That's probably the reason the future is kept hidden from us, isn't that right? If we actually knew what disasters were coming up, pretty soon everything would shut down. After all, who would ride on a roller coaster, knowing on the next trip it was destined to jump the rails? Disasters lay before us, everything would shut down, wouldn't it? No planes would fly, no trains, no ocean liners, no anything that was due up for disaster. And the same applies to a towboat pushing 40 million pounds of coal.
I'm sorry. This will have to end. Mr. Hardy, your visitor will have to come back tomorrow.
Yes, certainly.
Nurse, I'm right in the middle of something.
Will you shut that off, please?
No, leave it on. Nurse, you're interrupting.
Mr. Hardy, I'm in charge.
I'm the one inhabiting this body, and I can tell you it's doing fine. Now let me finish. I'll rest much better once I get all this off my chest.
No, I'm sorry. As long as you're a patient in this hospital...
Nurse, get out. Now!
Well, I'll see the doctor hears about this.
Mr. Hardy, are you sure?
Wait. If she hears, you should come back.
You really shouldn't overtax yourself.
Oh, I wasn't. That was my authoritative yell. I need one, being the size I am, with freckles, perpetually looking like I belong on a box of Wheaties.
Come on, you don't look that young.
Last year, in my hometown, a storekeeper mistook me for someone else. Asked if I was going to the senior prom.
I wish I had your problem.
You don't have any problems? No?
Yes. Maybe we should keep going before they come back to throw me out. I'll just rewind.
As long as you're a patient in this hospital...
Nurse, get out.
Shall I erase?
Now! You don't have to. At least they'll know I can yell. Sometimes it's vital when you have to give an order. I had to give several like that the night this all came down. I yelled that way at Silas Buell. Did he tell you that? About the same time I was picking him up and slamming him against the wall. Did he mention that too?
With the possibility of rain developing to the north. Forecast for the region including greater Cincinnati and west 100 miles to Louisville. Sunny, pleasant, slight chance of an afternoon thunder shower, possibly accompanied by strong winds, rain locally heavy. However, most of the region is expected to enjoy clement weather as summer-like conditions overspread the area.
22. United States Coast Guard Group Ohio Valley notice to navigation. To all river traffic located downstream of mile 436 on the Ohio River, Captain Anthony Meldal Lodge Dam, 7 a.m. A breakaway barge is lodged in a lower gate at the Meldal Dam, preventing its full operation. No structural damage was sustained. Pool levels above and below the dam will not be affected. All walking through activities are proceeding as normal. Removal of the obstruction has commenced and should be completed within 72 hours. This is United States Coast Guard Group, Ohio Valley, 7 a.m. report.
72 hours? Must have really gotten stuck.
What happened?
Probably need a floating crane to lift it out.
What happened, Uncle Jeb?
Well, they didn't say exactly. The barge may have gotten off its mooring upstream and drifted down on the dam before they could catch it. Or it might have been pilot error. That's happened before.
How was that?
Well, for instance, imagine a northbound tow like us pushing 30 barges, not 15. But 15 is all the lock can handle, so he has to double through. He uncouples and takes the front half up in the lift and pushes it forward to the end of the guide wall where he's going to tie off and go back for the rest. Except he doesn't quite get it tied off. Deckhands are sloppy. Somebody misses lassoing a timber head. The pilot's in a hurry. He doesn't kill her off, check the headway, and already he's gone back for the rest. The front half is still drifting forward. Not fast, but it doesn't have to be. That amount of weight is a lot of inertia to overcome. You can't just reach out and stop it with your hands. If you don't get a line on it, you can't stop it at all.
So, what happens?
Everybody panics. They all scramble. The towboat's out of reach because it's already going back down in the lift. Before they can mobilize, the lead barge drifts out beyond the guide wall, and the current snatches it, sends it drifting down on the side of the dam. And you end up with a jammed roller gate and a lot of red faces. If you're going to be a pilot, you have to be precise and pay attention.
I know.
I snuck a look to see if Silas Buell was listening. I was aiming some of this at him. Inwardly, I felt like a coward trying to make amends for yesterday. But today was probably our last. If he was going to okay me this job, there was still a chance. It wouldn't hurt to show I knew something. Of course, later, I wish I'd never bothered. The day continued to grow finer. Having passed Louisville, we were encountering more recreational boaters. Around 11, a couple of muscle guys on jet skis came zooming up behind us. They were zigzagging off our wake, riding our rooster tail. Looked like fun, and they were bent on having it, but they didn't realize what risks they were running. 40 million pounds up a river takes a lot of thrust. For that, we've got two propellers, each 11.5 feet in diameter, powered by two train-sized diesel engines, reaching tip speeds of 90 miles per hour. No big deal, except the water coming out the back is moving about 70 miles per hour. It takes a long while to slow up. If those two nitwits on skis had talent for brains instead of muscles, they might have stopped to think what happens if you fall off into something moving 70 miles per hour the other way. Not even steroid muscles can hold up to that. And it's not like falling off a pair of water skis either, because in this case, it's the water moving fast, not the skier. Water's heavy, dense, and very rigid when it's turbulent. But the goddess of dumb luck was smiling on them, and after a while they departed. Just before midday, I put us through at Markland, steering perfectly. Once again, old Silas said nothing. It would kill him to ever say something commendable. I went to lunch, and then to my cabin for rest before the night watch. The sky was blue as I went in, not a cloud anywhere casting a shadow. The way I figure it, this was just about the time it was beginning to rain up north. By 6 p.m., when I came on watch again, they were already issuing advisories.
This is NOAA Weather Radio with a 6 p.m. weather advisory. A line of fast-moving thunder showers and rain squalls has erupted north, spreading eastward, fed by a low-pressure system centered above Lake Michigan. Weather stations across north and central Ohio, extending south to below Columbus, are reporting heavy rain. Rainfall is not expected to reach the tri-state area. At this hour, little change in river conditions is anticipated owing to the fast-moving nature of this front. However, boaters and other marine interests are advised to keep aware. Monitor this channel for further updates. This has been a 6 p.m. weather advisory from NOAA Weather Radio.
The sky was still basically cloudless. There was a thin line now appearing on the northeast horizon. The moon was already up and full, a pale ghost that the eye scanning the sky caught and then lost again. Tonight it would be bright as a lighthouse if the clouds didn't thicken up and obscure it. By 8 p.m., it was no longer a line of thunder showers, but an intense band of heavy downpours, no longer characterized as fast-moving. Plus, they began using words like ground saturation, runoff, and one that I wasn't overly fond of, hazardous.
Securite, 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 United States Coast Guard Group, Ohio Valley Advisory to all marine and shore interests located downstream of mile 436 on the Ohio River. Captain Anthony Meldal, Lock and Dam, 8 p.m. The breakaway barge, which lodged in the roller gate of the Meldal Dam early this morning, has not been removed. The obstruction is preventing a roller gate at the dam from closing. As a result, excess runoff from heavy rains occurring north and east of the river cannot be withheld or delayed. 7 p.m., Meldal reported no change in river conditions. As of 8 p.m., Meldal reports a 1-foot rise, current doubling to 10 miles per hour. A small boat advisory is in effect. Small boats are recommended to seek shelter. Commercial interests advised, proceed with caution. This has been an 8 p.m. advisory, United States Coast Guard Group, Ohio Valley, out.
A hole in the dam sounded serious, but wasn't that serious. These dams across the Ohio are not like those big hydroelectric dams out west. These don't really store water, they regulate it. They're placed there like steps in a fish ladder, and each dam controls the level of the next step. They can't really hold back water, but they can delay it. Most times. Not this time, however. The next weather update came only a half hour later. The picture it painted was even more ominous.
Securite, Securite, Securite. Stand by on Channel 22 Alpha for United States Coast Guard Advisory. Securite, Securite, Securite. United States Coast Guard Group, Ohio Valley with an 8:30 p.m. advisory. The Ohio River and all tributary streams in the southwest, southern, and southeast Ohio, including Little Miami, Scioto, Muskingum, are now experiencing flash flooding conditions. A frontal system has stalled, heavy rains continuing. Rainfall, which invaded further south than expected, is producing hazardous river conditions. Stations south is Portsmouth on the Ohio River reporting 2-foot rise from 7 to 8 p.m., an additional 1-foot rise within the past half hour. Heavy rains will gradually taper off as the system slowly works east, departing the area by 10 p.m. tonight. However, river levels will continue to rise, cresting in most areas, not occurring until the early a.m. hours. Meantime, hazardous boating conditions will exist. Small boat advisories in effect. Look out for strong currents, rising waters, floating debris. Small boats are advised to seek shelter. Commercial interests proceed with caution. This has been an 8:30 p.m. advisory from the United States Coast Guard Group, Ohio Valley. Next update is in 1.5 hours. Out.
I still figured we could outrun the worst of it. Meldal hadn't gone up that much, yet. Portsmouth sounded like they were catching it worse, but Portsmouth was another 40 miles upriver. We only had to make another 16 to New Richmond, and we'd be tied up, secure, by the time the worst of it hit. There was one other factor to consider, and that was what lay ahead of us. We were coming into the hills around Cincinnati. The twilight landscape was looming larger and higher. The effect was like entering a gorge. It wasn't just an illusion of nightfall either. The hills on both sides really did encroach, reducing the width of the river, bringing into play that law of physics called the Venturi effect. Same volume of water, squeezed through a smaller opening, increases its velocity. Add to that the Cincinnati bridges, 7 of them, crossing over from Cincinnati to Kentucky, a hazard by themselves that you might hit one. But the bridge supports also occupied part of the riverbed, compressing it further increasing its speed. We passed Old South Harbor. We were coming up on the first of the bridges, the railroad bridge. I would have to decide soon. Once we started through, we'd have to press on. Beyond the bridges, there were too many other hazards to contend with. The Dayton bar to hang us up. The old ice piers that could tear out our bottom. Then there was 7 Mile Bend itself. One of the wickedest curves in the river. If the Ohio River was like a water slide, then 7 Mile Bend was definitely its fastest chute. There'd be no good places at all to hold up until we got beyond the Little Miami River and the bridge at Interstate 275.
Mr. Hardy, you're shivering.
Am I?
We've got to stop.
No, I want to finish it.
All right, but can you rest a minute?
You talked to them?
Yes, I did.
How they doing?
Baby's fine. The little girl's recovering. The parents are like zombies, functioning barely. I think they're going to need counseling to really get over this. I'm trying to arrange some.
You are?
Yes. Why?
No reason. I take it you're the kind of person who has difficulty not getting involved.
Now you sound like my law school professor. She said I should have been a social worker. I can't help it. I like representing people, not barges. Anyway, I did talk to them. They were a young family just moved out from Cape Cod. Experienced ocean sailors, but no experience at all on river. That didn't seem to worry them. As the husband told me, it wasn't like the ocean. You couldn't really get lost on it. Even in fog, you were never that far from shore.
It's getting late, honey.
Come on, at least come take a look at it.
Dad, which one is it?
Keep going.
The boat was at a marina up the Little Miami, a mile or so above the Ohio. It was brand new. They had just gotten it.
Is that it?
That's it.
Whoa, wicked awesome.
Very nice.
You like it?
They decided to go for a quick spin before nightfall. They began having engine trouble before they left the dock. When the engine caught, they cast off, but it quit again.
Hooray!
There. Wait, Nikki, don't cast off.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't ready for you to.
They were drifting out on the current. I don't think any of them realized the danger.
I really don't understand it.
Harden, I don't like the looks of this current. We're being swept out. Look how muddy it is.
I know.
If you can't start the engine...
I'll start it. I'll start one of them. Just, we better tie off until I can. When we drift near the bank, I'll have a chance. Whoa!
Oh, my God, this current is way too strong.
Okay, let's everybody get our life jackets on. One for you. This one's your size.
Okay.
There, all the way fastened.
What about Junior?
He's too small. We'll just hold him.
Cindy, I want you to stay seated. Keep holding your brother. Should I try paddling?
It won't do much good except to fend off if we have to. Look, when we drift near shore, when there's a chance, I'll grab onto something and tie us off. Let's get a line ready.
I hate it. We're spinning. Look at this current. How could it be this bad?
I don't know. And here's a chance. On this side. Come over on this side. Hold my hand. I'm going to reach out.
Honey?
I can't. No. Missed it. Look, there's a limb we'll pass under. Get ready. I'm going to grab for it.
Be careful.
I've got to get up higher. I've got to stand up here.
Be careful.
Hold my leg.
Nikki, hold the baby better than that. Hold the baby.
Hold my leg. I've got it. I've got it.
Let's go. Let's go. We're going to swim. Yeah, let's go.
Don't yell at me.
Sorry. Water was almost through.
Mom, too.
Hush, Nikki.
What do we do?
Listen. All right, listen. We'll be at the Ohio River in just a few minutes. It's wider. The current will slow down. We can make it short. I'll call somebody. I'll call Rusty.
Daddy, are we all right?
We're fine, Nikki. We're fine. Just look after... Actually, Cindy, why don't you hold the baby now?
Hand him to me.
I hope we get out of this soon.
We're going to.
It's getting so dark. Do we have a flashlight?
I didn't bring one.
A radio? Is some way we can call?
We can yell to shore if we see someone.
Do we have an air horn or a whistle or something?
I can whistle.
We'll all yell if we have to, if we see anybody.
In the meantime, what do we do?
Nothing. We're fine. When we get to the Ohio, we'll slow down. I'll be able to paddle to shore and call someone. In the meantime, I'll get one of these engines started.
Honey, I smell gasoline.
I do too.
Oh, damn!
What?
Gasoline has leaked into the bilge. You must have turned the fuel line valve the wrong way.
I did it the way you said.
Well, it's leaked anyway.
Oh, my God.
Dad?
It's all right. We're safe. We're fine. We can't try the engine or the outboard motor anymore. We don't dare fire the spark plugs. Look, we're coming to the mouth. There's the Ohio up ahead. Look, there are 2 people on the shore.
Hey! Hello! Could you help us?
Help us! Help!
Over here! Help! We have no power!
Cindy, hush the baby. I can't hear.
What? No, but we have no power! The current's too swift! We're being swept down! We have children on board! Thank you!
Hurry! Thank you!
Oh, well, that's good.
Daddy, are we all right?
Yes, we are, honey. We're all right now. We're fine. Help's on its way. We can all just relax. Look around. We're on the Ohio River now. This is our maiden voyage. We might as well enjoy it.
I'll enjoy it when it's over.
I can't wait to get
Oh, come on now, you two. Where's your adventuresome spirit? Look, we've slowed down like I said we would. Even Junior likes it. Reminds him of his cradle at home.
The currents carried us out into the middle. I'd prefer to be closer to shore.
Well, there's nothing around us that's going to cause us any problems. There's that tow barge going down river, too, same way we are. It's already past us.
Daddy, I'm scared.
No need to be, honey. You see, there's a big curve coming up. You see those lights in the sky around the bend up there? That's the city of Cincinnati. It really lights up the sky. Must be a game going on at Riverfront Stadium. As soon as we get around there, we'll be a lot more visible for people to see us and pick us up. I'm sure the Coast Guard's on the way already.
What should we do about the gasoline?
I'm not sure whether a lot leaked out or a little. Not too much, I guess, but just be careful.
Daddy, I want to go home.
We will soon, sweetheart. I promise we will. Just be patient. Look at the moon.
Right when the moon comes out, it's dark when it goes away. I wish it would come out.
It will soon. Pretty soon. It's behind that big cloud. Do you see? It's going to come out pretty soon.
Dear, would you look at that bonfire burning on shore?
Yes?
It's moving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Watch it. I swear it is.
Cindy, it's because we're moving.
Honey, that fire is moving.
You're right.
Here comes the moon out.
Oh, my God. Where's the paddle? Quick, the paddle.
Honey?
Never mind. We've got to try the engine.
Wait, the gasoline.
It doesn't matter. We have to risk it.
Why?
That fire is on a coal barge.
Okay, but we're going to miss it. It's way over against the shore.
You don't get it. It's coming around the bend. Look, the towboat. See? Just coming into sight. The fire and that boat are connected. The fire is on that boat. All that in between, all that black, it's all barges.
We have to get out of the way. Do something. We have to get out of here.
Wow. Brother. So that's what was going on, huh?
They were terrified. I would be.
What a mess. I'm glad I didn't know. I had enough of a mess on my hands without him. Once I made the decision to press on, I called ahead to clear traffic. This is the Nancy M. calling for any traffic. Any concerned river traffic heading southbound above 7 Mile Bend. This is the Nancy M. northbound out of Cincinnati.
This is Sinbad back, Captain. I'll read you. Go to 13.
Nancy M. on 13.
Well, yeah, Cap, I'm headed your way up here at mile 463, just above Little Miami. You going to clear those bridges before I get there?
Come ahead. I'll be through in plenty of time.
Well, good. I'm looking forward to seeing you. What kind of speed you making?
I'm making 4 against the shore, but I'm pushing to make it.
Yeah, I'm making about 15 miles an hour. I'm not lifting a finger. Once you step through those bridges, I'll tell you what, I figure we'll be meeting each other around 7 Mile Bend, so why don't we see each other on one whistle?
He was being a gentleman. The one whistle meant passing port to port. On a left-hand curve, he was offering me the inside track. It's hard to explain unless you're a pilot, but it's about the same as 2 people meeting on a sidewalk and the other fellow stepping out of the way. Thank you very kindly, Captain. That's much appreciated. One whistle it is. Have a good night.
Safe trip.
We were coming up to the I-75 bridge. I noticed our ground speed dropping, even though I hadn't slacked off. Indication of stronger current. It was taking us 3 minutes stem to stern to pass a point on shore. I increased our RPMs, then added a bit more. I wanted to get this over with. We were coming through downtown Cincinnati. I could see the stadium and the Coliseum. The Reds were playing a night game. I couldn't see any of the action, but the stadium lights were sure illuminating the sky above it. I was lining up for the next bridge. A party boat was passing by, full of revelers. I was watching out for little boats. There are always several buzzing around like gnats every time I pass through here. There were 2 restaurants on moorings on the Kentucky side that looked full to capacity. A speedboat was overtaking us on the right. A couple of dumbos with a couple of bimbos in the back seats. They were intoxicated. I was fairly sure of it. I could see beer cans. The motor jockey at the wheel kept glancing over at us as they surged ahead. Just by looking at him, I could tell what he was thinking. It's happened on the river before. A variation of the old daredevil routine of racing a train to the crossing. In this case, we were the train.
This is Sinbad calling for the Nancy.
Luke, keep your eye on that guy. Tell me if he starts to cross our bow.
How will I know?
Now, you'll see his port light showing red. That means he's turning. I think he's going to cut in front.
Stupid young punks ought to be taken off the river.
And shot. I could almost hear him ahead. Sinbad, this is the Nancy M. Go to 13.
Sinbad on 13. Captain, I'm going to suggest we make a little change and meet on 2 whistles.
Starboard to starboard. He was forcing me to take the outside of the curve.
I'm up here abreast of the ice piers. Since we passed Little Miami, I'm getting a little more current than I'm comfortable with. And I want to be sure to be lined up with those bridges. You're about through, aren't you?
I couldn't argue. His was the downbound boat. He had the right of way. That's right. We're just about to pass under the Singing Bridge now.
So, Jeff, he's cutting across.
Son of a... I leaned on the horn, but it didn't do any good. They disappeared from view. Okay, Sinbad. 2 whistle it is. Thank you.
Funny, man. Much obliged, Captain.
The speedboat had disappeared because from where I am in the pilot house, looking forward across 4 football fields, there's a 300-foot blind spot in front of me. All I could do was count the seconds, estimating their speed when they should be appearing out the other side. 1001, 1002. Pretty soon, if they didn't show, I'd have to back her down. No other choice. 1003, 1004. But you don't stop these vessels on a dime, not unless your dime is 500 to 1,000 feet long. 1005, 1006. I laid on the horn once more. Then I saw them. They had made it across, but barely. They were sitting, idling just out of our path. Their motor was running. Something must have damaged their propeller, hitting a submerged log, maybe. From the ashen look on their faces, I could tell something had gone wrong. They were badly shook. They all looked sober now, that's for sure. I stepped out to yell at them anyway.
Do that again! Stay back! Stay back!
We were passing under the Singing Bridge. I glanced down at the bridge support where the river was flowing around it. There I could get a visual sense of how fast the current was really running. In the lurid reflection from the city lights, I could see how much force was in it. I didn't like it. I didn't like it one bit. What's more, the barges themselves were waking up, rubbing and issuing low moans and groans like the lowing of water buffalo. Another indication of the current's strength. I sent Willie and Eugene forward to tighten down as much as they could. I've already mentioned the problem of slackness. It's doubly so when you're pushing upriver. What it's like? Imagine 15 shopping carts loaded with groceries, and you're pushing them in a line going the wrong way on a moving conveyor belt that has curves to it. You're pushing from the back with one hand, holding a block of wood. That's about the best way to describe it. We were leaving the immediate downtown area, the hills and darkness closing in on us again as we left the stadium and city lights behind us. The dark clouds between us and the moon were shutting out moonlight like a camera shutter, but the clouds above us and behind were pure white by the moon's radiance. They looked artificial, like decoys. We were coming to the head of 7 Mile Bend, the near shore pulling back, the far shore sliding across. I was looking for Sinbad's bow lights to show. I checked the radar for smaller traffic, but there were so many blips on the screen from snags and other drift coming down, it was impossible to tell one blip from the other. I saw the bow of Sinbad coming around the bend. I moved wider in the curve to give him room. This put me in the strongest part of the current. Water accelerates coming around a bend. It flows fastest on the outside. As soon as Sinbad was past, I would begin easing us back to the inside track, but there would be a dangerous moment, as I would have to angle back across the current and risk topping in the channel. Topping is turning sideways. If I didn't keep enough power on, we could begin to topple over. Once it starts, it's hard to correct. Like balancing a stack of plates against gravity. Once they start to go over, it's hard to get under them again. If you don't watch it, you're sideways. Then you're out of control. Then you break apart. Breaking apart in this case meant letting loose 15 unguided missiles traveling 12 miles an hour with payloads of 1,500 tons or so, and more or less aiming them at the bridges and restaurants downtown, at the bridges where people would be passing over after the game, at the restaurants where patrons were enjoying coffee and dessert. Topping was to be avoided at all costs. I stopped worrying about that problem because I noticed the faint glow spreading brighter at our bow. I snatched up the binoculars. I could see flames, too. Full fire in the lead barge. Run down and wake up Mr. Bull. Tell him I want him out on the tow with a walkie-talkie right away. Tell him I want him to look out for me. You understand?
Right up the General.
Come right back. Silas, call up the Coast Guard.
Nancy, this is Sinbad. You folks know you got a problem. I can see flames on your bow.
Shoot. Damn, man. Do what I tell you.
Captain, if I can be of any assistance, let me know.
Sinbad, that's it. We know we're managing. Thank you.
Hello, Captain.
I see your light. I don't know. I see flames, not just smoke. I doubt it's spontaneous combustion. We nearly ran over a boat back there. Maybe they did. Something got dropped on us back at the bridges. I never saw anything, though. I watched their progress moving out on the tow. Luke returned to the pilot house. Silas grudgingly called the Coast Guard. The Sinbad was passing to starboard.
Okay, I'm out here, Captain. You're right. Looks like a railroad flare just set it off. Flames, plenty of smoke. I think we nailed it, though. Yes, sir. Get that boat going. Let's go.
Bart?
Get it
we doing up there? No, I mean up ahead. Are we clear? I said, are we... What was that? Mark, what's happening up there? I'm going up there. Luke, stay here. Silas, take the wheel.
Sorry, I'm not authorized.
Listen, you old fool. You're on this boat. Now you do what I tell you. Take the wheel. I grabbed a walkie-talkie. Hold this course. I grabbed a flashlight. As soon as Sinbad goes by, I need to make a crossing. Do it rapidly. Don't take any power off unless I tell you. I grabbed a first aid kit, 2 blankets, a life jacket. Luke, stay here.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Stay on the walkie-talkie.
Okay.
I had to do some nimble-footed running to get out there. I was running the gunnels. A slip one way, I'd land on a pile of coal. Slip the other, and, well, I might get a leg rubbed off the way old Silas did. I was having trouble carrying the stuff, keeping the flashlight aimed and jumping over wires, timber heads, and hatch covers. A working tow is an obstacle course, even by day. By night, it's treacherous. The clouds shutting out the moon were not helping. It wasn't exactly a 50-yard dash either, more like a 325-yard dash. By the time I was 4 rows out, it felt like a marathon. I had to slow up, stop for a minute. The towboat engine was barely audible. I could just pick out the sound of the pumps working up ahead. Hopefully, everything would be solved by the time I got there. Everybody rescued, the fire put out. I had about 1 million things running through my mind. Chief among them, did I do right in not stopping the tow the minute I hit another boat? The first rule of the water is safeguard human life. Fine. But which do you safeguard? The people we ran over? Dead by now, if they weren't rescued. What about the public downriver below us? No, this was right. One calamity was enough. I had to make sure we didn't create another, much bigger. Then I heard him calling.
Where are you?
He was in the duck pond. Barges have a raked bow and a squared-off stern. When 2 are joined, a gap is created called the duck pond. I followed the voice to the nearest opening. I lay down on my stomach with a flashlight, looked under.
Help me! Please! Help me!
Okay, Mr. Matthews. Hang on. We're going to get you out. He was out of reach. He had managed to wedge himself. Okay. We've got a man stuck in the duck pond between 12 and 15. Billy, Eugene, I'm going to need some help. Silas, keep a steady on. He's wedged himself. I think our constant speed is helping to hold him up. Let's move it. Help's coming. How you doing? All right, now, listen to me. You go under. We're going to come up again in about 20 seconds, maybe less.
Hurry!
I'll be there to grab for you.
Hurry!
Try to work your way left. A couple of feet.
No!
He went under. I dropped everything but the flashlight and took off running. I was racing against the current. If he was going to have any chance at all of surviving, I had to get there first and be ready when he came up. I arrived at the next opening and leapt across. I flung myself down, secured both feet under a wire. Dangerous, but I had to have leverage. I dangled across the opening from my waist. My arms were outstretched. I was holding the flashlight aimed down, trying to give him something to see underwater, something to swim for. I hung there. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. 5. Had he already gone by? Should I run back? One thing I found out. You can prepare yourself for a lot of things, but the sudden onslaught of a drowning man is not one of them. He erupted out of the white foam water in front of me, grabbing onto me, grabbing my arms, my back, climbing for the sky, clawing for the sky. The result was, he got out, but I went in. The instant I entered the water, The incline of the bow closed over me, sliding me down 9 feet, before it leveled off and began sliding above. With one hand raised, I could feel the mossy bottom sliding over me. I kept my fingers touching to keep from losing sense of which way was up in the total blackness. Without a life jacket, my clothes saturated, my shoes on, I had a tendency to sink. But the swiftness of the current was counteracting, helping keep me up. The sensation was not that I was moving, but that the barge above me was speeding by. It was essential not to panic. There was no chance of swimming sideways, the current too powerful. I could never make it in time, nor on one breath. I waited for the end of the barge and kicked hard for the surface. My heavy clothes were slowing me. Too late. The bow of the next barge was already on top of me, tipping me backwards, sliding me down its face, and worst of all, I never caught a good breath. There would be one more chance, one final duck pond. I kicked off my shoes. I couldn't risk shedding anything more. I had to be ready. My lungs were hurting. I began to think more about air than grabbing on. This time, whatever happened, I was determined to capture a fresh lungful. I felt the end of the barge and kicked upward, expelling air as I went. Down the incline again with a stolen lungful. I was underneath the final barge now. Next would come the towboat and the suction. The underneath of a towboat has 2 giant funnels that lie before the propellers. They pull water in and compress it before it reaches the props to create maximum thrust. A certain death trap to anything caught in its pull. At least I knew what I had to do. I couldn't go up. I couldn't swim sideways. I couldn't swim forward. There was only one direction to go, and that was down. I curled into a tuck position, brought my legs over my head. I tried pushing off, but the current, the moving boat, the mossy bottom made me slip, and all I did was tumble over once or twice and lose my orientation. I got it back. I curled again for one final try, probably my last if I missed. I pushed off, and this time got enough of a solid spring to propel myself downward. The darkness no less total, but the temperature cooling off told me I was descending. I kicked hard, using up oxygen, but I had to get deep quickly. Little lights were darting behind my eyes, my lungs screaming. It was difficult to head down and not up. I could feel fingers of suction pulling at me. I felt the bottom suddenly come up, and I flattened myself against it, gathering up an armful of mud to hold me down, burrowing down like a frog in the muck. The boat must be almost over me now. I could feel the upward suction pulling like a vacuum cleaner. I fought to hold on. The urge to open my mouth and breathe in was so strong, but the pain in my lungs was actually less. The lights behind my eyes flashing brighter, my mind becoming drowsy. I was going out. I had to let go. It was either come up now or don't bother. I let go and felt myself immediately drifting upwards. Then a great force hit. A blow aimed mostly at my back. Whatever air was left in my lungs got expelled. I felt a separation in my shoulder. My head snapped forward. I blacked out. I was weightless in some murky way station in the netherworld. Curtains of hazy light hanging down. I felt I was out of my body, devoid of sensation, not thinking, not planning, no ambition, just waiting to be processed into some afterlife. It took me a long while to realize what the curtains were. Moonlight. Dimly I perceived I must not be more than a foot or two beneath the surface. With one arm and one leg working, I managed a feeble kick upwards. I was looking up at everything. The night sky, the clouds, the city and her bridges, people on it, going home after the game. Nobody saw me. Then a few did. Then they all did. I didn't feel pain. I wasn't even cold. It was peaceful. I couldn't hear what they were saying because my ears had gone back underwater. They looked concerned, but I wasn't. I almost smiled because this was the same feeling, sort of, that I remember when my mother was having me baptized. I guess some people take more immersing than others. There was a guy on the bridge climbing over the railing, about to jump in to help me, but they stopped him. People are good, everywhere. I heard the whine of an outboard. A bright searchlight struck me in the face and held on. For the first time, I noticed how muddy the water was around me. More people crossing over, stopping to watch, cheering as they hauled me out. The game was over. I wonder who won. I wonder. It was exciting.
Mr. Hardy? Mr. Hardy, are you awake? The attorney is here to see you again.
Is this a good time?
Sure, Claire, come on in.
I just stopped by for a minute. I know you'll be getting out soon. I wanted to let you know Silas Buell has decided to retire permanently.
Oh, really? Well, that's good.
Also, I have to give you this.
What's this? Is this the action they're going to take against me? Am I being sued? There must be some mistake. It says, Captain.
No mistake.
Really? Really? And I suppose you had nothing to do with this.
I presented your case.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. People, not barges. Well, I'll tell you what, Miss Knight. I'm feeling pretty good all of a sudden.
You are?
I'm tired of this hotel.
I imagine.
What say I check out and you drive me home?
Glad to.
Luke will probably be there. You can meet my new niece.
Love to.
You can stay for dinner.
I'd like that.
And I'll tell you about it all over again.
I'm listening.
You have been listening to Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater's presentation of Danger at 7 Mile Bend. The actors: Richard Thomas played Jeb Hardy.
The reflection of the water showing off the sky like the reflection off a chrome bumper.
Nicole Noel was Claire Knight.
I wish I had your problem.
John Hartford was the U.S. Coast Guard.
The breakaway barge was lodged in the lower gate of the Meldal Dam early this morning has not been removed.
Stephen Russell played Marvin and the announcer.
Come on, we're not living on the ocean anymore. Let's learn to enjoy motorboating.
Anne-Marie Lang was Cindy.
Honey, that fire is moving.
David C. Wallace was Silas Buell.
Yeah, we kicked me in the leg.
Captain Edgar Allan Poe played the captain of the Sinbad.
Much obliged, Captain.
Mark Birmingham played Pullman and Willie.
You close the doors, Captain. Come ahead.
Connie Birmingham was the nurse.
See, the doctor hears about this.
Alex Birmingham was Luke.
What trouble was that, Uncle Jim?
Stephen Oney was Noah Weather.
This is Noah Weather Radio with a 6 p.m. weather advisory.
Catherine Oney was Nikki.
Here comes the moon, Al.
Ethan Paulini, Lenny. Chris Fuller, Polly. And Gary Thorup, the kid.
What are you going to do?
Keep it down there.
Paul, you can't do that.
Daniel Bauer was the baby. This program was produced by Stephen Oney and Mark Birmingham. Written and directed by Steven Thomas Oney. Engineering, mix, and original music by Mark Birmingham. Tonight's program was recorded at Rosemead, Los Angeles. Additional recording at HT Studio, Cape Cod, National Geographic Headquarters, Washington, D.C., and Opryland, USA, Nashville. Copyrighted by Steven Thomas Oney for Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater. Special thanks to John Todd, Jim Geyer, Bob Limley, Vince Wynn, Dr. Jeffrey Oney, Debbie Oney, Fred Moorhead, Nancy Morris, and the crew of the Maurice F. Alverson. Extra special thanks to Captain Edgar Allan Poe. This is Mark Birmingham wishing you a pleasant evening and inviting you to tune in again when the fog rolls in on another chapter of Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater.
Grateful acknowledgement to Cincinnati Millicron, National Geographic Society, Midland Guardian Transport Company, Opryland, USA, United States Coast Guard, American Waterways Operators, and the River School in Memphis.
It's a foggy night on old Cape Cod. A perfect night for a mystery. Tonight, Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater presents an original mystery thriller entitled Murder from the Bridge. Listen quietly for a moment. Can you hear it? Standing where you are, do you hear that sound? The endlessly repeating sound of the foghorn, of course, but every once in a while, there is something else. There. Did you hear it? It's the sound of another automobile crossing onto the Sagamore Bridge. Looking up from where you are, you can see it now. This gargantuan structure towering above you with its bridge lights nearly lost in the drifting fog. The cars that travel across are reduced by their distance to almost toy-like proportions. Listen closer now. There's another sound. A quieter sound. It is the sound of silent water swirling behind one of the huge supports. There's something down there in the dark water. Something floating just under the surface. What is that thing? Can you make it out?
Architecturally speaking, they are without question the most striking feature that one encounters when first visiting the Cape. Certainly, if you travel by car, they are an almost unavoidable encounter. I'm speaking, of course, of the two bridges, the twin spans of gleaming silver girders that stretch from one side of the Cape Cod Canal to the other. As bridges go, they're not the longest nor the tallest, although their height seems accentuated by the generally low-level surroundings of the topography. Constructed 7 miles apart along the canal, they are the only connecting link to the mainland and serve the purpose of anchoring the Cape to the continent in the same way that a pennant is tied to a flagpole. Residents of the Cape who commute to Boston and so travel across them daily are apt to drive over them with hardly a second glance downward to see if any large ships are passing through. For tourists, they stand as gateways to vacation land. To travel across them is to know for certain that you have finally reached Cape Cod. For the suicidally depressed, however, they've been like sirens, calling, beckoning, daring the desperate to take the final step and plunge from their heights. My name is Alexander Schofield. As a physician who has practiced for many years on the Cape, I've been aware of how powerfully these bridges could act upon the minds of those whose thoughts had turned to suicide. I knew the numbers, more than 50 recorded deaths and nearly 100 more who had threatened or made unsuccessful attempts. I had listened personally to the testimony of some of those who had come close to the brink, hearing them describe how the bridges had become like magnets, drawing them closer, pulling them in. It was as if, in contemplating a death by leaping, these bridges had somehow become personified, imbued with a sinister mind and an evil will that held sway over their own. I count myself among those who lobbied hard for the new railings that made suicide from these bridges almost an impossibility. They were put up finally in 1982, destined to save lives, but too late to save those who had gone before. Even with the addition of these safety railings, the Sagamore Bridge and the Bourne Bridge still retain a highly dramatic presence. In all the times I've driven across them, they never fail to provoke a shiver of fear as I contemplate how far up I am and how far down it would be if somehow my car were to plunge over the abyss. Then I think of what happened to the old man, and my blood turns cold with dread. The incident I'm referring to was something I learned about while having dinner at the Dock Street Chowder House. I was in the company of Captain Waverly Underhill, the retired police captain, who at this moment was participating in a little exercise that had become something of a ritual whenever we had dinners together. In its original concept, these were supposed to be lessons in the art of criminal detection, something I had dreamed up. You see, it seemed to me, since he was obviously so good at it, that it must be possible for him to elucidate his methods clearly enough that someone else, namely me, could understand them and even put them to use. Typically, at first, he resisted the idea, and finally he relented when I made him feel guilty for not even trying. I expected some sort of informal lectures on criminality, interspersed with anecdotes that would draw heavily upon his own experiences. Instead, we began by playing an infuriatingly stupid child's game called 20 Questions.
A man dies on board a sailboat in the waters off Cape Cod. How does he die?
What? You mean that's all you're going to give me?
I repeat, a man dies on board a sailboat in the waters off Cape Cod. How does he die?
Well, then, was he drowned?
No.
Or did the boom hit him in the head and knock him overboard?
No.
So he didn't die in the water, he died on the boat.
That's what I said.
Well, I realize that, but I was just probing a little. Now then, we know he died on the boat. So, did the boat catch on fire?
No, it did not.
Was his death by natural causes?
No.
Was it accidental?
No.
So, it was foul play. He was murdered?
Yes.
Aha. Now we're getting somewhere. Someone came on board his boat and murdered him.
Honestly, Doctor, you physicians amaze me. You're so accustomed to rattling off rapid-fire questions at your patients so you can quickly make up an illness that you don't stop to consider how you're phrasing your questions.
What was it I said?
You asked if someone came on board his boat and murdered him. You didn't ask me if it was his boat.
All right, then. Was it his boat?
No, it was not.
It was someone else's boat, and he was a guest on board.
No, he was not.
Well, I take it there were other people on board besides him. I mean, if he was murdered, there must have been at least one other person.
Yes, there were other people.
And one of them murdered him.
No.
No?
No.
Why no? How can someone murder someone if they're not there to do it? You mean the murder was somewhere else? Back on shore?
Yes.
Well, how can a person on shore murder someone on a boat? Unless by a bullet. Was he shot?
No.
Was there a bomb planted on board?
No.
Was he given some kind of slow-acting poison that didn't take effect?
You're guessing, Doctor. Don't guess. There is a difference between asking questions and guessing.
I am trying to be logical.
Yes, be logical. But also use your imagination. Logic can only lead the mind, but the imagination can illuminate it. Sherlock Holmes was precisely wrong on this point. He said that a detective must remain logical and not allow his mind to jump to conclusions. when in fact the mind should be leaping to as many conclusions as the evidence supports. Anyone can gather evidence and interpret it logically, but it takes a strong imagination to perceive the many other possibilities that exist. When the mind sees only one possibility, it becomes stuck. That is what happened to you.
I don't even know what it is I'm supposed to be stuck on.
The image, Doctor, the image. The picture you formed in your mind when I set up the situation. I said a man dies on board a sailboat in the waters off Cape Cod. You immediately pictured a sailboat on Cape Cod Bay or Nantucket Sound or Buzzards Bay.
Well, what other water is there?
Are you forgetting the canal?
The canal? What has the canal got to do with it? Oh, now wait a minute. You said he was murdered on the boat, but the murderer was on shore.
No, Doctor. I said he was murdered, and that he died on the boat. But I didn't say he was murdered on the boat.
Well, what difference does it make if he was... Hold it. I just thought of something. He jumped, didn't he? No, wait. He was murdered, so he didn't jump. He was pushed. He was pushed off one of the bridges, and he landed on a sailboat passing underneath.
Bravo, Doctor. Excellent. Once you got on track, you performed brilliantly.
Well, Waverly, I have to say that certainly falls into the category of a trick question. If you hadn't given me that last clue, honestly, if I'm expected to guess these things, there ought to be at least a certain amount of realism to it. Where in the world did you come up with such an outlandish plot anyway?
Believe it or not, I didn't make it up. At least not all of it. It happens to be very similar to a case I was involved in not too many years ago, not long after my retirement. It was a murder case that had been mislabeled a suicide, until I read the dead man's obituary in the newspaper and pointed out a few details to the police that caused them to quickly reopen the investigation.
Hi. Are you my ride?
That's right. Hop in. You must be Chris Blackwell. My name's Waverly Underhill.
Pleased to meet you. I hope you don't mind me finishing this in front of you. The cops said they were going to be sending somebody over. They didn't say for sure what time you'd be showing up.
I had a few errands to do. I hope I didn't disrupt your day.
Oh, I don't mean to cause me any problem. After all, you're doing me a favor. Now that the investigation is over, I just sort of expected they would just call me up and tell me to come get it.
I suppose ordinarily we might have. But whenever there's been a death in the family, the department tries to go out of its way to make life a little easier on the ones who are left behind. Which is just you, isn't it?
What is?
You are the only surviving relative, isn't that right?
I guess so.
What happened to your parents?
Well, my mother died when I was 2. My dad took off before I was 3. But he's dead now.
So you were raised by your grandparents?
Pretty much.
Must have made it doubly hard on you, having lost both grandparents so close together.
Yeah, it was. I just sort of expected to see a squad car pull up. Do you work for the cops?
No, not anymore. Not officially. Not since I retired. Oh, I still help them out occasionally when they need me. It's a good excuse to get out and take a drive every now and then. That's something a fellow your age has probably never thought about. But there comes a time when you reach a certain age, you have to start asking yourself, is this it? Is this the last year I'll be permitted to drive? Every day you watch yourself becoming a little more infirm, a little more befuddled in your mind, and you realize the time's approaching when it will no longer be safe for you to get behind the wheel of a car. That was something your grandfather was having to adjust to, in addition to having just lost his wife. The revocation of his driver's license after that minor mishap on Old Kings Highway last spring was just one more thing that must have contributed to his suicidal frame of mind. Of course, not having a license didn't stop him from getting into the car that night, did it?
No, it didn't.
How tragic that was. And yet, so typical. You know, of course, that Cape Cod has a much higher than normal rate of suicide, largely due to the number of retirees living out here.
Aren't we going into Hyannis?
No, it's this way. Yes, I'm afraid it's not at all surprising that your grandfather chose to commit suicide. So often it happens that when a couple has been living together for so long, when one goes, the other is soon to follow. It's a devastating loss. I think until you've actually experienced it yourself, you can't really imagine what it's like. So it's not surprising that he decided to do it. What is surprising is that he decided to jump.
Yeah, what kind of car is this anyways?
It's a Chevy Malibu. 15 years ago, I promised myself this would be the last car I'd ever own. Now it looks like it's going to outlast me. Strange how we develop such strong attachments to our automobiles, holding on to them long after they've outlived their usefulness. We're such an odd society. We hold on to our cars, and yet we throw away people.
What do you mean?
Well, I suppose I mean the way sometimes older people are treated in our society. Something you don't really notice much until you get older. It amazes me how callous young people can be in their treatment of the elderly. Don't you agree?
Well, yeah, it's a shame.
Yes. Anyway, I was saying how really unusual it was that your grandfather decided to jump. Did you know that only 5% of the suicides in this country are death by leaping?
Huh, no kidding.
Of course, those 2 Cape Cod bridges are notorious. I remember I once did some checking, comparing them to the Golden Gate Bridge, which is another well-known jumping-off point. The Golden Gate stands at 265 feet, almost double the height of the Cape Cod bridges. The Golden Gate runs straight across, so its height above the water doesn't vary much. On the other hand, the Sagamore Bridge, which follows a sort of brontosaurus curve as it arches over the canal, doesn't reach its highest point until the middle, which is approximately 135 feet above the waterline. More than 700 people have jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge, and only 12 have survived. The numbers for the Sagamore Bridge and the Bourne Bridge are much more modest. A few over 50 people have died. Something like 8 have actually survived. Of course, surviving a leap off one of the Cape Cod bridges is entirely a matter of luck. It depends on what the tides are up to. The tides running through the canal are quite dramatic. Did you know that?
Not really.
From up on top, as you drive over, you can't really tell. It's only when you get right down next to the water that you can actually see how powerfully they run. The small boats passing through give the best indication. The ones traveling with the current are swept along, almost as if they were riding on some fast-moving conveyor belt, while the ones struggling against it seem to hang in place, barely making any headway at all. Every 6 hours, the current in the canal changes direction. It sloshes back and forth between Cape Cod Bay and Buzzards Bay, much like 2 big bathtubs alternately overflowing, and all that water trying to squeeze its way through a narrow trough. At its fullest, the current in the canal can actually reach speeds approaching 5 knots.
Is that right?
Oh, yes. Yes, and so you see whether you survive or not depends almost entirely on what the tide is doing. When the tide is turning, then the water in the canal is relatively slack, and it's much easier for a falling body to penetrate. But when it's running at its fullest, it becomes 100% deadly. Then the water is so rigid from the turbulence that it's very much like landing on concrete. Traumatic asphyxiation is what the doctors call it. The force of the impact knocks you out, and you drown. Of course, a man of your grandfather's age and frailty wouldn't have stood much of a chance regardless of what...
You know, I really don't find this too interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I ought to realize that just because I find something interesting, not everyone is going to share the same opinion. I sometimes get accused of having a morbid fascination. But then morbid fascinations are what police work is all about. For example, one curious thing was the fact that your grandfather's body was recovered all the way at the south entrance to the canal. Of course, the tide was responsible for this, but that was what caused a large part of the confusion. since it was assumed that he had jumped off the Bourne Bridge instead of the Sagamore Bridge. I remember reading that first article in the paper about how the body of an unidentified man dressed in a bathrobe and pajamas was found floating in the waters off Stony Point. What was it? Several days, I believe, before his abandoned car was discovered at the back of Friendly's restaurant. And the police were finally able to put two and two together and come up with an identification. Of course, you hadn't reported anything because you hadn't gone home that night, nor for several days afterwards. Isn't it odd how some of us will put messages in bottles and fling them into the ocean, hoping they'll be found and read, while others of us will do something as symbolic as tossing ourselves off a bridge and never stop to think about who's going to know us when we're found. Tell me again, where did you say you were that night?
What? You mean the night it happened?
Yes. Yes, there was something in your statement to the police that made me think you deserved to be commended.
I went to a party.
A party. That's what it was. That was the reason. Or not because you went to the party, of course, but because having had too much to drink, you decided to spend the night there rather than risk driving home. I remember saying to myself that even though in one respect your not going home that night was a contributing factor in your grandfather's death, still you deserve a lot of credit for showing good judgment. Too many young people today will get into their cars and drive no matter what condition they're in. But you didn't. Of course, inebriated, you might have walked home. After all, it wasn't that far. But I suppose even that can be dangerous when you've had too much to drink.
Where is this place we're going?
Just across the bridge.
We're crossing the bridge?
Well, that's where the car is. By the way, I wasn't implying that you ought to feel guilty for not going home that night. Even had you been aware of your grandfather's suicidal tendencies, it's almost impossible for any loving relative to be there every minute of the day and night. That's one of the reasons the group called the Samaritans got started on the Cape, so there'd always be someone to turn to in a crisis. Of course, now that we can look back on it, it's quite easy to reconstruct how it must have happened. Sometime deep in the night, your grandfather's feelings of desperation and despair must have become overwhelming. We can assume these feelings must have come on him quite suddenly. Otherwise, why would he have left the house wearing pajamas and a bathrobe? Why would he not have left behind a suicide note? And perhaps most puzzling, why would we find a grocery list all made out and sitting on the kitchen counter beside the bread box? That's strange, don't you think? Ordinarily, when a person's mind is focused on the infinite, he's not apt to be concerned about whether or not he's about to run out of tartar sauce.
Yeah, but how do we know it wasn't an old list? Maybe he just hadn't thrown it away.
Oh? Well, yes, that's true. I mean, you're absolutely right. It could have been an old list. There certainly was no date on it.
Sure, that's probably what it was.
Which is why I took the trouble of looking through his cupboards and refrigerator. And I noticed that everything on the list was something he was out of, or nearly out of.
So, what are you saying?
Only that it confirms my early suspicion that your grandfather's final bout of depression, the one which led him to commit suicide, must have come on him quite suddenly, out of the blue. Or out of the black, shall we say. You can easily imagine how it must have happened. He goes out to his car. He begins driving, perhaps initially without any clear intention of heading for the bridge. Gradually, as the idea crystallizes in his mind, his resolve takes over. He arrives at the bridge, makes his first drive across, keeping his eyes straight ahead, allowing himself perhaps one quick downward glance at the darkness on the other side of the railing. He tries to imagine what it will feel like. The sudden leap, the rush of air, the seconds slowing down, and then nothing. Driving down off the bridge, he follows the rotary around and is soon headed back in the opposite direction. With each pass he makes, he can feel his determination growing stronger and stronger. Finally, the moment comes when he decides he must do it. He stops the car, gets out, and... Now that's one thing I can't figure out.
What's that?
Why would he park the car at the bottom and walk up? Why not simply stop the car at the top of the bridge, get out, and jump? The whole thing wouldn't have taken more than a few seconds.
Maybe he thought leaving the car there would be a traffic hazard.
Oh? You mean he was just being considerate?
Something like that. It wouldn't surprise me.
Well, then you're probably right. In which case, it points even more of an accusing finger at society. Just think about it. Here was your poor grandfather on the verge of ending his own life, and he is still thinking about the safety of others. And yet, during the 8 to 10 minutes it must have taken him to walk to the top of the bridge, when by every estimation, even taking into account the lateness of the hour, at least 1 or 2 cars must have passed by and noticed an old man, barefoot and wearing a bathrobe, ascending onto the bridge. And yet, nobody stopped. No one reported it. No one even bothered to call the police. I suppose it's sort of a habit people get into, not wanting to get involved. Especially when getting involved means stepping out of your car late at night on a high bridge to confront a perfect stranger. Even so, it kind of shakes your faith in humanity. Kind of makes you feel that some people are capable of anything.
Look, do we have to keep talking about this?
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting myself. It's another fault of mine that I get so caught up in these things. A consequence of being retired and having too much time on my hands. What usually happens is I read about something like this in the paper, and I start mulling it over. Next thing I know, because of my background, I'm turning it into a crime. Of course, this wasn't a crime. Oh, I suppose in a way it was, but it's not like a real crime in which there are suspects and perpetrators. It was self-murder, that's what it was, and the only suspect was the victim himself. You know, I ought to get involved in some other kind of community work, something away from police matters. Anyway, I won't keep harping on it. It's just that suicide has always been such a puzzlement to me. Even when it makes sense, it never does. Oh, well, here we are coming onto the bridge. Any boats passing through today?
A few small ones. There's a tanker tied up down by the power station. What are you doing? Why are we stopping?
There's something I want to show you.
But you can't stop here. Not on the bridge. It's dangerous.
Oh, don't worry. I've got one of these revolving red lights. I'll just put it back here on the window ledge. Switch it on. There. Now we'll be all right.
Now what?
Now we're getting out.
What?
Come on, I want to show you something. It'll just take a minute.
You're going to get us killed.
No, I've done this before. Come on. It'll only take a second. We have to cross over to the other side. Yes, we see you. All right. Right after this one. Let's go.
I'm not coming.
Come on over, Chris. You can make it. Right after this car. It's clear. Come on.
This is crazy.
Here now. Take a look down. This is really a thrill, isn't it? We're really pretty high up when you get right down to it. Look there. Do you see that sailboat passing beneath us? The mast on that boat has got to be 60 feet high. And yet from this perspective, it looks no taller than a step ladder.
You're right. Can we go now?
Not yet. Take a look here. Do you see this spot? This is exactly where your grandfather went over. If you look closely, you can still see where his bathrobe wiped the road grime off the railing. We found traces of this same stuff on his bathrobe. It didn't wash out. So we know this is where he had to have gone over.
I don't feel so well. I want to go back.
Oh, you're afraid of heights. All right, let's return. Now, why do you suppose he did that?
Did what? Look, can't we just get down off this damn bridge?
why would he cross over to the other side to jump? Here's the sidewalk. On this side. Presumably, he used the sidewalk when he came up here. Why would he bother crossing to the other side?
Look, how should I know? I wasn't there.
No, of course you weren't. But doesn't it strike you as odd? I could certainly understand it if he was driving his car along here, heading on to the Cape. He stops his car right about there, jumps out with the motor running, and quickly makes for the railing before he can change his mind. But walking all the way up here and then crossing over just doesn't make sense.
Maybe there was a wind blowing that night. Maybe he just didn't want to jump into the wind.
Damn, of course. That's probably it. I'll have to remember to check with the Weather Bureau. See if they can tell me which way the wind was blowing that night.
Look, do we have to keep sitting here? Can't we just go on?
Oh, all right. It's not far anyway. We're almost there. You know, Chris, I hate to keep bringing this up, but there's one thing that still puzzles me. You remember I showed you the spot where the road grime on the railing had been wiped away? You remember that?
Yes.
I mentioned that traces of it were found embedded in the material of his bathrobe. That stuff is really hard to wash off. You need a good, strong detergent. Anyway, what was puzzling was the fact that the stains were located across his back, just below the shoulder blades. Now, how in the world could they have gotten there?
I don't know.
Because when you think about it, that railing was only a couple of inches higher than his waist. Now, if he's going to go over, he could have rolled forward on his stomach, in which case the stains should have been across his abdomen. Or he could have climbed up onto the railing, but in that case you would have expected to find the grime on his feet, or on the knees of his pajamas, or on his seat bottom. But to get it on his back like that, you'd almost have to imagine that he rested his shoulders against the railing, looking upwards, and then somehow managed to flip himself heels over head. Oh, well, never mind. Here's your grandfather's car, parked in the same spot he left it.
Yeah, well, thanks for the ride.
Oh, you're very welcome. Let's see. I have the car keys for you somewhere. Where did I put them? Oh, by the way, the police will be along shortly. They asked me to apologize to you for holding on to the car for so long.
The police are coming?
Even in an open and shut case like this one, it was necessary that they perform all the usual tests.
Why are the police coming?
They dusted the car for fingerprints, and they found some. Some of yours, in fact.
So? That doesn't surprise me. I've driven my grandfather's car plenty of times. I'm sure my fingerprints are all over it.
I know. That's exactly what I told them. Oh, check in the glove compartment, will you? See if they're in there. I'm getting so daft these days, I can never remember where I put things.
They're not in here.
Oh, well... Oh, here they are. Under the seat. Right where I put them.
You said the police are coming?
Is that what I said? Gee, I don't know why.
Oh, well, never mind. Well, thanks again for the ride.
Not at all. Here we go. First, find the right key. There, now you've got it. Now unlock the door. Now squeeze in behind the wheel. Reach down to adjust the seat. Having some difficulty? What's the problem?
No problem. It's just that I have to push the seat back. And I can't find the lever.
Oh, all right. I forgot to tell you. You see, we had to saw it off with a hacksaw. We found a very nice print on the thumb tab. One of yours.
So what? I already told you my fingerprints are all over this car.
I know, and I'm sure you thought of that. But your mistake was that you left one of them in the wrong place. The driver's seat was pushed forward. indicating that your grandfather was the last person to drive this car. Therefore, his thumbprint should have been on the handle. As yours was, the only conclusion that can be drawn is that it got there after you had murdered your grandfather and while you were setting it up to look like suicide.
No, wait a minute. I'm confused.
No, son. Don't try to explain. The police are on their way, and from now on, you'll want to be very careful about what you say. Your grandfather's problems may be over for good, but I'm afraid yours are just beginning.
You have been listening to Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater's presentation of Murder from the Bridge. Tonight's program was produced, written, and directed by Steven Thomas Oney. Co-produced by David Ellsworth. Engineered by John Todd. With sound effects by Scott Dickey. And original music composed by Mark Birmingham. The actors in tonight's play: David Ellsworth played Captain Waverly Underhill. Wally O'Hara was Dr. Alexander Schofield, and Bill Dame played Chris Blackwell, the murderer. This program was recorded at HT Recording Studio and is copyrighted by Steven Thomas Oney for Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater. All rights, including rights for broadcast and reproduction, are reserved. This is Floyd Pratt wishing you a pleasant evening and inviting you to tune in again when the fog rolls in on another chapter of Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater.
It's a foggy night on old Cape Cod. A perfect night for a mystery. Tonight, Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater presents a Captain Waverly Underhill mystery entitled The Junebug Mystery, or Someone is Out to Kill You, Mr. President. Now, of course, there had been presidents coming to Cape Cod before, since early on. Teddy Roosevelt came here, Grover Cleveland spent a summer, but never before until then had there been a president of the United States you could actually say came from the Cape. Then arrived the year 1961. That was the year John F. Kennedy assumed office, and the year that Cape Cod changed forever. The Cape had sent its favorite son to the White House, and the White House was putting Cape Cod on the map. Everybody's map, in everybody's glove compartment. And suddenly everybody who was planning a vacation decided, wouldn't this be a great year to visit Cape Cod? There was something different about the tourists showing up, though. Not only were there more of them, they were changed, altered. They had all been Camelotted. Not mere vacationers, these were on a mission, in pursuit of the mythical kingdom. And this year Camelot was turning out to be a sandcastle on a Cape Cod beach. The beach was in the little hamlet of Hyannisport. The sandcastle was inside the Kennedy family compound, home to the president. Not far from the castle, in the surrounding serfdom of Hyannis, the Welcome Home Jack banner was hung across Main Street, whether the president was in town or not. Further, on the outskirts, the tourist trap businesses sprang up like weeds after a fire, advertising with giant signs to lure the public off the highway, giant lobsters, giant snow cones, Moby Dicks, Jolly Rogers, lighthouses, and leaning towers of pizza, all contributing to the carnival-like atmosphere. But there really was an extra tingle of excitement in the air. Every person felt it, even Republicans. It was as though the very act of driving onto the Cape, crossing the Sagamore Bridge or the Vaughan Bridge, was enough to transform every occupant, willingly or unwillingly, into Kennedy watchers. The object? To spot a Kennedy, the grand prize, the president. And, failing at this, to get as close as you could to the fairy tale seat of power, which was the compound itself. There were two ways you could get there. One is by land, the other by sea. By sea you could take a tourist boat, keeping a goodly distance away. The view was exposed, like getting a peek backstage, but you were kept so far you couldn't see much. By land you could get much closer, less than a city block away. But there was even less to see, just a glimpse of a stockade fence. Over that, trees and a roof said to be the president's. You could drive by in your own car, joining the bumper-to-bumper line that crept by, or you could board a tour bus and join this same throng. By bus, you sat a little higher and could see over the fence a little better of a tiny patch of lawn. You had to look quick, and tourists on the buses were often confused if they glimpsed and taken their snapshots of the right roof. Tour guides were vague, answering the questions if the president were home or not, particularly when he wasn't. And it wasn't because the Secret Service asked them not to tell. It was more the way the whale-watching boats do when they aren't sighting any whales, or deep-sea fishermen when they aren't catching any fish. They pointed out that the president's schedule was secret, and that he considered the Cape his slip-away place, especially when faced with a major decision. It was said he liked to return to walk the beaches, which was true. So on that second Friday in April of 1961, around 6:30 p.m., two presidential helicopters, flying low, parallel to the beach, were making a beeline for Hyannisport. None of the beachcombers looking up could have known for certain that the president was on board, but the helicopters were enough to fuel the rumor. Excitement grew, the hordes of tourists swelled. By evening, the line of cars and buses outside the compound was barely moving, despite the best efforts of the traffic cops. To ward off the certainty of one of the neighbors going berserk, attacking the next tourist who asked for a glass of water, or to use the phone or the bathroom while exhaust fumes poured up onto their porches, a policy had wisely been implemented that shut traffic off completely after 10 p.m. An eerie quiet descends, which is nothing more than the normal quiet. One last carload of tourists departing the tranquil scene. Wait. Don't hurry away too fast. You'll miss it. Look back once. You may see the greatest tourist attraction there ever could be. If they only had turned around, they might have caught a glimpse. But they didn't. So they'll never know. And neither has anyone for the past 35 years. The alarming thing that is taking place on the other side of the fence. Look! There! On the roof! A silhouette!
Dr. Schofield?
Miss Toller, yes. Come in. How do you do? I'm Alexander Schofield.
Mindy Toller, hi. I'm sorry I've kept you waiting.
Oh, that's all right.
Is Captain Underhill here, too?
He is, I'm afraid. But I warn you, he's not in the best of moods.
It's my fault. I'm late.
No, it's not you. It's just that old age brings certain adjustments that we all have to make. I only want to warn you.
I could come back.
There's no point. He's much too unpredictable. Follow me. It was no problem for us waiting for you. After all, we've been waiting quite a long time already. 35 years and counting.
I can't wait to hear the full story. From what you told me over the phone, it's very exciting.
Hark, I hear footsteps, but that can't be.
Waverly, allow me to present...
Hi, Mindy Toller, archivist.
Waverly Underhill, retired. My, you certainly are tall. Like your name.
It's Toller, not taller.
How old are you?
Waverly!
I don't mind. I'm 25.
25. So you weren't even born when all of this happened.
I'm afraid not. I have a tape recorder. Where shall we do this?
Wherever you're comfortable.
Right here on the porch?
Anywhere's fine.
I'll need to lie down.
Lie down?
As my back is acting up again.
It wasn't a few minutes ago.
That's no problem. I can fix you up with a lavalier microphone. You can lie down. That'll be fine.
All right. I'll sit in this chair.
Oh, boy, am I stiff. That floor's a long way down.
Can I help you?
Yes. Would you?
Waverly.
Oh, that's very nice of you.
Have you seen a doctor?
All the time.
Oh, that's right.
I live with him. I'm his roommate. I'm forced to be under protest.
Nobody's forcing you. We merely reach that stage in life, Miss Toller, when circumstances and infirmity makes it wiser for us.
Living with one's physician underfoot is one of the 8 circles of hell.
Well, looks to me like you're the one underfoot. You're lying on the floor. Miss Toller, try living with a retired detective sometime.
Well, if she'd like to.
Waverly, stop being insulting.
Miss Toller, would you hand me that pillow off the hammock?
Oh, for your head?
Now, under my hips.
Oh, Waverly.
Would you please? That phone book, too. Would you slide it under?
Waverly.
I don't mind.
He thinks it's obscene.
Yes, I do.
Well, then she can hand me a flatter pillow.
Oh.
Alex, why are you so upset? You're the one who said it was good for my back. It's to relieve pressure on my vertebrae.
I didn't say do it when we have company.
For a physician, you're very uptight about the human body.
Here, would you clip this microphone to your shirt?
Would you do it for me?
Waverly!
That's all right.
You see, we don't get along.
Oh, we get along.
You know, Miss Toller, this bad back of mine is sort of a legacy from President Kennedy. Something we both shared. And since he also introduced me to the benefits of Swedish massage, I can't really blame him. You don't do Swedish massage, do you, Mindy? May I call you Mindy?
Waverly, now stop it. Miss Toller, will you turn that recorder on as soon as possible? Maybe if there are microphones recording him, it'll make him behave better.
Thank you, Doctor. You're very nice.
Oh, Alex, you're so nice.
Waverly, if you don't stop behaving like a hormonal old goat, I'm going to take you down in the cellar and chain you up naked in the basement. Oh, my, you didn't record that. Couldn't we... could we start again?
How well did you know the president, Captain Underhill?
Not very.
Oh, yes, he did.
I never even met the man until just before he was about to be assassinated.
In Dallas?
No, Hyannisport.
But afterward, he got to know the president quite well, though. The president felt about Waverly the way the crew of the PT Boat 109 felt about the president. And for the same reason. They knew they owed their lives to him.
Well, don't forget you were there, too.
Well, I didn't do anything.
Yes, you did.
Well, I never saved the president's life.
I didn't either. I failed.
Stop that. You didn't fail. You succeeded.
You mean because the president was eventually assassinated anyway?
No, I mean that night. I failed that night.
Nonsense. Miss Toller, you better let me tell this.
Oh, no, you'll forget things.
I think one of you should go first.
I will.
And the other of you not interrupt.
Let me.
Dr. Schofield, why don't you?
Thank you.
Oh, great. He's going to leave things out.
I remember better than you. You're senile, remember? That's what you're always telling people.
Only about some things.
You can't be senile about some things. Either you are or you're not. If you are, you don't realize it. If you do realize it, you aren't. So you can't be because you say you are.
Miss Toller, do you see what I mean about the 8th circle of hell?
Well, that's only logic. You taught me that. Now let me begin this and be quiet. Now, Miss Toller, as you say, you weren't born then. But it is said of those of us who were living at the time that we can all of us remember exactly where we were when we first heard the news that President Kennedy had been shot.
And where were you?
Well, I was seeing a patient in my office. The nurse came in and told me.
I was taking a nap with the radio on.
Well, my reaction was like the rest of the country, stunned disbelief. However, unlike everyone else, my thoughts were also mingled with another date 2.5 years before, the date Captain Underhill saved the president's life. Except you weren't a captain then.
I failed.
Stop saying that. This man, Miss Toller, is a national hero, and I'm thrilled the story finally gets to be told.
If I am, then so are you. You risked your medical career giving the president that injection.
What was that?
Well, I'll get to it, but I want you to understand the risk was all Waverly's. Imagine yourself, if you were an unproven police deputy, practically a cadet, and by accident you find yourself assigned to safeguarding the President of the United States. Would you be willing to stake your reputation, your credibility, your whole career on a theory that you've dreamed up that says JFK is being stalked by John Wilkes Booth? Patently ridiculous. What's more, the theory has no evidence to back it up.
There was a little.
No, very little. Would you be willing to risk it?
I don't know if I would.
If I was so brave, then how come you're the only one I told?
Because you knew you couldn't get the Secret Service to believe you. Not in time. Besides, you just had that run-in with Agent Roy.
That's right. But you believed in me, didn't you, old friend?
Well, I wasn't your old friend then. This is how we met, by the way. This was our first case together. I don't know why I had confidence in you, except you convinced me, that's all.
And what was the run-in?
It was that afternoon, around 5:45. I was at the Kennedy compound inside the president's house, snooping around down in the basement.
I was there, too, making a house call. I was upstairs. We hadn't run into each other yet.
The household was all abuzz because word had just arrived that the president was on his way. I was checking out the clothes chute in the laundry room when this guy wearing a dark suit jumps out of the shadows with a gun.
Freeze, hold it right there.
All right. Don't get excited.
Don't move. Feet apart, hands up against the wall.
I can identify myself.
Don't say a word, not till I tell you, and don't move. Front gate.
Here.
Agent Roy in the basement of the main house. I found a suspicious guy snooping around. Hey, what's your name?
Deputy Underhill.
He says he's local, Deputy Underhill. I've never seen him before. Over.
Checking.
How come I've never seen you before?
Gee, I don't know. Perhaps I've never arrested you before. Have you ever vacationed on Cape Cod?
Don't get cute.
Agent Roy?
Yeah.
It's okay. He's authorized.
He is.
It's his first time he's ever signed in, but he's definitely got clearance.
Well, that's dandy, damn it. Why did nobody tell me? There's supposed to be communication around here.
Sorry, mix-up.
Never mind. Out 012.
Out 31.
I guess you can put your arms down. Sorry for the mix-up, but we have to be extra careful. Lancer's on his way.
Lancer?
Code name for the president.
Lancer? Like in Lancelot?
Look, we appreciate your helping out, helping us do our job, but it's getting to be too much like a zoo around here. The Kennedys are a big family. All their friends, neighbors always dropping over, plus the squirrels.
Squirrels?
Or what we call the press. Photographers. They love them. We got 17 state police and 3 local, including you. I think that means we got too many Injun chiefs running around here.
Injun chiefs? Is that another code name?
Why don't you tell me what you're doing?
Investigating.
What?
Laundry chutes.
All right, I'm going to ask you something. What are you doing here? We don't need you. You're not helping us. You're only making our job harder by getting in the way.
I'll be sure and report it to my chief. Police chief, not Injun.
I want you out of my way.
I will if you get out of mine. You seem to be standing in it.
Listen to me. We're not running around playing James Bond here. We think protecting the president is serious. We don't joke about it.
So you're humorless and proud of it.
This is a warning. Stay out of my way. If you're in my way while I'm trying to protect the president, I'll run right over you. Now get out of the basement. You're done snooping. I want you to leave the property.
I will when I'm ready.
Just remember what I told you.
Afterwards, I went upstairs to have a look around the rest of the house.
And I was just leaving my patient, coming out into the hallway on the 3rd floor.
Who was your patient?
Sorry. Information about my patients is something I never divulge.
Get plenty of rest, take that medication, and I'll be checking on you first thing tomorrow morning.
Excuse me, Dr. Mudd?
I'm sorry?
You're a doctor, aren't you?
Yes.
Isn't your name Dr. Mudd?
No, it's not. It's Dr. Schofield.
Say, doctor, can I ask you to tell me what's this bone right here?
That's your pinky.
I mean, in med school, what did you call it?
That would be the proximal bone of your 5th phalanx.
What's this muscle called?
Trapezius.
Is tetracycline a good vaccine against diphtheria?
For your information, tetracycline happens to be an antibiotic, not a vaccine. I can't believe you people. Is every one of you paranoid? Do you think I'm not a doctor now?
No, not anymore. I believe you are. You were walking out, aren't you, Doctor? May I go with you?
No, thank you. I've been here enough. I don't need a Secret Service escort. Aren't you boys just a little overdoing it?
I apologize for my rudeness, but I have an urgent reason. I'm not with the Secret Service. I'm local. Deputy Underhill? I know what you mean about them. Have you met Agent Roy?
Yes, I met Agent Roy.
I met him, too, just now.
What is going on?
Doctor, I won't be escorting you, but do you mind if we walk out together?
In that case, I don't mind.
Yes, I'd just like to speak with you.
Who is this Dr. Mudd you're looking for?
Oh, never heard of him.
No. Does he practice here on the Cape?
No, he practiced in Virginia. He's been dead for 100 years.
100 years? Then why did you ask me?
Outside first. Let's step away from the building. I'm not looking for a doctor necessarily, Doctor. The person I'm looking for could be anyone. I'm expecting a skillful actor.
What for?
There is going to be an attempt on the president's life. I'm fairly sure of it.
An attempt? But the president is on his way here.
That's why it's urgent.
Then you better tell the Secret Service.
I don't trust them, and they're not going to believe me.
You think I will?
I'm hoping you will. And I'm trusting if you believe me, you'll help me.
Go on. I'm listening.
Well, I have to tell you how this developed, or you won't believe me for sure. Yesterday I was put on this assignment. I don't belong on it because I'm an investigator, not a security guard. But the chief got to pick 3, and he likes me, so he put me on it. But he didn't tell me what to do, and nobody else cared or was interested. So an investigator, I started investigating. That's how I stumbled on it. I was checking over the list of names of people who had registered in area hotels and motels within the past week. I was reading down the names and comparing them with my mental list of wanted criminals. It's a file we carry around in our heads like you know the names of medicines. And I came across the name Ned Spangler.
Ned Spangler? Is he wanted?
Oh, I thought so, but I couldn't quite place it. I was fairly certain I'd seen his name on a wanted list. I checked the files and records and nothing. I asked around. The name didn't ring a bell with anyone else. And then I looked down the list some more, and I came across a second name, David Harold. And I had the same feeling. Once again, nothing in records, and nobody I asked knew. But I couldn't shake that feeling. The answer didn't come to me until last night. I woke up remembering. They were wanted criminals, but 100 years ago. I had been doing some outside reading on the Civil War, and that's where I encountered the names. They were 2 of the conspirators in the plot to assassinate Lincoln. John Wilkes Booth was their leader.
Well, that's pretty long range, isn't it? Can't be any more than a coincidence. You're not suggesting the South is rising again. Another conspiracy?
Not a conspiracy. A lone assassin following in John Wilkes Booth's footsteps. I visited the hotels. Ned Spangler stayed at the Crab and Anchor 2 nights, Sunday and Monday, and checked out. David Harold registered at the Sea Contessa the following Tuesday and Wednesday. I checked the signature card. Both handwritings are identical. It's the same person.
What about last night?
I'm waiting on that information.
It sounds a little unusual, I admit, but does it have to mean there's a plot?
No, it doesn't have to mean that.
Couldn't it just be a Civil War buff?
I think that's what it is, a Civil War reenactor, but one who's gone off the deep end, who thinks... Wait. Listen. Helicopters. He's almost here. Look, Doctor, I haven't time to explain any further.
But John Wilkes Booth, that's crazy.
Not the original, an imitator, but just as dangerous.
Who thinks Kennedy is Lincoln?
Booth shot Lincoln on April 14th.
April 14th? That's today.
He shot him on Good Friday.
Good Lord, today's Good Friday.
He's almost here, Doctor.
All right. I have no choice. I'll help you. But what do I do?
Good. Look, help me keep watch. We especially have to get the president past the hour of 10 o'clock. Then I think we'll be all right. Can you stick around here?
Well, I think so. I'll just tell my patient I want to keep an eye on her. But why 10?
Because it's in the script. That's a great advantage, Doctor. We know what he's going to attempt, and we know when. John Wilkes Booth planned to assassinate Lincoln at Ford's Theater at 10:15. The shot rang out at 10:20 while the president was engrossed in the second half of the play.
The play... Oh, my God, I just remembered something.
What?
What my patient just informed me.
What?
President Kennedy, tonight. He's attending a play.
Yes, good. Nice to see you. How are you?
There really was a play?
Well, a skit, really. It was being held inside the compound at Bobby's house across the lawn. Afterwards was a twister party. It was something the neighborhood kids cooked up called Mr. Kissable Becomes President. The president was popular with kids. He gave them rides on his powder blue golf cart, and he promised to see the skit next time he returned. So it really wasn't a play, exactly. Oh, geez, those things scare me.
What is it?
One of those big buzz bomber June bugs. He'll spoil your taping.
We should try to get rid of him, I guess.
Get off. Go away. Go on. Fly away. He's got his little hooks caught in the screen. Oh, he won't let go.
Well, turn off the light, Alex. Then he won't buzz.
Get off. Go on. Fly. Oh, there he goes.
Better turn it off anyway, or he'll be back. We don't need a light on, do we?
If you can be trusted.
The president wasn't coming all this way just to see the play, was he? So why was he coming?
I wondered that, too, at the time. 2 days before, on April 12th, the Russians had put Yuri Gagarin up in space. I assumed the president was coming to mull over a decision about the space race. I was wrong. He was mulling over a decision, all right. It was about a place the world had never heard of. Bay of Pigs. Come Monday morning, they would.
You know, Waverly, I've often wondered if the president's ill-fated decision to go ahead with that invasion was at all influenced by what happened to him. I would think he might have been rattled. I know I was rattled for days afterward.
You were also knocked unconscious. That's why you were rattled. I wouldn't say the president was. I thought he took it remarkably in stride.
How were you knocked out?
I did it.
Yes, and you never apologized.
What happened?
Well, we'll come to it. Now, let's go back.
Wait, I want to ask Captain Underhill a question first.
Yes?
You say you first got suspicious of a plot when you found those 2 names on the list of hotel occupants.
That's right. There were about 5,000 or 6,000 names.
Why is that so unusual? I mean, couldn't it have been just a standard coincidence?
A standard coincidence? I'm not sure there is any such thing. No, it was too improbable to be coincidental. It had to be deliberate. If you're looking for a coincidence in the case, you could say it was my knowing the names of the conspirators to begin with. That was purely coincidental and fairly lucky, too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become suspicious. But the fact the names were on the list could not be coincidental.
I still don't see why, really.
Alex, turn on the lamp again a minute. Miss Toller, will you remove this phone directory from under my hips?
Oh, Waverly, not more of this.
We're going to try an experiment. You too, Alex. We've got 2 phone books out here. Let's just see. Now, there were 9 conspirators in all. 10 if you throw in Dr. Mudd. Let's see. There was, as I remember, John Wilkes Booth, George Atzerodt, Ned Spangler, David Harold, Samuel Arnold, John and Mary Surratt, Michael O'Loughlin, and Lewis Powell. That's the current Cape Cod phone book you have there. There must be about 150,000 names. Miss Toller, you look up Ned Spangler. Alex, you try David Harold.
Is that H-E-R or H-A-R?
Harold is H-E-R-O-L-D.
I found Spangler.
How many?
2.
Ned Spangler?
No, a Jack and a Marshall.
Okay. Okay, now look up Samuel Arnold.
There are 5 Harolds.
David Harold?
No.
Okay. Try Michael O'Loughlin.
There are plenty of Arnolds. Must be 50.
Any Samuel Arnolds?
No.
Try George Atzerodt.
A-Z?
A-T. A-T-Z-E-R-O-D-T.
I found 2 O'Loughlins.
Michael?
No. Elizabeth and Kelly. No, Michael.
Try Surratt. There were 2 Surratts in the plot. John Surratt and his mother, Mary, who, she ran a boarding house.
There are no Atzerodts listed at all.
Then try Lewis Powell.
There are no Surratts in the Cape Cod phone book.
And then try Dr. Mudd. Samuel Mudd.
Wow, there are plenty of Powells.
Any of them Lewis?
No, there's a Leo.
And try looking up John Wilkes Booth.
Ah, here, I found a Mudd.
Samuel Mudd?
No, Kevin Mudd.
Holy smokes, there are lots of Booths. Must be 20 of them.
Any John Wilkes?
There's a J. Walker Booth listed, and 3 Johns. John F., John G., and John L.
All right. That's a match.
My goodness, wouldn't you hate to be named Booth?
On the other hand, it was William Booth who founded the Salvation Army. Now, let's tally. We had 7 partial matches where we matched the last names, but only one complete match. John Booth. Out of a random sampling of 150,000 names. And yet, checking the hotel list, I had found 2 complete matches out of a sampling of only 5,000 or 6,000. 30 times smaller. So you see, it couldn't have been a coincidence. Well, I'd better turn off the lamp again.
So what did you do after the president arrived?
We got ready.
We waited. I told my patient I was sticking around to keep an eye on her condition.
I called my office to say I wouldn't be back. I also got the information I was waiting for, the updated list of hotel registrants. I had my secretary read the list over the phone. This time there were no matches, not even a partial match.
What did that tell you?
Well, it was the first indication that my theory might be wrong after all.
Which you didn't share with me.
No point weakening your resolve.
That's right, or I might not have done what you had me do.
I didn't have you do it. It was your own idea.
Because you had me convinced we had to do anything to prevent the president from attending the play.
And what did you do?
Well, something I'm not proud of.
You should be.
I'm still not.
What was it?
I injected the president. He was just about to go see the play. His back was hurting from the helicopter ride. He wanted an injection of painkiller and muscle relaxant so he could sit comfortably. Instead, I gave him something that induces muscle cramps. Not dangerous, but painful until it wears off, like a bad Charlie horse. Anyway, it worked. It kept him from going.
It worked splendidly. It allowed us to isolate him and keep watch over him.
Oh, keeping watch was horrible, nerve-wracking. Can you imagine waiting for an assassin to show up and knowing that the assassin is John Wilkes Booth? I felt like I was trapped in time watching history repeat itself.
It really was as if John Wilkes Booth had come back. After all, what was Booth himself but a delusional, paranoid actor? This impersonator had to be delusional, and he had to be paranoid. If he wasn't an actor, he wasn't going to gain entrance inside the compound. What we had was a crazy fanatic acting out the identical fantasy of another crazy fanatic out of history. Therefore, it really was as if John Wilkes Booth had come back to murder Lincoln all over again.
How did you make out?
The president is not going.
You did it.
He's not going to the play, and he won't be feeling like playing Twister either, I guarantee you.
How did you do it?
Well, his back was hurting. He wanted a muscle relaxant. I gave him the opposite. He'll be feeling worse, not better, for about an hour. Will that do?
It should. We're getting close to 10 o'clock. Is he lying down?
Yes, he's reading.
Windows are...
locked.
Shades?
Drawn. I drew them.
Good. Then all we have to do now is wait out here.
In the hallway?
We'll use this bedroom off the hall. There's no one in here. Keep the lights off. We'll stand just inside the door. You watch down the hallway that way. I'll watch down this. Keep an eye on the stairs, and we'll be ready if we see anybody coming up them.
Where are you going?
I want to be able to hear what's going on outside.
Listen to that traffic. How do they stand it?
It could be shutting off soon. It's almost 10. Don't feel bad, Doctor. You did the right thing.
Did I? I violated the Hippocratic Oath. A doctor's most sacred oath, cause no harm.
Ask not what your country can do for you, Doctor. Ask what you can do for your country. I'd say you just did. You're saving the life of the president.
I just hope you're right about all this. I mean, I don't want you to be. I'd rather you weren't. I'd rather not confront a crazed killer. Do you have a gun?
Checked at the gate. I have this radio. I can call in reinforcements.
One of those. The president has one on his bureau.
Shh, shh. The maids are moving around. Everybody else must be over at the play.
Waverly, you can't be sure about this.
No.
You realize there hasn't been a president shot since...
McKinley.
Oh, that must be...
60 years ago, 1901. How long ago says nothing about when it's going to happen again. Although I admit, it has made the Secret Service more cocky. So in that sense, it's made it more likely. Don't lose confidence, Doctor. We can feel foolish later if we have to. But to be safe rather than sorry requires that we be a little paranoid.
No, thank you. I'm a physician. At least I was. I try to cure paranoia, not cultivate it.
It's 10 o'clock. Be ready, Doctor. This is about the time John Wilkes Booth shows up at Ford's Theater.
They're shutting off the tourists. Listen.
April 14th is unlucky for another reason. Did you know?
Why is that?
Lincoln was shot on April 14th. He died April 15th. The Titanic struck an iceberg April 14th. It went down April 15th. Of course, that was 1912, not 1865.
So what are you going to tell me next? You're expecting an iceberg to show up?
Dr. Schofield! Dr. Schofield!
The president. Probably his back.
Quick, go in and see. I'll be right outside.
Mr. President? Still hurting? It's my back. I don't understand. You should be feeling some relief by now. Well, it's still acting up. Can't I have another injection? No, I can't. Not for another hour. It's best if you remain lying down, Mr. President. Well, I need something. Perhaps a bath would do. I suppose so. Yes, it might. All right. I'll be right back. Just a minute. Yes, and not a moment longer.
What's he doing?
He wants a bath.
That's no problem.
Not up here. In the basement. There's a whirlpool tub down there. He wants to use it.
All right. That's okay, too. Maybe even better. We can sneak him down there without being seen. I'll go down and start filling the tub and checking the room out. In a few minutes, you lead him down. Then stay with him. I'm coming back up here.
No, I can't guard him alone. What if I need you?
We'll do it this way. When you go back in, help yourself to his portable radio. It's identical to this one?
Yes.
These are set to channel 9. We'll set ours to 14. We can talk to each other privately. You can call me if you need me.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to be a presidential decoy.
Waverly Underhill, do you read me? Over.
I read you. Over.
I'm outside the tub room. He's soaking. The coast is clear. Over.
I'm in his room. Nobody's showing up here yet either. Over.
What time is it now?
It's 10 minutes after 10. Our assassin may be running late. By now, the real Booth had entered the back of Ford's Theater. He'd snuck around the stage and was climbing the back step to the dress circle. Wait a minute.
Waverly, do you hear that? Over.
I hear it. I'm switching back to 9. I'll call you back in a minute. Out.
Boys have been trampling my rose bushes. The sand from that stupid helicopter. And it's kicked up and pitted all my glass sliders. Destroyed my patio furniture. Oh, come on. I am his neighbor. For crying out loud. Just let me sit. What is this? Come on, just tell him I'm here, all right? I just want to...
Schofield. Never mind. It's legitimate. Just a neighbor. He's not getting in. Over.
Oh, Waverly, I'm glad you're back on. I'm on my way to the gatehouse.
You left the president?
I had to. He told me to.
Get back to where you were. I'm coming down.
Waverly, he told me to. I'm sorry.
Never mind. Come on. The coast is still clear.
Go in and check it.
Mr. President. Mr. President? Mr. President! Waverly, he's gone!
Check the tub. Is he underwater?
No, he isn't.
Well, then start looking through the house. You go that way. Look everywhere. Find him. Mr. President.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. President.
What is it? I know about the neighbor. I'm coming. Just let me get a bathrobe on.
Sir, my name is Deputy Underhill. I'm a police investigator. Mr. President, I need your cooperation. I have reason to believe your life is in danger right now. I'll try to explain, but I need to ask you to bear with me. No. Shh. Don't answer. Who is it?
Waverly, it's me.
Is the hall clear?
Yes, it is. I can't find him.
Dr. Schofield.
Mr. President, did he tell you?
Dr. Schofield, do you believe him?
Yes, Mr. President, I do.
We better alert the Secret Service.
No, sir. I'd rather not alert anyone just yet. We'll be safer if we wait just a few minutes.
What time is it?
Shh. Don't say anything. Who is it?
Oh, I am looking for President Kennedy.
Who is it?
Inga Nichols.
Mr. President, do you know her?
Yes.
Did you send for her?
No.
Who sent you, Miss Nichols?
President Kennedy's father sent me to massage his sore back.
I think it's all right. Let her in.
Miss Nichols, is the hall empty?
You mean, yeah, there is no one out here but me?
Inga.
Oh, what is going on?
You'll have to ask these gentlemen. I'm just a spectator. Miss Nichols, this is Dr. Schofield.
Miss Nichols, how do you do?
Everybody keep away from the windows, please, even though the shades are drawn. 10:20, Doctor. By now, Booth was entering the private hallway outside the president's box. He was right outside the door.
By Booth, you mean John Wilkes?
I'm afraid, yes.
Shh.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Captain Arms, Secret Service. Is everything all right in there?
Go ahead. Answer.
Mr. President?
Yes. Yes, it is, Captain. Thank you. I don't believe I know him.
Mr. President?
Don't let him in.
Would you mind opening up, sir? I need to satisfy myself everything is all right.
Everything is fine. I'm just about to get a back massage from Inga Nichols.
Yeah? Yeah, I am in here, too.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. I just need to check for myself. Sir, open up.
Agent, I am ordering you not to be bothering me. Now go away.
No, sir. Not until I'm satisfied.
What should we do?
No. Sir, I think something's wrong. Now, if you don't open this door immediately...
Look out! Look out!
Hold him! Grab him!
Which one? Careful, he has a knife! Six temperature on it! Six temperature on it! Not so much as tight as south in the hands! Sure now! I am John Wilkes Booth! I am Booth! My name will descend to posterity! It will never be forgotten! It will be in all the histories of all the times, to be read thousands of years after you and I are both dead! I am Booth! I am Booth, death and tyrant! I am Booth! Mr. President, are you all right?
Yes, never mind me. See the Dr. Schofield. He's the one injured.
He's out. The bullet grazed his forehead.
Come on, get medics up here right away.
Miss Nichols, are you all right?
Yeah, Mr. President, I am fine. Shook out, but fine.
Mr. President, what happened here?
It appears this deputy just saved my life.
The good doctor's coming, too.
Yes, thank God.
Mr. President, please, I need to know what happened here.
Let Deputy Underhill tell you.
Well, we were expecting an assassin to show up. One that thinks that he's John Wilkes Booth. I thought you might be him. It turns out he was already hiding in the room. He snuck up behind us because all of us were facing the door. He was pointing the derringer. I saw his arm just in time. Unfortunately, in deflecting the shot, Dr. Schofield got pistol whipped and the bullet grazed his forehead. Well, he's coming around. He's a lucky fellow. He'll have a scar, but he is lucky.
He'll also have a medal to go with it. Here come the medics. Quick, in here. You have a stretcher?
No, straitjacket.
Oh, then you want down the hall. Captain Arm, why don't you escort them?
Is it safe? It's safe.
I'm sure it's safe now.
Come with me.
Don't get up, Doctor. Keep lying still.
Help me, sir. I am a southern citizen.
That poor man is seriously out of his mind. He thinks he's Booth. That makes me Lincoln, I suppose.
Well, you are the president, Mr. President.
So I am. That I am. And
Since I am, I'm going to be asking you to obey a presidential order and keep this confidential.
I understand.
I don't want this getting out.
Oh, no, sir.
You know, Deputy, when you first burst in here yourself, I thought you were the crazy one.
I know.
Even after Dr. Schofield arrived and Inga, I was still thinking of how to best protect myself from you.
Yeah, I thought you were crazy, too.
I was even considering asking Inga here to offer one of her massages. I figured after that you might still be crazy, but you'd be harmless. Come in. Right over here. Take the best possible care of him.
So, do you still have a scar?
Yes, I do. Turn on the lamp. If I lean into the light, look right here.
It's not very big.
Well, it's gotten smaller over the years. Everything shrinks. We shrink. History shrinks.
Do you have a medal?
Oh, we both do. His is bigger.
But you have a Purple Heart.
Captain Underhill, I still don't understand. How did he sneak up behind you?
Because I made several blunders. The first was when I checked the hotel registries for the last time and discovered there were no matches. I interpreted that as evidence my theory was wrong. I should have realized there was another explanation.
Which was?
That Booth was already inside the compound. The reason he hadn't signed another registry at some hotel was because he was already in hiding.
How did he get in?
We never found out for sure.
He might have snuck over the fence the night before. That would have been easier to do with the president not there. Security would have been more lax.
How did he get into the president's room?
Well, he might have slipped out the basement and climbed to the roof and come in the bedroom window. Or else he might have come up the stairs while I was running down the other way. Either way, it led to my biggest blunder.
Which was?
Well, when I came up to find the president in his bedroom, I assumed, because he was still alive, that the assassin could not be in there, too. I should have rechecked and resecured that room.
I see. And why didn't the president want the story getting out?
Well, he thought it would distract the country.
He knew very well the sword of Damocles hangs over the head of every president. So what was the point?
So after you saved him, how did you feel when he was later killed in Dallas? By the way, you don't have a solution for that one, too, do you?
I wish I did. No, I felt shocked and saddened, like everyone else.
Did it make you think that saving him had been useless?
Not at all. No, I felt the way the president felt after the Cuban Missile Crisis. After the danger was over, he expressed the thought that perhaps he had performed his one single presidential purpose, to avert a nuclear war. He even joked afterwards to his brother Bobby, and I think it's clear what he was remembering as he spoke, that perhaps now it was time for him to go to the theater, as Lincoln had done. Bobby's answer was, well, if you're going, I'm going with you.
Well, Waverly, here she goes. Looks like we both struck out.
I'll let her go. Obviously, she has a boyfriend somewhere.
Oh, is that her excuse, is it? Well, it's done. Our most famous case. Think anyone will believe us?
I don't know. It's up to them. Oh, I think I'll sleep on the porch.
Oh, that doggone Junebug again. Why do they always sound so angry?
You have been listening to Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater's presentation of the Junebug Mystery, or Someone is Out to Kill You, Mr. President. The actors: Dave Ellsworth played Captain Waverly Underhill. Wally O'Hara was Dr. Alexander Schofield. Nicole Noel played Mindy Toller, archivist. David C. Wallace played young Underhill. Tom Dutton was young Schofield. Michael Miller was Agent Roy. Stephen Russell was Captain Arm. Laura Garner was Inga Nichols. Chuck Powers was the angry neighbor. Don Bliss played John Wilkes Booth. Debbie Oney and Nikki Todd were the maids. Catherine Oney was on the beach. And Kevin Rice played President Kennedy. Tonight's program was produced, written, and directed by Steven Thomas Oney. Engineering by John Todd. Original music by Mark Birmingham. Program recorded at HT Studio, Cape Cod, and Rosemead, Los Angeles. Copyright by Steven Thomas Oney for Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater. One note on tonight's play. All of the dates and facts used in this story are historically accurate, with one exception. That we do not believe President Kennedy was actually on Cape Cod that weekend. But who knows? He may have fooled us. Jack always liked to fool people. Tonight's program is dedicated to John F. Kennedy, 35th United States President, who, in August of 1961, established the Cape Cod National Seashore. This is Bernadette McPherson, playing Rose Kennedy, wishing you a pleasant evening and inviting you to tune in again when the fog rolls in on another chapter of the Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater.
Can anyone hear me? This is 2X. Hello? Oh, this is 2X2L. Anyone? 2X2L. I'm not sure I know exactly how to operate this equipment. Is anyone out there? Am I getting through? I think I've got everything switched on. I'm not even sure what call letters I should be using. I saw these written down beside the equipment. 2X2L. This is 2X2L calling for anyone. Well, I hope somebody's hearing this. If you are, you can probably hear the wind outside. All day, all night, violent gusts shaking this place like a train going by. This place I'm in isn't much. Boards nailed over timbers, tar paper coverings. I'm lucky if it doesn't blow over. Lucky too that the shack sits up on stilts because right now the whole of Great Marsh underneath me is flooded, 6 feet deep with whitecaps. Behind me is a stretch of dunes running 10 miles long, separating the marsh from Cape Cod Bay. Since they closed the dunes to the off-road vehicles, this place has become much more remote, inaccessible. That's why I'm here. I'm hiding out. I arrived 5 nights ago from New York. 5 nights and 5,000 light years from where I was before all this started. I broke into this shack. I found all this ham radio equipment. I didn't even think to use it at first. And then when I did, it took me a whole day to screw up the courage. I'm normally not used to talking over a microphone. Anyway, tonight I've come on the air to be a radio station of one. An emergency broadcasting system is more like it. I'd like to tell you none of this really happened. I've tried telling myself the same thing. After all, none of it, well, except the puncture wounds that I actually see with my own eyes. Only my ears. But what I heard was real enough. Too real. Because it was happening. Just like this night is happening. It's not some dream you're dreaming, some nightmare. You only wish it was. Except just like a dream, You can't control it. You're trapped in it. You want to escape, but there's no escaping. And you have to listen all over again. I was living in New York City. The would-be writer living there because he felt it was crucial to live close to those in the publishing world. Unfortunately, nobody in the publishing world was feeling the same way. Nobody except my agent, a sentimental, white-haired old lady, so old her first client was Sinclair Lewis. She believed in my work, sent me warm letters of encouragement. Condolences, actually, since no checks ever arrived along with them. The actual checks came from another old lady, a spinster aunt of mine who was fast becoming senile. So senile, in fact, she sometimes forgot sending them, and I would have to scrape by. My pressure to succeed now in a race with her rapidly slipping mental faculties. Still, my writing didn't sell, and my solution was to do the only thing I could do, which was to work harder and turn out more. I began living the life of a recluse, working myself towards nervous exhaustion and compensating in the way so many of our great sodden and besotted writers have compensated. By drinking and drinking harder. If I couldn't be a great writer, I could at least act like one. Until one night I came staggering home much later and much drunker than normal. Except I didn't make it home. I passed out on the sidewalk. Next thing I know, I feel a hand shaking me, 2 arms lifting me up, steadying me, brushing me off, steering me home, holding me up by the nape of the collar. Whoever my protector was, and I was too stone drunk to even tell, he managed to guide me back to my apartment, plop me in my bed, and I never found out who it was. That is until a week later. I was coming out of my building, and I passed a face that was vaguely familiar. It was a face maybe I had seen around the streets before. This time there was a wry smile, a certain knowingness to his expression, but also the willingness to let me pass by if it was my choice not to acknowledge something. So I had to ask. His name was George Nellie. More people called him Nellie than George. His ambition was to be an actor, but right now he was settling for working in a factory where his job was stamping out plastic Easter bunnies. It was Nellie's intrinsic nature to help people. A fairly disastrous trait if you live in a place like New York. But he couldn't help himself. Once when my dotty aunt forgot sending me my check, and I couldn't bear the humiliation of reminding her, he gave me some of his rabbit money. His good deeds were apt to rub off on you. Which is why during another month when my aunt, just as absent-mindedly, sent me 2 checks instead of 1, instead of sending one back as I should have done, I turned it over to him. He had that effect on you, making you somehow less ethical but more humanitarian than you actually were. It was that humanitarian streak that got him into trouble, as I found out the night he came knocking on my door. Did I say knocking?
Davy, open the door. Davy, it's me. Nellie, open up.
Coming. I'm coming. I'm going as fast as I can. Hold on. Oh, my God, what is it? What time is it?
Lock it.
What is it?
No, keep the lights off. Do me a favor. Check out the window. Make sure you don't see a white van. On second thought, never mind. Just get me a shot of brandy, will you? And something for these hands.
My God, what happened?
Jumping over a wall. They're not as bad as they look. I'll clean them up. Just give me the brandy.
Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you should see a doctor. Those look like puncture wounds.
Forget it.
You could get tetanus.
I said forget it. Will you forget it? Just get me the drink, will you? You don't understand. I saw 2 people murdered tonight. Murdered right in front of my eyes. Not any further away than I am to you, and there wasn't a thing I could do about it.
What happened?
The drink, Davy. Come on.
All right, all right.
I'm going to wash up.
Well, what happened? Where were you?
I hit a few bars, shot some pool. Need your drink. Just set it down. I've almost got these wrapped.
With what?
Toilet paper.
What? Great. Oh, terrific. Why don't you just ask for an infection? You're going to get lockjaw if you're not careful.
Where's the drink?
Here.
Thanks. Lockjaw. It's funny you should mention it.
Nellie, what the hell happened?
I'll tell you. It was late. I was walking along Canal Street. I had been drinking, but not heavily, but just enough to feel like it was the end of another long work week. I was coming up on Chinatown. The Chinese were having some celebration with fireworks. Feeling like avoiding all the noise, I made a detour up into Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen. It's the only place in New York that manages to stay steamy even at the end of October. Steam covering windows of restaurants, there's steam coming out of vents, coming up through manhole covers. I was just wandering about. I took a detour off my detour, and pretty soon I realized I was entering the land of the derelict. More and more of them sleeping in doorways, sleeping on top of sidewalk ratings that funnel warm exhales from the big buildings. Sometimes 2 or 3 stretched out on a single grate, like hot dogs on the grill. I probably should have been more alert to the danger, but somehow I didn't feel at risk. Maybe it was the euphoria of the drinks. Maybe the fact that, big as I am, I rarely get accosted. Anyway, I'm walking down this deserted side street, lined with businesses all shuttered and padlocked, and for what reason, I don't know, all of a sudden my sense of well-being disappears, replaced by the opposite sort of feeling. An almost tingling sensation that something is about to happen. Could have been the quiet. You get used to the sounds of traffic all the time, and then when it's not there, when it's more muted, then the quiet itself begins to build up until it becomes a thing, not just the absence of something else. I was standing there listening, feeling, when suddenly the next sound I hear is a car coming quietly down the street. No, not a car, but a van. A white van. Instinctively, I reacted by ducking out of sight. I slipped into the shadows of a building overhang just as the headlights were coming on. The van stops almost in front of me. One of 2 guys in the front seat jumps out. He's wearing a coverall-type uniform, and he's bearing down on a drunk lying just down the way.
Come on, get up. I'll take you someplace nice, warm.
The drunk, in his alcoholic stupor, has no idea what's happening. He's marched to the van. The guy opens the back and shoves him inside, not any too gently. All this time I'm watching, I'm thinking, I don't like what I'm seeing. Never mind, it's for his own good. Obviously, he doesn't want to go. They were pulling away. I might have yelled to stop them, but instead I thought I could run and catch them by surprise when they slowed at the next intersection. Except I couldn't. Not quite. Just as I would catch up, the van would pull away again, but never so far that I lost sight completely. They didn't seem to be aware of me following. This went on for 6 blocks or more, and then the van turned a corner. By the time I got there, they were just disappearing down another side street. A dead end, as it turned out. But where was the van? My ears picked out the tail-end sound of an automatic door sliding shut. The van had disappeared into an underground delivery entrance to an old brick warehouse that looked completely shut up. There was no sign above the door, no signs of activity anywhere inside. There were no windows at all until the 3rd floor, and continuing up to the 8th floor, but every floor was dark. I might have banged on the door and got an answer, but by now I was beginning to have suspicions. This wasn't like any shelter I had ever seen. I decided a more stealthful approach was called for. I got around to the back of the building by carefully climbing a chain-link fence adorned on top with strands of barbed wire. There was a small parking area in back. A garbage truck was parked about 4 feet out from the wall. By piling up wooden crates on top, I could just barely reach the bottom ledge of a 3rd-story window. The window was closed, but at a slight angle which suggested it might not be locked. It wasn't, as I found out, using a long stick to push it open. With a carefully balanced leap, I made it across, just barely holding on to the bottom of the sill. I hoisted myself in, closed the window behind me. The wooden crates would have to stay where they were, a dead giveaway if a guard or a cop happened by, but what could I do? I wasn't thinking about the consequences if I was caught breaking and entering. Somehow, knowing I wasn't breaking in to steal anything made it seem all right. Tell that to the judge, though.
The floor was divided into cubicles of smaller offices with partitions running not quite to the ceiling. A center corridor ran down to a red exit sign illuminated above the staircase. I followed the stairs down until I hit a dead end, a locked door with no way to get through to the levels below. I spent some time looking around for another set of stairs, but no luck. I went back up to the third floor. I was thinking I had better just get out when suddenly I realized I was hearing voices from off somewhere. I had to hunt around to figure out where the sound was coming from. Finally, in a larger office at the back, I discovered an air shaft that connected with the building's heating system. The voices were traveling up the shaft from below. I removed the grate. Quietly. It was only set in place, and felt around inside. It was completely dark, but large enough for a person to crawl through. Reaching down, I felt the top rung of a built-in ladder. There was no heat coming out of it, although I could easily smell the stale vapors of fuel oil. Entering feet first, keeping my elbows tucked into my chest like a kangaroo, I was just able to make my way down. A thin layer of oily dust was everywhere. Luckily it was oily. I'm sure I would have kicked up enough to make me cough, something I knew I couldn't afford to do. At the bottom of a long climb going down, I found another air shaft running laterally, the voices getting ever so slightly louder. They didn't begin sounding distinct until I rounded a 90-degree corner. And there, ahead of me, was a checkerboard shaft of light, filtering up from the room below. I crawled ahead so slowly you would have had to look carefully to even notice I was moving. I couldn't afford to make the slightest sound. When I get there, I'm looking down into a dark room with only one bright light. Beneath me is a stainless steel operating table. Smaller, though, like what you see in a veterinarian's office. The drunk, who's lying there, has his legs dangling over the end. He's asleep, one arm flung over his eyes to shield them from the brightness of the overhead lamp. What happens next? The door opens. A man enters wearing a doctor's white coat. He moves the drunk's arm, lifts one eyelid. The drunk reacts feebly, trying to swat him away. The doctor, ignoring him, reaches for a tray of instruments and picks up a hypodermic. He holds the needle up to the light, and I think for a moment he'll see me. I draw back. When I dare to look again, I can only assume the injection has been given. There's no reaction, though. The drunk is still snoring. Seconds pass. 5, 6, 7. Suddenly he's awake. Bolt awake. His body, his mind registering the presence of some foreign substance coursing through his bloodstream. Something there alongside the alcohol. He opens his mouth to scream, but no scream comes out. His vocal cords are frozen. His body is arching, lifting off the table. They're holding him down. Then gradually, a spasm subsiding, his body is coming back down, his eyes staring upwards, open, vacant, dead. I wanted to run, to claw my way out of there, but something kept me frozen to the spot. Maybe I was just afraid that in moving I would be discovered. Then the door opens again. Another victim. No drunk this time, but a woman prostitute. Heavy makeup, tight skirt, blonde wig coming askew. They remove it. She can't move, can't talk, but her eyes look up and see me almost right away. Desperate eyes calling for help, pleading for help. Me, like a coward, shaking my head to her. No, don't look up. Don't call their attention. Then the whole thing happening again. The needle, her struggles, wild struggles, the injection, the slowly rising spasm, her body arching, eyes losing sight, losing focus, becoming dead. I couldn't stand it anymore. I had to get out or start screaming. During a moment of commotion, I backed my way, retraced my route, climbing the long ladder. I was just about to crawl out when my mind registered that something was different. A light burning down at the end of the corridor that hadn't been on before. I didn't wait. I ran for the window and dove through it head first. I heard a shot. I landed hard, but amazingly unhurt. The wooden crates breaking up under me actually cushioned my fall. I rolled down off the truck and took off running. I saw the chain-link fence ahead of me, and I sprang for it fully 5 yards before I got there. I was up and over it in a single bound, unhurt except for these puncture wounds. I was running for the corner of the building. I could almost feel the muzzle of the gun barrel aiming for my back. I made a sudden swerve to the left, and that may have saved my life because a split second later I heard the shot. I was around the corner and gone. I had a pretty good hunch what would happen next, so I found a hiding spot and ducked into it. Less than 2 minutes later, then they were gone. Cleared out. What to do next? Go to the police, I thought? But then I realized I couldn't. So I came here.
God. But we've got to go to the police. We've got to tell them.
Tell them what? Explain I broke into a building? Tell them what I saw? Is anybody going to believe me? Show them evidence? What evidence? You can bet that once their cover was blown, they cleared out fast, taking everything with them. Sure, I witnessed 2 murders, but who were they? Some nameless bum? An equally nameless prostitute? Who's going to miss them? Who's going to even know they're gone?
But why are they doing it?
Yeah, well, here's what I think. It's a medical thing. It's got to be. A black market for spare parts. They pick people off the street, people who have fallen through the cracks, murder them by lethal injection, then sell their organs. Hearts, liver, kidneys, corneas, bone marrow, who knows what.
But who would do such a thing?
Come on, Davy, it's money. It's people who realize they can get rich selling a commodity you can't get anyplace else. That if you're dying and you've got to have it, you'll pay anything for it. No questions asked. They've got to be stopped, Davy. We've got to figure some way to stop them. And it's up to us to do it.
Nellie said it was up to us to catch the killers. But how? How do you find murderers in a place as big as New York? In size, not only Manhattan, but Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, Staten Island, and population, so many people. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack full of needles. We knew they had moved their location, but sooner or later, we assumed, when they felt it was safe, they would come back to this area. It was too easy pickings. Nellie said if we could locate their van again, that would lead us to their new setup, just as before. Then we could call the police. But how do you find their van? And once finding it, how to follow? A car? We didn't have a car. Foot? It was only by luck that Nellie hadn't lost them the first time. I wish there was some way we could attach a homing signal. Like in spy movies where they put some magnetic device on the bumper and then watch a screen as a red blinking light slowly crawls its way across the grid of city streets, showing them where the vehicle is at every moment. Trouble is, we weren't that sophisticated. Besides, I didn't think a homing signal bouncing around the canyons of Manhattan would be all that successful anyway. It was Nellie who finally came up with the idea. A variation of my plan of a homing device.
It was simple, ingenious, and it was bound to work. And it was unbelievably, incredibly dangerous. God, I still can't believe we went through with it. It was based on one simple fact. Not only did we know how they operated, we also knew what kind of people they were looking for. Are you ever coming out? What's taking so long?
Get ready, I'm coming out. There. How do I read?
Whew, what is that stuff?
You like it? It's a little designer fragrance I came up with myself. 1 part wine, 3 parts whiskey, splash of rum.
I must say you look the part. Your stubbly beard, the grime, the way your hair is plastered over like you've been sleeping on a doormat all week. I see you even gave yourself a haircut.
Yeah, eyes closed. Best results that way.
To go along with his face and aroma, he was wearing a pair of bum's trousers, a torn flannel shirt made vile and disgusting by stains down the front, also an oversized winter overcoat typical of what bums wear, excepting this one had a brand new cellular telephone sewn into the bottom lining.
I feel like a kid getting ready to go out trick-or-treating.
Oh, no. I'll tell you what you think. You think you're some vigilante public citizen who thinks he has to go out and protect us all, doing a job much better left to the police. Nellie, you shouldn't be doing this alone.
I'm not. You're helping, remember?
But I'll be here.
I'll be careful.
Take a gun.
When was the last time you saw a bum with a gun?
When was the last time you saw a bum with a cellular telephone? The phone was central to our plan. We had pooled our money and bought one. Nellie had carefully removed the microphone out of the phone's receiver and sewn it under a patch of material on the coat's lapel, where it couldn't be seen, but would pick up whatever he said. The rest of the unit was wrapped and tucked into the bottom lining of his coat. Without feeling around, you wouldn't know it was there.
Look, I'm not taking a gun because I won't need it. The minute things fall apart, I'm out of there. And don't try to talk me out of this. Think of it this way. You know I always wanted to be an actor. Well, here's my chance to go out and give the performance of a lifetime. Who knows? Maybe a month of performances. This is only opening night. I may not get lucky. So let me go. I'll be careful. You'll see. This will work. Just stick by the phone, okay?
Stick by the phone, he said. Easier said than done. He went out, and I sat there waiting, wrestling with my feelings of dread, waiting for his phone call that would open up the line between me and his overcoat. Nellie was posing as a street bum decoy. The open phone line would enable me to monitor what was happening, enable him to report his position wherever they took him. As soon as he knew, I would know, and as soon as I knew, I would call in the police. But what if the microphone malfunctioned? What if we got cut off? What if he couldn't figure out where they were taking him? What if I couldn't get through to the police? We weren't relying on the emergency 911 number. Nellie had somehow gotten hold of a special unlisted number that connected directly with the homicide division of police headquarters. The minute I knew where they were taking him, I would run to the payphone downstairs, dial the number, and report a murder in progress. That would bring the quickest response. But what if it wasn't quick enough? What if in the meantime the killers became suspicious? He'd be dead. They'd kill him instantly. Nellie, listen. I've been thinking about this. I really don't think it's a good...
Or harmful diets.
What?
We'll show you how. Just answer yes.
Great. Terrific. Nothing can go wrong, huh? That's it. This is too dangerous. We're not going to go... Nellie, is that you?
Who were you expecting?
I was expecting you, but I just got some recorded sales pitch for a weight control program.
Really? Did you sign up? I was thinking you could use a little...
Shut up, damn it. Listen to me. Come on back. We're not going to go through with this. There's got to be a better way.
There isn't. We've been over it.
Nellie, what if you've been trying to get through just then?
Well, I wasn't.
Anyway, I'm through now, and I'm staying on the line, remember?
Nellie, what if we get cut off? How will you know? You won't even know.
Goodbye, Davy.
Wait,
I'm
Nellie.
listening to this.
Nellie, no, don't hang up.
You away.
No, I got a bad feeling about this. Call it off. Damn it, Nellie, you're gonna get yourself killed.
Hope you're not still talking, because I can't hear a word you're saying.
Idiot. I gotta call the police now and have them pick you up.
I know you're hearing me. Just relax. That's just a case of nerves. I had them too, but now I'm out here moving around and I feel much better. Besides, why worry? This is only the first night. Can't expect to land the big fish the first time you go angling. Okay, I'm crossing Canal Street now. Heading east.
Just be careful, will you?
I'll keep you company as long as it's safe. If I suddenly get quiet or lapse into drunken ease, you'll understand. I got a place in mind I'm heading for. Should be good. If not, I'll try someplace else. It's not ordinary homeless these guys are looking for, but derelicts, truly adrift, whose disappearance won't arouse suspicion. Therefore, I shall be just that. Oh, here comes someone.
Say, buddy, say, we spare change? 50 cents? A quarter? Come on, anything?
Nothing? It didn't work. I probably should have told him I accept all major credit cards. Okay, still heading east. You know, actually talking to you this way is not a bad ploy. To anybody else, it's going to look like a drunk mumbling to himself like so many do. Ooh, wait, what's this? Ah, perfect thing, an empty wine bottle. Let's see, good prop. The screw top. The Hardy Burgundy. Ah, the bouquet. Ugh. Oh, wait, here comes some other folks.
Hey, how's about some cigarettes? You got any cigarettes? What's the matter? I'm not good enough to share the sidewalk with? Go on. Who needs ya?
The young couple decided to take a detour. Can't figure out why. Perhaps I should have inquired where they were going. The opera, maybe. Offered to accompany them. Okay. I'm taking a turn now. This is getting into the right area. Fairly deserted. Not many cars parked. Ought to be pretty visible. Guess I'll hang out here a while. Here's a subway grating. Perfect place to crumple up for a few hours. Lie down. Hug my empty wine bottle like a newborn baby and look like I'm sleeping it off. God, this is uncomfortable. How does anybody ever get used to this? All comfort is relative, I suppose. At least I'm dry. At least it's not too cold. I sure could use some coffee, though. Oh, no, here comes a guy walking his Doberman. Whew, that was close. I was about to be mistaken for a fire hydrant. Ruin my designer fragrance. Well, here comes a subway train below me. Damn, that's cold lying here. God, I wish I had some coffee. I'll tell you one thing we should have done. We should have sewn an electric blanket into this lining. If you really wanted to do away with the homeless problem, all you gotta do is pass a law where everybody's gotta sleep out like this for one whole night. See what it's like. There goes the train. Boy, it's cold.
We talked for hours. Rather, he talked, I listened. It got late. Now was the right time. He was alone, the location perfect.
Both of us knew it might happen at any moment. The difference was he wanted it to happen. I was praying it wouldn't. Nevertheless, around midnight, after a long silence when I thought he might be napping, his voice suddenly broke in.
Davy, wake up. Are you listening? This could be it. There's a van cruising down the street. Hold on. Oh, stop.
Oh, my God. No. Run, Nellie. Get up and run.
All right, buddy, get up. Leave it out someplace else. Let's go. Hey, what's this? Come on. What are you doing? Leave me alone. Get up. Come on, get up. I'm sleeping here. No, you're not. Come on with us. Hey, wait, you're breaking my arm. Come on, you bastards, let me go. You can't do this. This is a free way. It's a white van.
Nellie, don't get in.
What are you doing? Hey, you can't do this to me. Let me out of here, you bastards. You can't take me. I know my race. It's a free country, you bastards. You can't save me. You can't. Yeah.
Davy, can you hear me? We're on our way. I can see out the back. We're heading uptown. Crossing Brome. Not sure where we're headed. Crossing Delancey.
Hey, let me out of here, you bastards! What are you I don't want her.
We're going over Rivington now. Oh, we're slowing down. Okay. No, we're moving again. Picking up speed. Where's he going? Turning right. We're not heading for the bridge, I hope. If we get over there, we're going to be out of range. No. Wait, he's slowing down again. Now I'm speeding up.
Hey, you guys, where are you taking me? I don't want to go. Take me back and leave me.
Okay, we're stopping now. This could be it. This is it. Rivington and Suffolk. Hold on. They're coming around. Taking me out.
Wait, no, let me out. Where are you taking me? I don't want to go. Where am I? What is this place? This brick building? This red door? Number 2? Number 2 Rivington. I don't know where. I've never been here. Let's go. Shut up.
Nellie, don't go in. I've got the address. Now run.
Hey, what do you say, fellas? I could use a drink.
Nellie, don't go inside. Damn it. I ran to the payphone. Come on. Pick up the phone. Will you answer it? Come on.
Police, homicide.
I want to report an emergency. A murder. A man is about to be murdered.
Your name, please.
Listen to me, listen. It's at number 2 Rivington Street. Lower East Side, brick building, red door, number 2, got it?
Your name.
My name? My name is David Martin Smith.
Address?
It's Cortlandt Street, number 12, apartment 7. Now, please, hurry. They're going to kill him if you don't get over there.
I'll send someone right over.
I hung up. I ran back upstairs to listen.
Hey, that light that's too bright. Turn it off. Where's my drink? You promised me.
Yes, just a minute. As soon as I finish, open your eyes for me.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. Attendant! Hold this man. Hold him.
Buddy, what are you doing?
His legs. Get his legs. No, make it tighter. He must move. Very good. You see, this man is obviously not drunk. In fact, he shows no signs of chronic drinking at all. He's simply faking it, aren't you?
You can stop pretending now.
Who are you?
See, I told you he was faking. Idiots, you've allowed this man to trick you.
Who are you?
Who am I, and who might you be?
Somebody who knows what you're up to.
Ah, I see. An investigative reporter. Working for somebody or freelancing? No answer? Well, this is very clever of you. Infiltrating, finding out what we're up to.
I already know what you're up to. You're murdering people. I want to know why.
Ah, why do you think? Go ahead, you can guess. Don't be nervous. I can understand why you might be, but go ahead. Let's hear what you think.
I think it's a medical thing. You're killing people and then selling their bodies for parts.
Not a bad assumption. An involuntary organ donor program, is that it? There's just one problem. The people we pick up are in such bad shape, not many organs worth salvaging. Bad hearts, bad livers, bad kidneys.
Then why kill them?
Can't you think of another reason? No, probably not, and why should you? I'll give you a hint. It's not really murder at all.
Why isn't it?
Well, the usual definition of murder is an act committed against members of one's own species. That's right. Keep thinking. You're on the right track.
So you're not human? What are you? French?
I admire your sense of humor under these conditions, but I see you're beginning to understand. You know, it strikes me as the supreme arrogance of any species to imagine it doesn't have predators. Everything has predators, even I have predators. You humans like to think of yourselves at the top of the food chain, but there are so many different chains and no real tops to any of them.
Oh, my God.
My goodness, you're shaking like a leaf, but don't look so shocked. I'm your predator, you are my meat, that's all. As a matter of fact, there are many of us living among you at the present time. As any population grows, so grow its predators. The only thing unusual about what's going on here is that you and I are able to communicate. How do you do? Pleased to eat you.
Oh, the police.
Now, don't worry about this injection. It's not nearly as painful as you
they're
might
coming.
Captain,
finally.
what is the meaning of this?
What?
Oh, it's you, Doctor.
Yes?
We had called.
Obviously a mistake. There's nothing going on here that concerns you.
Wait,
Go back to your duties. We've had enough interruptions for the night. Get out now.
Wait a minute, come back.
Ignore
Wait.
this, man.
Wait.
You're doing, I suppose.
Come back. Come back. Come back here.
Save your breath. They won't be returning. Oh, go ahead and shake. I won't think you're not a brave man. In fact, people like you are the reason we keep this so well hidden. If the general population knew, it might not remain so docile. Secrecy is best, and camouflage. Of course, for efficiency's sake, it was necessary to take over certain levels of government, particularly the police. Now, if you'll just hold still, this won't take long.
After that, I was running to save him, running to avenge him. Finally, just running, realizing it was too late. I couldn't save him. All I could do was get away. The police had my name and address. They would come looking. I couldn't go back, not ever. So I came here, to this hunting shack on stilts in a marsh on Cape Cod. This is where I ended up, and this is where it ends. The wind has dropped now. It's almost an eerie silence after all that howling wind. The storm has pushed out to sea, or maybe it's only the eye of a hurricane. In a few moments, it will start up again, in the other direction. I don't think I'll wait around for it. I finished what I had to do. Warn you, for your sake, for his. Now there's only one thing left to finish. My God, how can anyone find peace living in a world that conceals such horrors? I'm signing off now. Good luck to you all. Good luck to everybody. And goodbye.
You have been listening to Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater's presentation of Some People Are Missing on Canal Street. Tonight's show was produced, written, and directed by Steven Thomas Oney. Engineering by John Todd. Original music by Mark Birmingham. The actors in tonight's play: Stephen Russell played George Nellie. Art Divine was David Martin Smith. Alien Doctor, played by Michael Mellor. Additional voices: Henry Morlock, John Cullity, and Debbie Oney. The detective was played by David Ellsworth. Janice Gray was Attorney Pearl. Recorded at HT Recording Studio, Cape Cod, and Rosemead Productions, Los Angeles. Copyrighted by Steven Thomas Oney for Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater. This is Lou Dumont wishing you a pleasant evening and inviting you to tune in again when the fog rolls in on another chapter of Cape Cod. But wait, our story isn't over.
Now, Mr. Nellie, tell me again, and for the benefit of Attorney Pearl here, exactly what were you trying to do? And Miss Pearl, feel free to ask questions.
Thank you. I will.
Go ahead, Mr. Nellie.
Well, like I said, I was trying to pull an Orson Welles.
What's an Orson Welles?
You know, alien invasion, War of the Worlds thing.
For what purpose?
Well, to see if it could be done. My friends told me it wasn't possible, that in this day and age no one would believe. But I said, no, it was possible. Well, maybe not everyone, but a few. They said I couldn't get even one. So we made a bet. I always wanted to be an actor. This was a chance to prove my skill.
So what did you do?
First thing, I had to find a subject. I picked Davy because he's kind of nerdish. A typewriter type, a real loner. Those intellectual types have good imaginations, but that almost makes them more gullible, you know what I mean? Once you get them leaning in the right direction.
I see. Go on.
It wasn't so easy, you know. I mean, these days, how do you truly make somebody believe there's an invasion going on? You can't just come right out and say, the Martians are coming. No, I had to be more subtle, more indirect. I had to first convince him it was something else. Something also of a horrible nature. But then just at the last minute, just when he was most tense, just when all his senses were telling him it was true, then spring the bit about aliens. It worked, too. Pretty solid piece of acting, I have to say.
The puncture wounds?
They were faked. All he saw was blood. After that, bandages.
And the special phone number?
Hey, I had to have one, didn't I? Couldn't very well let him phone up the real cops. They were all friends of mine. Extras I enlisted to help me pull it off. It was supposed to be a prank, you know. Afterwards, we all went right back to his apartment to fill him in, but by then I guess he had already taken off. Then nobody could locate him. I watched his apartment for days. I even checked his mail. Some letter from his agent about the book that sold, but so I just waited. Then I heard they found his body.
Where was the body found?
Washed up on a Cape Cod beach. Apparent suicide.
I guess I sort of messed up, didn't I?
Messed up? Oh, I wouldn't say so. You deliberately set out to frighten someone to death, and you succeeded. Very stylish. Premeditated murder is what it was.
No. Wait a minute.
Attorney
I never
Pearl,
intended it was...
do you agree? Do we throw the book at Mr. Nellie?
Oh, yes, definitely. I think so. Murder, manslaughter at the least.
Come on.
I'd like to do a little researching first before we decide just how big a book we can throw at Mr. Nellie. But don't worry, Mr. Nellie. We're going to throw one. Afterwards, I'm sure you can look forward to a judge and jury appreciating what a really great performance you gave and rewarding you with a nice big part down at the prison playhouse.
Wait a minute.
Won't that be fun, Mr. Nellie? You pretended you were a bum, and you were one. Now you can pretend to be a convict.
This has been a Highbridge audio presentation. It's a foggy night on old Cape Cod. A perfect night for a mystery. Tonight, Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater presents an original mystery thriller entitled The Case of the Automatic Murders. In tonight's story, we enter the realm of the supernatural.
Mr. Doctor, you be careful. There's spirits in this house. There's spirits all around.
That leads us inexorably towards violent death.
Sybil, what are you doing? What's that in your hand? Oh!
So now, sit back, relax, and listen as Captain Waverly Underhill confronts one of the strangest mysteries of his career in the case of the automatic murders.
Well, Dr. Schofield, I take it you have come to give me another report about my granddaughter. I assume there has been another entry in her diary. Nothing too upsetting this time, I hope.
Mrs. Langhorne, Theodora, before I say anything, I must tell you this problem has become too big for me to handle.
Nonsense. You have been a doctor longer than I have been an old lady.
Well, I'm not a psychiatrist.
I keep telling you, my granddaughter does not need a psychiatrist. What Sybil needs is someone with common sense. Now, don't tell me you can't handle it.
Theodora, I am trying to tell you something has come up. It is no longer simply a medical problem.
What is it, then?
Well, I want your permission to call in a friend of mine. His name is Captain Waverly Underhill, and I think he may be able to help us.
When you say captain, are you speaking nautically?
Captain Underhill is a retired police captain.
I don't want the police.
Now, I said he was retired.
I don't care. I don't want him.
Theodora, will you listen? I'm trying to tell you this is more than a medical problem. Your granddaughter has predicted a murder.
A murder? You mean someone is going to be killed?
Not someone. You, Mrs. Langhorne. You are going to be murdered. Breathe in and out. Once more now, in and out. All right, Waverly, you can put your shirt back on. But don't go yet. There's something I want to show you.
What is it?
Well, just a minute. You'll see.
Get dressed, he says. But don't go yet. He wants to show me something. But he's not going to tell me what it is. Oh, these doctors are all alike. They love to keep you in suspense.
Take a look at this. Do you recognize what it is?
Well, it looks something like a pocket watch. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's probably a pacemaker.
That's right. Now, I'm not saying you need one, but I think it's time you went up to Boston and let them run some tests.
I knew it. I never should have let you talk me into this physical. Look, Alex, I feel fine. There's nothing the matter with my heart.
I'm not saying there is. It's simply that for your own good, I think you should go up there and...
What is this?
This is a miniature power cell. It sends the electrical impulses to your heart. Don't worry, it's very dependable.
A battery, If it's so dependable, why do they call it a die-hard? Couldn't they come up with a more appropriate name than that?
Let me see that. It says nothing of the kind. Honestly, Waverly, sometimes I think you have a completely morbid sense of humor. Now, finish dressing, and when you're done, I want to take you out to visit a patient of mine. It's a medical case. It seems to be on the brink of becoming a police matter.
Aha. I should have known you'd have an ulterior motive for suggesting this physical.
Nonsense. You were long overdue. However, since you are here, and since you said yourself you were free for the afternoon...
You thought there would be no harm in asking for a little free advice.
Well, never mind. I'll wait for you in my office.
I should have told him I don't make house calls.
Hey, Doc. This is kind of unexpected, isn't it? I mean, I didn't even know you was coming. Hey, Who's your pal?
Nick, this is Captain Waverly Underhill.
Oh, yeah? Pleased to meet you.
Nick, would you mind telling Mrs. Langhorne that Captain Underhill and I are here? She's expecting us.
Oh, yeah, sure. Why don't you wait down here? I'll go up and tell her. She'll be right down.
Who was that?
Believe it or not, the butler.
I guess they weren't kidding when they said good help was hard to find.
Well, Nick is also Mrs. Langhorne's chauffeur, which may explain why he was hired.
Must be a hell of a driver. Well, Schofield, I did say I didn't make house calls, but I'll admit I've always been curious about what sort of place was back here.
That's the largest private estate in Osterville. Quite a house, wouldn't you say?
More like a grand hotel. Do Mrs. Langhorne and her granddaughter live here alone?
Oh, plus the hired help. Besides Nick, there's a housekeeper named Greta, a Jamaican cook named Tishua, a full-time live-in nurse named Carol, several others who come in only during the day. Of course, there are men hired to take care of the grounds. Out back is a pond large enough to float the QE2. Altogether, at least a dozen employees. Must cost a fortune to keep the place up.
It certainly does, Doctor. But since I was lucky enough to inherit one when my husband died, I don't find it too much trouble.
Hello, Theodora. Allow me to introduce Captain Waverly Underhill. Captain Underhill, Mrs. Theodora Langhorne.
How do you do? I want you to know it wasn't my idea to have you come.
I see we have something in common already.
I'm going to have some tea. Would either of you like some?
Yes, with a wedge of lemon, please, Waverly.
No tea, but I will have a soft drink. A Coke, if you have it.
Theodora, I've already told Captain Underhill something about this case, but I think it would be best if we started from the beginning.
You rang, Mom?
Greta, please tell Tishua we shall have 2 teas with lemon. And see if there's a Coca-Cola for Mr. Underhill.
Yes, Mom.
You were saying, Doctor?
Well, as I started to say...
Never mind. I'll tell him myself. This whole thing started when I came across several entries in my granddaughter's diary, which I found very disturbing. You've seen the diary, I presume?
He hasn't seen it yet, Theodora. I have it with me, but I wanted to wait until...
Never mind. He doesn't have to see it. I can simply tell you it contains some very shocking passages. Statements full of hatred and resentment, mostly directed towards me.
What did you do when you read it?
Well, naturally, I confronted Sybil with what she had written.
Mm-hmm. And what was her reaction?
At first, she tried to deny it. Then, when I showed her it was all in her own handwriting, she became angry. Almost hysterically angry.
Do you know why?
Of course I know why. Because I exposed her.
Mrs. Langhorne, how did you happen to read her diary in the first place?
If you must know, I came across it by accident. I had gone up to her room, and I noticed it lying open on her desk. I only looked because for some time I have been concerned about her mental state. I thought it might help me gain some insight into her...
Don't you think there's a chance she was upset because she caught you snooping in her diary?
Dr. Schofield, I certainly did not invite him here to make insulting accusations.
Waverly, please. Theodora, try to understand. Captain Underhill is only trying to help. Waverly, the important thing is that once Mrs. Langhorne realized her granddaughter sincerely believed she was telling the truth, she became concerned, and that's when I was called in. Of course, I recommended a psychiatrist, but she insisted. And so for the past few weeks, I've been doing my best to treat Sybil for what I assumed was a deep-seated psychosis. At least, that's what I thought until quite recently.
Here's your tea, Miss Langhorne. Thank you, Tishua. Just put it down. We didn't have no Coke, so I brung them on a Pepsi. That's fine. You may go. Go on, Doctor.
I was about to say, the case took on an entirely new complexion when I read the last entry in Sybil's diary. I should explain that I've been seeing Sybil every day, and every day she lets me see her diary without having looked at it herself. The passages which appear overnight frighten her. She no longer wishes to know what she's written.
What does the last entry say?
Well, here, let me read it to you. It's not at all like the others. It's as if someone else were talking, trying to communicate through Sybil.
Do you hear me, Teddy? Remember University Avenue, the brownstone number 11, how we feared for our immortal souls. Dear now, I am here, trying to reach you, to warn you of the danger that surrounds. Beware, the soul you sent away has come back, seeking revenge. Beware, the one who wears the string of pearls is plotting your death.
That's all there is?
That's all that's written.
Who is Teddy?
Teddy is me. It was the nickname my sister gave me when we were young.
Where is your sister now?
She's dead. Nina died more than 30 years ago. However, if you wish to know what she looked like, that is her portrait on the wall.
Good heavens, you mean that's your sister? I thought, my God, she's a carbon copy of Sybil.
I think you mean the other way around. Anyway, what did you expect? They are related, you know.
Mrs. Langhorne, what happened at number 11 University Avenue?
That was nothing. It was just something that happened a long time ago.
Would you mind telling me what it was?
I see no reason to. It has nothing to do with this case. It certainly does not concern you.
Please, Theodora, Captain Underhill is only trying
I don't care. I see no reason to dredge up the past for his benefit. I will say this. Sometimes, when people are young, they do very foolish things. Things they later regret.
Whatever this was, your sister knew about it?
Of course.
Who else?
No one else. I can promise you that. It was a secret she took with her to the grave.
Then you believe this really is a message from your sister?
How should I know? Dr. Schofield seems to think that this may be an authentic case of automatic writing. On the other hand, he has also suggested that Sybil may have developed a split personality.
And taken on the persona of your sister.
Well, that's what I thought at first, Waverly, but now I'm inclined to think otherwise.
Why?
Well, because in every case involving multiple personalities, when the identity shifts and the new personality takes over, everything changes, including the handwriting. In Sybil's case, her handwriting always remains the same.
I see. Mrs. Langhorne, could you tell me what was meant by the soul you sent away has come back seeking revenge?
I have no idea. Of course, I've fired people before, when I had to. I suppose you might call that sending someone away.
And the statement about the one who wears the string of pearls. What do you make of that?
I really can't say. Lots of people wear pearls.
Well, take a guess.
Now listen. If you are trying to get me to point the finger at Sybil simply because she wears a string of old pearls, I refuse to do it. Sybil could never be a murderess.
Oh? Why do you say that?
Because, frankly, she isn't capable of it. Sybil is an orphan. Her mother died during childbirth. Her father, my only son, died when she was 13 years old. Save your condolences, it happened a long time ago. I can only say it was ungracious of him to die and saddled me with the responsibility of raising a spoiled teenage girl who had already been set in her ways and was completely lacking in self-motivation.
How old is Sybil now?
19.
Mrs. Langhorne, if you don't mind my saying so, you don't seem very concerned about what amounts to a death threat against you.
Mr. Underhill, when you get to be my age and someone tells you you are going to die, it doesn't come as a great surprise. Besides, I am quite used to death threats. I get them every time I visit Dr. Schofield for a checkup.
Ah, I see we have something else in common.
Waverly, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your accepting Mrs. Langhorne's invitation to stay the night. I know I'm going to feel a lot more comfortable having you there. I'm sure Mrs. Langhorne feels the same way.
Really? I think Mrs. Langhorne will feel more comfortable when I leave. She may be happy to have you, but somehow I don't expect to end up on her Christmas mailing list, if you know what I mean.
Waverly, that business about number 11 University Avenue, what do you suppose happened there?
I have a hunch, but I'd rather not say just yet. I'll know better after I do a little checking.
Well, I still can't get over the uncanny resemblance between Sybil and her Aunt Nina. It's almost as if she were the same person come back to life.
Oh, I wouldn't make too much of that.
Oh, why not? You saw yourself. They look almost exactly alike.
You're forgetting, Doctor, I haven't met Miss Langhorne yet. However, assuming the resemblance is as pronounced as you say, it's not unusual for a child to look like a grandparent or a great-aunt or an uncle. You've studied genetics. You know inherited traits tend to skip generations.
Well, yes, but...
Oh, we're here now. Why don't we discuss this later?
Hey, Doc. Back so soon?
Yes, Nick.
Got your overnight gear, I see.
That's right.
That's good. It's always good to be prepared.
Nick, would you mind seeing to our bags?
Oh, yeah, sure. Why don't you go on in? Greta's got some rooms made up for you upstairs.
Thank you, Nick.
Oh, hello. Excuse me. I was just leaving. Oh, you must be Dr. Schofield. You're the one who's taking care of Cousin Sybil?
That's right.
Doctor, if you ask me, she's not the one who's crazy. The only thing wrong with Cousin Sybil is she's lived too long under the same roof with that woman. God knows I do my best to put up with it when I visit, but how she stands it 24 hours a day, I'd go nuts too.
You're not concerned, then, about the strange writings in her diary?
I don't know about that. I haven't read them, and I don't intend to. All I can say is a person has a right to say whatever they want to in their diary. It's supposed to be private.
Louise, you're still here?
Oh, yes, Aunt Theo. I'm just on my way out.
You've met Dr. Schofield. Doctor, this is my niece, Louise Symington. She and her husband live in Connecticut, in Hartford. She visits me occasionally.
Oh, never often enough, I'm afraid.
For some of us it is.
I don't believe I've met this other gentleman.
This is Mr. Underhill. He's just visiting.
What was the name?
Underhill, just visiting.
Oh, well, in that case, I hope you have a very nice visit, both of you. Really, I must be going. It was nice to meet you. Goodbye, Aunt Theo.
Goodbye. Say hello to Roger.
I won't forget. I'll give him your love.
Saying hello will be sufficient. Goodbye.
It's open. Come on in.
Well, all moved in, I see. Have everything you need?
Yes, I think so. How is your room?
Oh, fine. I expect dinner will be ready soon. Will you be coming down?
Yes, in a minute.
Hello, Dr. Schofield.
Hello, Sybil.
I heard you were staying the night. I'm glad.
Sybil, come in a minute. I want you to meet someone. Sybil, this is Captain Underhill. Captain, Miss Sybil Langhorne.
How do you do?
He's here because of me, isn't he? Something's going to happen, isn't it?
Now, Sybil.
I want you to stay, Doctor, but does he have to be here, too?
If my popularity continues to improve like this, I may have to run for public office.
What's he saying?
Never mind, Sybil. Now just listen to me a minute.
Doctor, I know something is going to happen.
Why do you say that, Miss Langhorne?
Because I can feel it. It's like a pressure, like the feeling before a storm. It has something to do with what I wrote last night, doesn't it, Doctor?
Well, perhaps it would be best if we sat down and went over what was in the diary.
No, I don't want to know.
Then you mustn't excite yourself. I invited Captain Underhill here because I believe he can help us. The important thing for you to do is to relax and trust us.
I know you're right. I'll try, I promise.
Miss Langhorne, would you mind if I asked you a question?
No, what is it?
Could you describe for me exactly what happens when these nighttime episodes occur?
I I don't know.
You must have some recollection.
That's just it. I don't. I didn't even realize I was doing it until my grandmother confronted me with what I had written. It happens while I'm asleep. In the morning, I don't remember a thing. I wake up feeling exhausted, as if I hadn't slept. Sometimes I have a stiff neck.
Do you have any theories about what's causing this?
Perhaps they're right. Perhaps I am crazy. Grandmother's always said I live inside a dream world. On the other hand, if it is automatic writing and someone is trying to communicate through me, I know I shouldn't resist. I just wish it wasn't so frightening. I just wish this terrible feeling would go
You're back. How is she?
Better. She's resting in her room. She says she doesn't want any dinner, but I think I'll have them send something up anyway.
Dr. Schofield.
Oh, hello, Tishua. Is dinner ready? We were just coming down.
Dinner ready, but that ain't wise here. Mr. Doctor, you be careful. There's spirits in this house. There's spirits all around. I feel them at night coming up from the cellar. They bring woe and grief. You be careful. Old Tishua right. They bring woe and grief.
Mrs. Langhorne, it's 3 a.m. and you're still awake.
Well, what of it? A person my age doesn't need that much sleep. You're a nurse. You should know that.
Come now, we all need our rest. Let's put the book away. Here, I'll fluff your pillows and you get some rest.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Carol. You're always so good to me.
Oh, nonsense. I'm not always good to you. Here, shall I pull these curtains, or would you like them open?
No, the moonlight doesn't bother me.
All right. Now, you know I'll be right next door. Just buzz if you need me. Good night, Mrs. Langhorne.
Thank you, dear. Good night. What is it? Carol, did you forget something? Carol, is that you? Sybil, what are you doing? What's that in your hand? Oh! Get through the light! Quickly, the light! Well, the letter opener in her hand. Get it away!
Sybil, let me have it.
Yes, take it. I don't even know how I got here. What's happening to me? I must be losing my mind.
What's wrong here? I heard screams. Is everyone all right?
All right, Doctor. Everything is fine. Sybil was just walking in her sleep.
Theodora, you sure you're all right?
I am fine, Doctor. Please, take the child back to her room and stay with her until she calms down. Carol, you go along, too.
Mrs. Lang.
I am perfectly fine. Now go, all of you, and let me get some rest.
Well, all right, but... Well, if you need me, you can reach me on the phone in Sybil's room.
Yes, I know. Now, everyone, please, go. After that, I may never get to sleep. Now, where did Carol put my book?
Hello? I thought I heard a commotion.
Mr. Underhill, is it your habit to enter a woman's bedroom without knocking?
The door was open.
Then please leave and close it as you go.
What happened?
Never mind. I'm too tired to explain. Ask Dr. Schofield.
Mrs. Langhorne, I think it would be a big help if you told me what happened at number 11 University Avenue.
I told you before. I'm not going to say. Now, please, go away. It's late and I'm tired.
Your door locks from the inside?
Of course it does.
Then I suggest you lock it, at least for tonight.
Don't worry, I intend to. If only to prevent people like you from barging in.
Good night, Mrs. Langhorne.
Good night. Insufferable man.
Good morning, Schofield. I must say you don't look like you had a very good night's sleep.
Oh, I hardly slept at all.
I stopped by your room before I came down. You weren't there.
Well, that's because I spent the entire night in a vigil at Sybil's bedside. The only way I could get her to calm down was to promise to guard her while she slept.
Yes, Greta told me about what happened. What are you going to do about it?
What choice do I have? Whatever may be causing this, it's obvious that Sybil's presence in this house represents a clear and present danger to her grandmother. I'm going to have to suggest that she be moved elsewhere until somehow we can get to the root of her problem.
Why not hold off on that for a while, Doctor? I'm going to Boston today to do a little checking. I should be back by tomorrow. For now, let's leave things as they are.
Well, if you really think it's wise...
Yes, I think so. Also, do me a favor, if you will. See if you can arrange with Mrs. Langhorne to let me stay one more night when I get back. That may be difficult, but see what you can do.
Waverly, I'm glad you're back. How was Boston?
Fine. What's wrong, Alex? You look worried.
I've been anxious to talk to you. Something's happened.
Last night?
There's been another entry in Sybil's diary. Come inside, I'll show you. It's different this time, you'll see. It's still Sybil's handwriting, but it reads as if two people were talking, having a conversation. Here it is.
Well, go ahead. Read it to me.
Who are you? I feel I know you. I feel I know you. I feel water seeping into my soul. I feel a current pulling me down. I see a black mirror.
That's all?
That's all that's written. What do you make of it?
Does Sybil know about this?
Not yet, but I'm thinking I'd better tell her.
No, don't do that. Let's wait. Where is Sybil now?
Taking a nap on the veranda. She said she was exhausted. She's also complaining again of a stiff neck.
Uh-huh. Doctor, I wonder, could you take me up and show me her room?
Well, yes. Well, certainly. We can go up right now if you like.
Lead the way.
This is her room, her bed. That's her desk over there. She normally keeps her diary in the top drawer.
Quite a lot of storage space, wouldn't you say?
Well, this is the servants' wing of the house. These closets are mainly for storage. Sybil prefers it on this side.
Doctor, you mentioned that when you first began treating Sybil, you spent an entire night at her bedside.
That's right. I was hoping to be able to observe her when she got up to write in her diary. I sat in this rocker right here.
And nothing happened?
Absolutely nothing. She slept peacefully through the night. Waverly, what are you doing?
Just checking under the bed. I must say I'm not surprised your experiment didn't succeed. Hello, what's this?
You found something?
Yes, it appears to be a handmade doll. Here, take a look.
My God, Waverly, it's Sybil.
It is?
Well, yes, of course. It looks just like her. It even has the real hair, Sybil's hair. Waverly, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
That depends. What are you thinking?
This doll, and the fact that Tishua comes from Jamaica. You know what that means?
What?
Voodoo.
Voodoo?
Yes, voodoo.
Who do?
She do. I mean she does. Waverly, be serious. I'm suggesting that Tishua may be practicing voodoo.
It's possible.
What are you doing?
Putting it back where I found it.
But you can't just ignore it. We've got to do something.
We will. In fact, we'll do it tonight. We're going to repeat the same experiment you tried, only this time we won't make the same mistake.
What mistake are you talking about?
In spending the night at her bedside, you violated one of the basic principles of scientific investigation. You inserted yourself into the experiment.
Well, I don't see how I could have done it any differently.
Wait until tonight. We'll try it again, and you'll see.
You rang, Ma'am?
Greta, have you seen Dr. Schofield?
Yes, Ma'am. The other gentleman returned from his trip about 15 minutes ago. I saw the two of them go upstairs. Shall I go
No, don't bother. What about Sybil? Where is she?
I believe taking a nap on the veranda. She said she was tired.
What is it, Greta? You look like you're seeing a ghost.
Behind you, ma'am, out there on the lawn. It's Miss Sybil. She's doing it again. She's walking at her...
Quickly, go follow her. See that she doesn't hurt herself.
Yes, ma'am.
But don't wake her up. That could be dangerous.
Look, she's heading straight for the pond.
Well, hurry. Go and stop her.
Psst. Greta, could we speak to you a moment?
Yes, Doctor. Is there anything wrong?
Nothing is wrong, but Captain Underhill and I would like to ask a favor.
Greta, we need your help. Dr. Schofield and I are planning to spend the night in Miss Langhorne's room, but we don't want anyone to know, especially Sybil. That's very important. If anyone asks, you're to say that Dr. Schofield and I were both very tired, and we decided to turn in early. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. But I don't understand. If you're going to spend the night in Miss Sybil's room, how can she not know?
Well, Doctor, comfortable?
Comfortable? How can I be comfortable? We're sitting in a closet no larger than a coffin. It's stuffy, it's cramped, it's pitch black. There's hardly any oxygen. I can't believe you expect us to spend the entire night this way.
I offered to do it alone.
Oh, never mind. I'm not complaining. Waverly.
Yes?
Are you convinced we're doing the right thing, not to warn Sybil about the passage in her diary? After what happened this afternoon down at the pond...
I think it would do more harm than good.
But the diary said the water would be her release. She was headed straight for the pond, and the pond was like a black mirror.
First of all, Doctor, when a person sleepwalks and wades into a pond, 99 times out of 100 they'll wake up before drowning. Secondly, the diary does not actually say she's going to drown. It says the water will be her release. Do you propose that we warn her to stay away from water altogether? Not to drink it, not to wash with it, not to take a bath? Oh, no. It's far better that we keep a watchful eye on her than upset her with any dire predictions about her death.
I hope you're right. I'd hate for something tragic to happen. By the way, I completely forgot to ask you, what did you find out in Boston?
Nothing definite, but what I did learn seems to confirm what I suspected from the beginning. I found out that Theodora and her sister Nina both attended Wellesley College. I tried locating the brownstone at number 11 University Avenue, but it had been torn down years ago. However, I talked to a neighbor who remembered that a certain doctor once lived there, a physician who apparently did not have a very upstanding medical reputation.
Then you think that...
I think that one of the two sisters, most likely Theodora, had an illegal abortion. Her sister probably helped arrange it. To avoid a scandal, I expect they vowed never to tell anyone as long as they live.
Waverly, remember, the diary says, the soul you sent away has come back seeking revenge. You don't suppose that could mean the soul of an aborted child?
Oh, no, I don't think so. If anything, I would suspect that... Shh. Wait. Here she comes now. Keep your voice low.
Lovely, isn't she?
Yes, almost Victorian. The narrow waist, high bosom, the long tapering arms. She almost belongs to another era.
Look, Waverly, She's getting undressed. We can't watch.
Oh? Why not?
Because it wouldn't be right.
Oh, come now, Doctor. You must have seen thousands of women undressed.
Not under circumstances like this. I feel like a peeping Tom.
Very well. Don't watch if you don't want to. This is a scientific experiment, and I intend to make sure I don't miss a thing.
Are you still watching?
Of course.
Well, don't keep me in suspense. What's she doing?
She has taken off her dress. Now she's getting ready to put on her nightgown.
What is it?
I think I've just discovered a natural substitute for a pacemaker.
What time is it now? It feels like it should be morning.
I can't see my watch. I'd say it's around 2:30. $3:00. Pretty close.
Waverly, how long are we going to have to keep this up? Nothing's going to happen. Nothing happened last time either. We're simply giving ourselves a miserable night for no good reason.
Wait a minute. Look, she's moving. She's sitting up in bed.
Her eyes are open. Is she awake?
No, I don't think so. She's getting out of bed. She's going over to her desk. She's sitting down, taking out her diary.
My God, Waverly, you were right. She's doing it. What's she doing now?
Nothing. Not a thing. She's just sitting there.
That's all?
No, wait. Now she's closing her diary, putting it back in the drawer. Now she's getting up. She's going back to bed.
I don't understand.
Never mind. We've seen enough. We'll wait a few minutes and slip out.
Well, at least we've seen her do it.
Did we, Doctor?
Well, of course. We both saw her do it. She got out of bed, went to her desk, and took out her diary.
But she didn't write anything down.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Doesn't it? Doctor, do me a favor. See if you can convince Mrs. Langhorne to let me stay one more night. There is one more experiment I'd like to try.
And so I said to Roger he simply must take more time off so that we can arrange to come up more often.
Excuse me, Mrs. Langhorne, Mrs. Symington. Captain Underhill has asked me to invite everyone into the library to participate in a seance.
A what?
Oh, a seance? Is that what he said? Oh, Aunt Theo, that sounds like fun.
Dr. Schofield, is your friend serious?
Yes, ma'am. I'm afraid so.
Now, see here. When I gave permission for Mr. Underhill to stay here another day and night, I did so with the expectation he was not going to waste his time and ours playing silly parlor games.
Oh, come on, Aunt Theo. It'll be fun.
Louise, I have no intention of doing any such foolish thing.
Oh, please, Mrs. Langhorne. Captain Underhill feels it's essential that everyone participate. Please. That's a favor to me.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for coming. It seems we have everyone here. Mrs. Langhorne, Mrs. Symington, Greta, Dr. Schofield, Sybil, Nurse Carol, Tishua, and Nick.
Present and accounted for.
Thank you, Nick. Before we begin, I think I should explain why I felt it would be useful to conduct a seance. As you know, strange things have been occurring in this house. I am referring to the disturbing entries in Sybil's diary, her bouts of sleepwalking, and a warning from Tishua to be on guard against evil spirits. 2 nights ago, Dr. Schofield and I secretly hid ourselves in a closet in Sybil's room. It was our intention to watch her throughout the night surreptitiously, so that if and when she left her bed to go to her diary, we could observe her actions. As it happened, she did rise from her bed. Moving in a trance, we saw her go to her desk, sit down, and wait for a message to arrive from the spirit world. After witnessing this episode, I became convinced that Tishua's warning about evil spirits was correct. That is why I decided to arrange this seance. In a minute, I will turn out the lights. I will ask all of you to hold hands, and we will do our best to summon forth the spirits of this house.
Oh, this is preposterous.
Dr. Schofield, I don't think I want to go through with this.
It's all right, Sybil. We're all here together. There's no need to be frightened.
All right. If you will all hold hands, I'm going to turn off the lights.
It's so dark. Couldn't we have one light?
Waverly, how about a candle?
Shh, quiet. We must concentrate. Spirits, we call upon you now. Spirits, can you hear us? Come forward and reveal yourselves.
Mr. Underhill, I can feel them. They're coming.
Spirits, we summon you. Speak to us now.
Listen to me, Sybil. Pick up your pen. Now listen and write exactly what I tell you.
Louise, that's your voice.
Write what I say. When you are finished, you will go back to bed and forget. Do you understand, Sybil? You will forget everything.
That's enough. Lights, please. Thank you. What you were listening to just now is the beginning of a conversation that took place last night between Sybil and her cousin Louise Symington.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. I wasn't even here last night.
True, but as the saying goes, a phone call is the next best thing to being there. I'm sure Dr. Schofield will understand when I say that what has been going on this whole time has been more telegraphic than telepathic.
I'm not sure I do understand.
The telephone, Doctor. Specifically the one on Sybil's desk from which she received her messages from the spirit world.
Mr. Underhill, will you kindly explain what this is all about?
Yes, ma'am. You remember I said that Schofield and I spent the night in Miss Sybil's closet. We saw her leave her bed, sit at her desk, and open her diary. But she failed to write anything down. Dr. Schofield thought our experiment succeeded, but I was more interested in why it had failed. Would you like to tell them why, Greta?
Me? I don't know what you mean.
Of course you do. You were the only one who knew we were spending the night in the closet. Undoubtedly, as soon as you learned our intentions, your immediate desire was to slip into Sybil's room and remove the clock from her bedside.
The clock? But why the clock?
Because, Doctor, the clock was the trigger mechanism. Miss Sybil has been hypnotically programmed. Whenever the clock strikes 3, it triggers her to leave her bed, go and sit at her desk, and await a call. Remove the clock, and she sleeps peacefully through the night, just as she did the night you spent sitting up by her bedside. In our case, there was no time for Greta to slip in and remove the clock. Therefore, she did the next best thing. She telephoned Louise Symington in Connecticut and warned her not to place the call. That was why there was no entry in the diary that night. It also explains the stiff necks she complained about, which came from cradling the phone while she took dictation. Last night, I hid in the closet one more time. Only this time, I took precautions to make certain no one was aware of what I was doing. As a result, I was able to intercept the call and make this recording.
Louise, why would you do such a thing?
She did it, Mrs. Langhorne, because she saw herself being edged out of her inheritance. She realized Sybil was going to inherit, and so she instigated a plan that would cause you to disown her. The offensive remarks she forced Sybil to write in her diary were supposed to do the trick. However, instead of kicking Sybil out, you called in Dr. Schofield. Failing at that, she tried again with a scheme that would make it look as though Sybil was intent upon murdering you. When Sybil showed up in your bedroom with a letter opener, that should have been the final straw. But even then, you refused to withdraw your support. That left her with only one alternative. She planned to murder Sybil. The passage in her diary talking about the water being her release was laying the groundwork for a fatal accident that would look like suicide.
Well, that explains the pond.
Not really, Doctor. I still believe that was a coincidence. If you recall, Sybil was taking a nap on the back porch around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When she heard chimes from a downstairs clock, she got up as she normally would. She may have been headed for the pond, but I suspect she was actually searching for her desk.
But, Waverly, what about number 11 University Avenue? Haven't you already established that only Mrs. Langhorne and her sister knew about that?
That was before I learned that before coming to work for Mrs. Langhorne, Greta had worked for Mrs. Langhorne's sister. In fact, that was how she came here. When Nina died, Mrs. Langhorne hired her.
Yes, that's right. I did.
I suspect before Nina died, she felt the need to unburden herself of a secret she had kept all her life. She may have told Greta, or Greta may have overheard her confess it to someone else. In either case, it gave them a very useful piece of information to make the messages from the spirit world appear more authentic.
Louise, where do you think you're going?
We're leaving. Come on, Greta. I'm sure we've both heard enough of this silly nonsense.
Waverly, you can't just let them go.
It's all right. Sergeant Blake and Officer Delaney are waiting outside to say hello. I apologize, Mrs. Langhorne, but this time it really was necessary to call in the police.
Not at all. I don't mind a bit.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll be going.
Captain Underhill, won't you at least stay for supper?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm sure I've overstayed my welcome as it is.
Wait a minute, Waverly. What about the doll?
The doll?
It's the one we found under Sybil's bed.
Oh, well, I'm sure Tishua can explain that.
Mr. Doctor, I put that doll there to protect Miss Sybil from the evil spirits.
You see, Alex, not all voodoo dolls are employed for harmful purposes. This one was intended to ward off the evil spirits. Unfortunately, it didn't work against scheming relatives.
You have been listening to Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater's presentation of The Automatic Murders. Tonight's program was produced, written, and directed by Steven Thomas Oney. Co-produced by David Ellsworth. Engineered by John Todd. Original music composed by Mark Birmingham. The actors in tonight's play: David Ellsworth as Captain Underhill, Wally O'Hara as Dr. Schofield, Carol McManus as Mrs. Langhorne and Tishua, Lee Olive as Louise Symington, Wendy Owansky, Sybil, Melinda Gallant as Greta and Nina's ghost, Debbie Oney, Nurse Carol, and Jack Brady as Nick the butler. This program was recorded at HT Recording Studio and is copyrighted by Steven Thomas Oney. All rights, including rights for broadcast and reproduction, are reserved. This is Floyd Pratt wishing you a pleasant evening and inviting you to tune in again when the fog rolls in on another chapter of Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater.
It's a foggy night on old Cape Cod. A perfect night for a mystery. Tonight, Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater presents a Captain Waverly Underhill program entitled The Mystery of Anna Gale. When Nantucket Sound joins the south shore of Cape Cod, after miles of continuous beaches, you come upon an inland passageway dividing the shoreline between Cotuit and Osterville. Entering through a snaking channel, passing the barrier island, Dead Neck, winding your way for 2 miles up the Narrows, which constantly narrow as you go, finally squeezing through an occlusion of 2 opposing juts of sand before emerging into the wider North Bay. There, the point of land on your left is known as Point Isabella. It is here, so legend goes, that Bluebeard the pirate buried his girlfriend, Hannah Screechum, alive, along with his treasure, because he caught her snooping. The landscape has changed somewhat in 200 years. Once it was barren enough to satisfy a pirate's privacy. Now sits upon it a housing development. Digging foundations hasn't turned up any bones or treasure so far. Yet the people living on Point Isabella have not been able to escape an awareness of the ghost of Hannah Screechum. On windy nights, she can still be heard, moaning under the doors and under the eaves, speaking through shutters as if they were vocal cords, calling down gutters and downspouts. Except lately, the neighbors have been noticing something different about the sound. It's now a ghostly duet, and the voice that's added is the voice of a child.
What happened? Somebody says Anna Gale. She was taken away in a car. No.
Hey.
What?
That cruiser that just pulled out. Those two old guys? The one with the white hair. That's Waverly Underhill.
That's him, huh? How do you know? You know him?
I recognize him. Stay back, please.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. You can't go in right now.
Captain Underhill, good evening.
Not bloody likely.
I think by that he meant good evening.
Oh, my God. What's going on here? Where's Anna Gale?
Ma'am, stop.
What happened?
We think she was kidnapped up by the road.
Oh, no. Poor Betsy. How awful. Let me go into her, please.
Waverly, nice and coming. Dr. Schofield.
We almost didn't make it.
What happened, Sergeant?
Two cousins, a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old, out playing near the road. A car pulls up and snatches the 7-year-old. The 5-year-old runs back to tell. The mother calls us. We got here about 10 minutes ago.
Where are they?
The 5-year-old is in there. The mother, Elizabeth Storm, is down the hall.
I should go in. Let me...
No, Doctor. Stay with us.
You want to talk to the mother?
I want to talk to the 5-year-old first. What's her name?
Jody Higgins.
What's the other girl's name, the one who was taken?
Anna Gale Storm.
And where's her father?
Couple's divorced. Father lives in Alaska.
Is he there now?
Presumably.
Well, check it. Check it and contact him. All right, let's hear what Jody has to say first.
Waverly, I really think I'd better...
Not yet, Doctor, not yet. Join us.
Let's go in.
Around.
I don't want to.
You want to save your cousin's life, don't you?
Oh, stop. What are you doing? What kind of way is that to question a child?
Minutes are important here.
You take over, Alex.
Me?
There's no time.
All right, I will. Because I know this whole thing is very frightening for a young person. Talking to a grown-up policeman is scary. I know that every time one pulls me over.
Which is never.
Hello, Jody. My name is Dr. Schofield. I'm a doctor, and I'd like to help you, if that's all right with you.
My tummy hurts.
Your tummy does? Where? Where does it hurt? Up high, or down low?
Here.
I'll bet you have some stomach upset. And who wouldn't?
You want to reveal?
I don't think so. Nobody touched you, did they, Jody? No? Then I think we don't need to rush things.
We're getting nowhere.
Yes, he is.
Now, here's what I think will take care of that. First, I'm going to order you a plate of milk and cookies. That somebody will get. And while that's coming, you and I will sit in this rocking chair. Come on, up you go. And we're going to just rock. And I'm going to help you answer any questions these nice policemen have. You see, rocking makes you feel better. It always does me.
Ask about the vehicle.
Jody, did you see the car that took away Anna Gale?
Careful not to lead her, Alex.
The van, I got that much done.
Please, don't answer any questions for her.
Well, was it a van?
Oh, never mind.
You're nodding your head. It was a van. Did you see what color it was? Well, what was it? Was it red, or was it blue, or
Don't
was it...
prompt her, Alex. Jody, can you look around this room and tell me if you see anything that's the same color as the van you saw?
Look around. Do you see anything? Ah, you do. Well, point to it. You're pointing at Captain Underhill. At his bow tie? At his shirt? White. It was that color. It was, I see.
Find out about the driver now.
Jody, when the man pulled up, did you see what he looked like?
Don't suggest it was a man.
Well,
Don't
what do I
prompt
say?
her.
What do I
Ask her if it was a mummy or a daddy.
All right. Jody,
It was
it...
Daddy.
How do you know, dear? Did you see him get out of the car?
You can answer him. He's a very nice man.
No.
He never got out?
Uh-uh.
Well, then, how much of his body did you see? This much or this much? Just above the neck?
Uh-huh.
Then how do you know for sure it was a mummy or a daddy?
He had a mustache.
Oh, Jody, that's very good you remembered that. He had a mustache.
Alex never praised children's
He
answers.
didn't have any hair.
Was he bald? Just like Dr. Schofield?
Uh-huh.
Jody, look at the back of my hand. You see these brown spots? And you see this white area? Which would you say is closer to the shade of skin the man wore?
Like that.
Oh, that one? All right.
How old do you think the man was, Jody?
Don't bother, Schofield. Children her age are no good at telling grown-ups'
I
ages.
don't know.
Sergeant, pass on this much. The suspect is male, Caucasian, and bald with a mustache. Somewhere between 30 and 40. Okay. Now, when the man drove up, exactly what did he say? No, wait. First, let me ask you this. When you heard his voice, what did it sound like? Was it a higher voice like this, or was it a lower voice like this?
It was lower.
Was it friendly or gruff?
What does gruff mean?
Well, like the troll under the bridge in the Billy Goat's gruff. Oh, you'd better not cross my bridge.
He was gruff.
Is that right? He wasn't friendly. What did the man say exactly?
To get in the van and go for a drive.
Is that all?
To go.
Where?
Away.
Wait a minute. He said to go away or to get in?
He probably told her to go away and Anna Gale to get in.
Alex, please, don't prompt her with suggestions.
Well, how come when I ask a question it's prompting, but never when you do?
He told Anna Gale to get in.
And did he say something to you?
To go.
So, what did you do?
I ran.
Where?
Behind a rock.
Oh, you ran off and hid behind a rock. Good for you.
How far away was the rock, Jody?
I don't know.
You don't know? You're not sure? You'll have to take your thumb out to answer me.
Not if she doesn't want to.
All right. Could you still see the van from where you were hiding? You couldn't. You're shaking your head. Is that because you didn't try?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. But could you still hear what was going on? What did you hear?
It was noisy.
The van was noisy?
Uh-huh.
Maybe it had a bad muffler. Mm-hmm. Better pass that tidbit on.
Well, did the sound go vroom, 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 vroom?
Like that, uh-huh.
Just a couple more questions, Jody. Now, this one is very important.
I don't want to.
Oh, Jody, you're doing fine. I'll tell you what. You can whisper the answers in my ear. How's that?
Okay.
Jody, at any time, did you hear the man say anyone's name?
She says no.
Did he say Anna Gale's name? Or your name? Or her mother's name?
No.
Anybody's name at all?
He didn't say anybody.
Did the man say anybody had sent him?
Did he seem to know who Anna Gale was? What did Anna Gale say to him?
I didn't hear.
Why not?
I was behind a rock.
Did you hear her yell or scream?
No.
Careful, Waverly.
Did you stay behind the rock until the van drove away? All right. Now, I want you to just relax and try to remember something. This will be the last question, I promise. Before you heard the van drive off, did you hear a car door open and close? You did? How many times?
Once.
All right. After it opened, do you remember if it closed quickly, as if someone got in, or did it stay open for a while and then close?
It opened and closed quickly.
Well, what would staying open indicate?
That he jumped out of the van to grab her.
Well, he could have snatched her in through the window, and then there would be no doors opening at all.
Oh, that's right, too. So one door opening and closing in a normal fashion indicates that Anna Gale got in voluntarily. If she did, it seems likely she knew who the person was. Jody, I want to ask you one more time. Was the man friendly or gruff? Did he say, "Come on, Anna Gale, hop in the van and let's go for a drive"? Or, what? What, dear? I can't hear you.
He didn't say Anna Gale.
No, that's right. You caught me. You told me he didn't say any names. Very good. You're a perceptive witness.
Don't praise her.
So, how did he say it? Lightly? Get in the van and go for a drive. Or was it sternly? Get in the van. What do you mean, What does she mean?
Jody, did the man make it sound like going for a drive would be fun? Or did he make it sound like he was giving orders?
Making orders.
So he wasn't friendly.
I think he was mean.
That's strange. Either she's confused or we've confused her. We can't spend any more time on it.
Well, maybe he said it both ways.
Yeah, maybe. Authoritative and friendly. That combination often works on children.
Oh, good, Jody. Here comes some cookies and milk. Does your stomach feel well enough to try them?
Uh-huh.
One last thing, Jody. Would you come over here and look out the window, please?
She's shy, Waverly. Come on, Jody. Help yourself to a cookie, and we'll walk over and look together.
There's a van out there. Tell me if it's like the one you saw. You're shaking your head. How is it different?
Smaller.
Smaller? How much smaller?
Like that one.
Like that?
That one? Jody, that's not a van at all. I thought you said the vehicle was a van.
She told me it was.
Will you be quiet?
I'm sorry.
No, sweetheart. It's not your fault. We know you're doing the best you can, and you're doing good.
Cancel the ID.
No, but you'd better tell him it's not 100% reliable.
She told me.
Jody, I'm amazed at how well you're remembering things, but you don't have to try too hard. Whatever you remember, that's fine. And it's all right to say if you don't remember.
Sorry, vehicle may be a van. We're not sure. You're not sure.
I'd like to talk to the mother now.
What, Waverly, now it isn't a white van?
Well, it's white, but not necessarily a van.
So we're back to square one. Come on, you guys are supposed to be finding out more, not less. I got a ton of people waiting on this.
I want to talk to the mother.
Waverly, I'll follow you. I just want to make sure Jody's all right. Now, dear, are you all...
Mary, we're hovering over the Cape Cod Canal right beside the Bourne Bridge. As you can see, the police helicopter below us is monitoring traffic leaving the Cape, scanning the faces in the cars. They're hoping to catch sight of the person responsible for abducting little 7-year-old Anna Gale Storm near her home in Katuitt less than half an hour ago. Mary, I should mention it was only due in part to the fact that the police were having a training exercise with their helicopters that enabled them to respond in record time, setting up these watches at both the Sagamore Bridge and the Bourne Bridge. However, this net, if you would like to consider it a net, still may not have been thrown up fast enough to spoil the kidnapper's intentions. In other words, if he intended on leaving the Cape, Mary, he may already have done so.
John, further complicating matters, as we understand it, is that the police have very little to go on. The sole witness, we're told, is a 5-year-old child.
Mary, one thing I'll... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, John.
No, I was just going to say, Mary, one thing working in the police favor right now, if he should try crossing over, the sun has just about set, and it's catching the top of the bridge just right, shining into the cars leaving and allowing the police to see easily into the front seat of each vehicle passing over.
That's one good thing.
Well, unfortunately, Mary, it can't last much longer. In a few minutes, the shadows are going to be coming up from below, and the police will have to abandon this attempt to ensnare the kidnapper this way. Hold on, Mary.
Should they be broadcasting that?
No.
Well, what if the kidnapper is listening?
He probably isn't, but he's wrong anyway. When the sun goes down, bridge lights come on. We can watch all night if necessary.
I'll take you to Mrs. Spoon.
Now, wait. Let's hear this.
Mary, we've just been informed now. We have a description of the man the police are searching for. He is believed to be a white male in his 30s or 40s, bald, with a mustache.
Never mind. Let's talk to her.
This way.
Police believe the vehicle may be a white van. They're not confident in the van, but they believe this vehicle is white.
How do they know 30s or 40s? Jody didn't tell us that.
Most men aren't bald in their 20s. Most deviants stop practicing by the time they're 50 or 60. Except in your case.
I am not a deviant.
I was referring to bald.
Oh, Dr. Schofield.
Is it Jody?
Yes. Could you come?
A medical emergency?
Not really.
Well, then I'd rather he stayed with me. Let a neighbor come in.
Go ahead, Waverly. Just let me find out.
My nightmare come true. Ever since she was very little, I tried protecting her. I think maybe I did wrong. Protecting her only kept her innocent. Her innocence made her vulnerable. How could I think that she'd be safe in the company of a 5-year-old?
Mrs. Storm, Lieutenant, this is Captain Waverly Underhill, assistant.
It's an honor to meet you, Captain.
This is
Dr. Schofield.
Elizabeth! Betsy, I'm so sorry.
Dr. Schofield, where is Anna Gale? Where is she?
There now. We'll get her back. Somehow. Waverly?
Mrs. Storm, can you talk?
Yes.
Jody remembers hearing a car door open and then close before the vehicle drove off. This suggests your daughter got in voluntarily, which suggests she knew the person.
Yes?
Well, if Anna Gale knew him, then so must you. Who do you know who is bald with a mustache?
I don't know. I can't think of a single person. I can't think of one.
Waverly, does she have to know him?
Logically, I'd say so. Any person Anna Gale would feel confident enough to trust would have to be someone who'd passed her mother's approval. Think. A bald man with a mustache.
No one's coming to mind.
All right. Think bald without the mustache.
No.
Your husband.
No, David is in Alaska. We're divorced. He doesn't look like that. He certainly would never do something like this, I'm sure.
Has he been contacted?
I haven't, no.
Well, he needs to be contacted.
We're trying.
Think of others. Think. Her teacher, uncles, anyone, her brothers, cousins or nephews, neighbors, even grandparents. How about the grocer or the baker?
No.
Even the banker. Someone she knows. Someone who was nice to her one time. Someone who gave her something. Think.
Nobody.
What about the man at the gas station or at the mall? Even at the library or Sunday school?
No.
Her doctor? Lessons. Did she take lessons of any kind?
Dr. Schofield is her pediatrician. He's soft.
He's harmless as they come.
Waverly, she doesn't have to know him, does she?
I think she does.
Well, why couldn't it be someone from school she trusts? Could be another teacher.
Or a janitor. Or a crossing guard. Or someone who works in the cafeteria, the front office. My God, I never dreamed there were so many men who could prey upon her.
Well, what about her bus driver? Someone she's used to accepting rides from.
The bus driver is a woman.
These would be good guesses if the abduction had taken place close to school. But this happened near her home. Did you know she was going out to play?
Of course. Yes, of course.
Then you have to know who picked her up.
I still think school makes sense. It's the only place Anna Gale is ever away from me, where she could be meeting other adults.
Mrs. Storm, did you warn her specifically to be careful about approaching strange cars?
Yes, many times.
What kind of a car do you own, Mrs. Storm?
Waverly, what kind of rude insinuation is that?
One that has a simple answer, I'm sure.
Oh, you're too suspicious for your own
It's
good.
in the garage.
Waverly, don't be ridiculous.
I have a minivan.
Look to your own suspicions, Alex. My thinking was that if Anna Gale would not have approached a strange vehicle, maybe she mistook it for her mother's. What color is yours?
White.
White. Lieutenant, I think if you agree... Where's your garage?
Back behind. It's separate from the house.
Have you driven anywhere lately?
I haven't, not since this morning.
Mrs. Storm, do you know anyone else who drives a white van?
I don't think so. I can't think. I'm just so
I know,
upset.
of course you are, but you must keep thinking.
Take a few deep breaths.
I don't know.
Never mind. Let's go back to the man. Let's try it from this angle. Forget what he looks like and tell me what man. Anyone. Who is it that your daughter trusts implicitly?
No one.
Are you in a relationship with anyone?
No. Look, Mr. Underhill, there are no men in my life right now, period. I'm sure I haven't overlooked a miscellaneous boyfriend.
It doesn't help reacting.
Well, it doesn't help you forcing me to remember somebody I can't, who doesn't exist.
She doesn't have to know him, Waverly.
I still think she must be aware of him. It just hasn't clicked yet.
I can't think of any men.
Well, think younger then. Think of college age, high school, even a babysitter.
No.
Friend of the family, someone who's done yard work.
A skinhead.
No, nobody.
Let's go back a few years. There's someone you used to know. Someone when you were married. Someone you haven't seen for a while. Someone your husband knew.
No.
All right, change seasons. Think summer. A lifeguard at the beach. Someone who gave Anna Gale an ice cream cone or a pony ride. Think winter. How about the man who plows your driveway?
No.
And the boy who shovels your steps. The paper boy, the delivery boy.
No.
Is there anyone you know who could do a thing like this? Think.
No, all the people I know are nice.
Waverly, you can't keep pressuring her. It's not helping.
All right. You're right. We can't force it. Will you show me Anna Gale's picture?
What? Oh, yes, here's one.
Is this recent?
Yes, very recent. She's small for her age.
She looks bright. Is she a sensible child?
Yes, I think so. I thought she was.
That's hopeful. Sensible ones sometimes get away even after they've made their initial blunder. I'd like to see Anna Gale's room now. Will you show it to me?
Her room? Yes, it's across the hall this way.
It's neat.
I neatened it. but she always does what I ask her, like make her bed and put away her clothes.
And there's a bald fellow in this poster.
Star Trek. She likes science.
Oh, what's this, an aquarium?
Actually, it's a terrarium.
She made it herself.
What clothing was she wearing?
I don't remember. I must be losing my mind. I put all her clothes away and I can't remember which ones she was wearing.
Betsy, stop trying. Let me give you something to calm you down.
Does she have boyfriends?
Not yet. I've kept her steered away from boys. She likes a few on television, but it's all pure innocence. Oh, Dr. Schofield, I warned her. I just didn't warn her enough.
Oh, don't blame yourself, Betsy.
I told her she could play nearby, never to cross Old Post Road. I shouldn't have let her even get near it.
Don't torture yourself.
Schofield, I want to take a walk out to the road.
Well, I'll go with you. Unless, Betsy, you want me to stay.
I'm coming too.
No, you should stay here, Mrs. Storm, in case there's a phone call from the kidnapper, and the case breaks that way.
Then I'll stay.
No, you go, Dr. Schofield.
Come too, Alex.
Do you really think arrest?
No, I doubt it, but that is why you should stay here.
Someone walk you out. You'll need flashlights.
Oh, here, take mine, Doctor.
I'll just have a look and come back.
It's all right. I'm all right, as long as people are out looking. What should I do?
No, we'll walk. Mrs. Storm, I think you'll be doing best if you can figure out exactly the clothes she was wearing. That's something we should try to get a good fix on. Would you say her clothing was light or dark?
Dark, I think. I don't know. I'll go look.
Boy, walk these gentlemen up.
I'd like to try to take the same route the children took.
That's no problem, sir.
All right. Lead the way.
We checked the garage. It's a white minivan, all right. The engine's totally cold. I don't think it's been out.
Captain Underhill. Dr. Schofield. Captain Underhill. I thought of one thing she was wearing, I know for sure.
Oh? What's that?
She was wearing boots. A pair of cowgirl boots. They were brand new. She was so excited about getting them. I know she's wearing them.
Cowgirl boots, that's helpful.
I said they'd ruin her feet, but she begged me to get them for her. I know she's wearing them.
Do you remember what the shoe salesman looked like?
He was a man. Oh, but he wasn't bald. But he was really nice to her, though. He helped her choose which one she wanted. She trusted him. Oh, my God.
All right. Tell Lieutenant Clark the name of the store, and he'll look into it right away. And stay by the phone.
We just keep on along this path. We're almost to the road.
Waverly, why did you ask whether Anna Gale was wearing dark-colored clothing or light? Will that help find her?
Probably not. But it might help us spot her body in a ditch, which, unfortunately, may be the next phase we move into.
Captain Underhill, I just want to say it's a real honor to meet you, sir. You're really quite a legend. Now I'll be able to say I worked on a case with Captain Underhill.
If you're going to say it, then keep your mind on it. Oh, look, here. This is probably the rock Jody hid behind.
Oh, that's more than a rock.
That's a boulder.
Technically, it's a glacial erratic. Most of it's buried underground. Oh, there's the road. Let's keep going.
What's a glacial erratic?
A souvenir from Canada that the glaciers brought down when they vacationed here 10,000 years ago and created what we call Cape Cod.
Halt! Don't approach.
Mike, it's me.
Officer Boyd? Who's that with you?
Mike, this is the famous Captain Waverly Underhill.
Oh, no kidding. How do you do, sir? It's nice to meet you. I've heard about you.
This is
Dr. Schofield. I've heard of you, too.
Oh, good evening.
Can you show us, please?
Over this way. There's not much to see. Sandy soil leaves lousy tire tracks. But you can see where he pulled over right here.
Nothing on the ground?
No, sir. We found a book of matches. It was soggy and decomposed. And there were a few bottle caps and a flattened piece of rusted metal. It was about the size of a playing card.
Keep that. The little girl said the van was noisy. May have had a bad muffler. The piece might have fallen off when he pulled over, and he flattened it when he pulled away. We might be able to match it.
Gosh, you're right. I wasn't thinking. It looked so old. I figured it must have been there a long time.
Any shoe prints?
Oh, no, sir. You found one?
Yes, it's beneath your cruiser. Right beside the asphalt where it's almost muddy. You ran over it when you pulled off.
I did that? Oh, great. Nice move.
It looks like a child's heel print.
Waverly, that could be a cowgirl boot.
That's what I'm thinking. Exactly.
Is that what she was wearing?
Her mother thinks so.
what a mistake. I shouldn't have pulled up this close.
No, you kept a reasonable distance. But that does put her quite a ways back behind the tailpipe.
Well, it's not too far for a cautious child to be approaching.
There's something else significant. Have you noticed?
What?
The shoe print is on this side of the road. What's up here?
More woods. Some of it's preserved. There's a housing development back in there called Kettle Hoe Estates.
Anybody cruise it?
I'm sure it has been, several times.
I think I'll walk in a ways.
What do you expect to find?
I don't know.
I'll go with you.
I'd like to go, but I've got to stick around here.
I have to get back.
Waverly, I'm coming with you.
You don't have to, Scofield.
I'm coming whether I have to or not.
You want my radio?
No, that's all we can. We won't be long.
Waverly, hold up.
Catch up, Alex.
Well, what are we doing?
We're exploring.
What for?
We're investigating an outside chance.
Of what?
The child crossed the road, didn't she?
Yes.
Well, so what's the answer?
To what? I didn't know it was a question.
The age-old riddle. Why did the child cross the road?
I think you mean chicken, but obviously it was to get in the van.
That's one possibility. Why was her heel print so far behind the vehicle?
She was cautiously approaching.
That's one possibility.
Well, I don't know what you're getting at, Waverly. If you would just tell me.
Why did the chicken cross the road? The answer is because it wasn't the first time.
What are you saying?
Oh, look. We're coming on that housing development. Here we are. Kettle Hoe Country Estates. Oh, well, at least it's easier strolling.
What are we doing?
We're doing what we can, because we're old and useless.
Oh, nonsense. Well, what are we looking for?
We're testing out an hypothesis. It's extremely unlikely, but there's not much else we can do without getting in the way.
What is your theory?
It's not a theory, Alex. Just a hypothesis.
Oh, whatever.
Well, why is there so much distance between that heel print and where the van stopped? Maybe they didn't happen at the same time.
I don't follow you.
She might have left that print there sometime earlier when she crossed the road of her own volition, disregarding her mother's rules. Now look, here's a side street. Monet Drive. Maybe Anna Gale disregarded her mother's rules before. A 7-year-old's old enough to start pushing her boundaries. Maybe she simply ran away from the van. You have to consider these things. You have to examine everything. Jody never saw her get into the van. It's possible, if she was as sensible as her mother says, that she ran off into the woods and hid like Jody did. When she heard the car door open, she ran even further. You see what I mean, Alex?
Waverly, when you're not being crude, you're a marvel.
Here's another side street. Picasso Lane. Obviously all named after artists.
Why did you stop?
Wait a minute. No, never mind. Never mind. Keep walking.
Waverly, slow up. First you stop, then you go. Where are you going?
To the next street. I want to see the street sign. I see it. It's right. Aim your flashlight. I was right.
What is it?
Oh, read the street sign.
Van Gogh Drive. What of it? I don't think it's very appropriate to be having this much fun.
Well, think, Alex, think. What is the most common reason, besides abducting children, of course, that people pull over to the side of the road?
No, I don't know. To go to the bathroom?
No. To ask directions. What did Jody say the man said?
Get in the van and go for a drive. Oh, my God. That means...
Yes, he was actually asking for directions. Let's keep going.
Well, he was asking for real directions, but he kidnapped her anyway.
Oh, it's possible, but it's much more likely he was misunderstood. Anna Gale was never abducted.
But she's missing.
So she is.
Somebody else abducted her?
You think the woods are crawling with molesters?
Sometimes, yes. We should ask at some of these houses.
No, let's go a little further.
What are we coming to?
It's a cedar bog and a stadium's worth of peepers.
Some pretty tall cedars in there. I can see their tops sticking up. Let's go down.
I liked walking on the road better. This is quite a steep hill.
Yes, it's a rim.
From what? Did a flying saucer land here, or a meteor?
Neither. It was a chunk of ice that fell off the glacier. It melted and left a natural depression in the earth. Now, we've come to the edge of the bog. Try calling, Alex.
What?
Oh, call out.
Anna Gale! Anna Gale! Anna Gale! Anna Gale! Anna Gale!
Waverly, what makes you think...
Because the plant I saw in her terrarium comes out of a bog. Try calling once more. No result, we'll go back and report.
Anna Gale! Anna Gale! Anna Gale! Anna Gale!
I guess not. Let's go. Wait. Listen. Is that a night heron or something else? My ears are ringing like wax paper.
I don't hear anything.
Have to silence these creatures somehow. Get ready for a loud noise.
Waverly, don't shoot! Why did you...
Listen.
Anna Gale, is it you?
Are you all right? I'm wading in.
I'm going too. We're coming. Oh, darn, my flashlight is fading.
So follow me. Follow me. Watch that branch.
Oh, darn. I lost my shoe.
Well, find it. I'm going on. Hello, Anna Gale. I'm Captain Underhill. She looks fine, Alex. I'm a policeman, Anna Gale. I'm glad to see you're all right.
Oh, thank heavens.
Except her foot's stuck. And she's thirsty. Can she have bog water?
I'd rather she didn't.
Well, how about a cough drop? I've got one of those. See if that helps. Hold the flashlight for me while I free your foot. There we go. Pull it out. Alex, I think we need you.
On my way. I found my shoe, but I'm not putting it back on. Oh, ow, ouch. Oh.
Schofield, try not to destroy the cedar bog. It's fragile. Almost all the Cape Cedar bogs disappeared for ship's masts 100 years ago. This one's a relic. You, my dear girl, shouldn't dig up dragon-mouth orchids for your terrarium. They're disappearing because people are stealing them. Well, in your case, we'll forgive you because it provided an excellent Hansel and Gretel crumb to trace you here.
Anna Gale, Anna Gale, are you all right?
Grab onto that root and pull, Alex. Let's go.
Oh, there.
Ah, you're free.
Let me see your foot.
See it when we get home, Alex. Hop on my back, Anna Gale, for a piggyback. We should return as quickly as possible.
All right, I'll examine it there.
Those are nice cowboy boots you have, Anna Gale. Tell you what, Anna Gale, when you see your mother, ask her for a new pair. I bet she said yes.
Go ahead, Waverly. I've got to put on my shoe.
No. We'll wait for him, won't we, Anna Gale?
True. I want to be there when your mother sees you.
We can't bring our trophy into camp without you. You delivered her twice, Alex.
Me? You did it all, Waverly. That was very clever of you to figure it out. It was clever of you, too, Anna Gale, to run away and hide like you did in a bog.
Natives used to hide in cedar bogs when they were escaping the Pilgrims. During Prohibition, they hid illegal whiskey in them.
How do you know so much about bogs?
Well, because, unfortunately, they're popular places to dump bodies. They're not always good hiding places. Killers don't realize tannin in bog water, especially peat bogs, will preserve a body for a long time. Anna Gale's the first one I've carried out alive. For a policeman, that's a real treat, believe me.
You are the perfect cop, Waverly.
Now, I want to ask you something, Anna Gale. Did you realize that the man stopped to ask you for directions?
What?
Read that sign. This way? A shortcut? Been this way before, have you?
Mom's going to be mad.
Why?
I crossed the road.
Well, sooner or later, we all have to. Did you look both ways? That's what adults do.
Yes, I did.
Well, then I think your mom's going to let you go even further. Now you've shown how sensible you are. Besides, you just solved the age-old riddle. Why did the chicken cross the road? Do you know what the answer is? Chickens never did. That's why they stayed chickens, and why humans got as far as they did, and why I'm probably going to read about you someday crossing the Andes. No, we're coming up on Old Post Road again. We'll wait here for Alex before crossing.
Thank you for saving me.
My pleasure. Okay, since you had trouble with Van Gogh Drive, I'll ask you this one. Old Post Road. Do you think they're talking about an old post, like an old fence post? Or do you think it means the old postal delivery route went down this way?
I thought it was post. Like I wasn't supposed to cross it.
Oh. Waverly, listen.
Mommy.
Quick. Let's get across the road before the reunion happens. We can avoid a real catastrophe. Do you want to go down?
Mommy.
There she is.
Mommy.
Anna Gale.
Mommy.
Anna Gale. Oh, my God. Anna Gale. Oh, my God, you're all right. Let me see you.
Fine. I got my foot stuck in the swamp is all.
The swamp?
They got me out there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for saving her. Oh, look at your clothes.
Don't worry. They can be washed.
Her boots got ruined, though.
Mom, can I have a new pair?
Would you like a new pair, baby? Honey, or you can have 100, 1,000 pair. Oh, you're all right. I can't believe you're all right.
Captain Underhill, this gentleman drives a white van. As you see, he's bald. He has an amazing story.
Hi. Thanks for turning yourself in. Were you able to find Van Gogh Drive all right?
You know, I never did. I'm afraid I must have frightened the girls. I was in a state. I missed the street, and I was late for my appointment, and I had to shout over my muffler anyways. I scared them off, but I didn't mean to. The little girl, when I got out of the van, she run off even further. So I just drove on and until I heard it on the radio. I'm just glad she's all right.
Yes, everything's all right.
Captain Underhill, thank you so much. How can I ever thank you?
Anna Gale.
The girl's been found. We found her.
You have been listening to Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater, presentation of the Mystery of Anna Gale. David Ellsworth was Captain Waverly Underhill. Wally O'Hara was Dr. Alexander Schofield. Laura Gardner played Elizabeth Storm, the mother. Taylor Molly was Dawn Witherspoon in the helicopter, and the opening announcer, Janet Birchfield, was Mary, the TV news anchor. Colleen Canal played Jody Higgins. Catherine Oney played Anna Gale Storm. Kevin Groppe was Sergeant Rick Winston. Chuck Powers was Officer Mike. James Devlin Geyer played Officer Hank. Jim Scripjack was Officer Boyd. Don Bliss played the bald man with the mustache and Lieutenant Clark. The neighbors were played by Rusty Rodriguez, Debbie Oney, and Mary Ellen Slayton. Tonight's program is produced by Steven Oney and Mark Birmingham. Written and directed by Steven Thomas Oney. Engineering and original music by Mark Birmingham. Additional engineering by John Todd. Recorded on Cape Cod and in Portland, Maine, using DigiDesign's Pro Tools audio system. This story is copyrighted by Steven Thomas Oney for Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater. It is based in part on a true Cape Cod incident. The author dedicates this radio play to Quest, who makes a cameo appearance playing himself. So long, old pal. This is Colin Canal wishing you a pleasant evening and inviting you to tune in again when the frog rolls in, another chapter of Cape Cod Radio Mystery Theater.